back to the wagon, which had stopped a few yards ahead. Tolly asked something in a low voice that Istvhan couldn't quite make out. Clara's response, however, the word "men," delivered at the top of her lungs, was clearly audible, as was the sound of Tolly's heartfelt agreement. Istvhan ran a hand through his hair and sighed. "First question," said Doc Mason. "You all right? She cracked you a good one." He touched his jaw. It was sore, but didn't feel like it was going to swell too badly. Either she'd pulled the punch at the last minute, or she simply hadn't had a very good angle to begin with. "I've had much worse sparring against other warriors, but don't tell her that." "Still, you all right? This isn't a regular thing? I don't need to hide you in the wagon and spirit you away." Istvhan looked at him blankly, then finally put two and two together. "Oh, no, certainly not." "In that case, word of advice, young man," said Doc Mason. Istvhan gave him a look. "I'm 40. I haven't been young for quite some time." "Stuff it, youngster. I'd kill to be 40 again. 40 is barely out of the cradle when you're my age." The doctor poked Istvhan in the chest with one gnarled finger. "And I've been married 3 times, so I know a little something about women." "I was married once," said Istvhan defensively. Doc Mason raised an eyebrow. "The problem with being a paladin was that you were fundamentally honest. For about 6 weeks, it was more of a fling with extra paperwork." "Well, 2 of mine lasted until death did us part, and the other one was a fine woman who couldn't handle life on the road. We parted friends. So you'll take my advice, and you'll like it, youngster." Istvhan bowed his head and waited for whatever folksy wisdom was about to land on him. Doc Mason cleared his throat. "Don't assume she knows what you're thinking." Istvhan waited politely. "That's it, youngster. That's the whole advice." "Really? What were you expecting?" "I think I was expecting more charming country metaphors, about how I was twisting myself around like an eel on a griddle or something similar." "Nah, I saved that stuff for the shows." Another poke in the chest. It didn't do much because Istvhan was wearing his chain hauberk, but presumably it was the thought that counted. "Unless I miss my guess, you think she knows exactly how you feel and isn't interested. But she doesn't. So quit talking yourself out of your feelings, go find her, say, 'I'm hopelessly in love with you, thought you should know,' and then let her decide how she feels about it." "But I'm not hopelessly in love with her," said Istvhan. "You sure about that?" Istvhan blinked at the doctor. "I'm not really the sort who falls in love," he admitted. "Never got in the habit of it. I enjoy women's company, and I enjoy the, canoodling." "I really wish you weren't calling it that, but yes. And then when it's over, we both move on." "And you never wanted more?" Istvhan spread his hands. "I have my brothers in arms. I don't need more." Doc Mason shook his head. "Well, then tell her you want to canoodle." Istvhan stifled a sigh. It was difficult to explain to someone who came up to your collarbone that when you were very large it was much safer to be subtle. Good-natured lust became something frightening if she felt like you were looming over her. The thought came unbidden, that he had to work very hard to loom over Clara, and that if she wasn't interested in his advances, she could make her displeasure known with 3-inch fangs. "I do appreciate your advice, sir," said Istvhan, politely. "No, you don't," said Doc Mason. "The young never do. Now help me back onto the wagon. My sciatica is killing me." Chapter 26. Clara spent the rest of the trip to the next village talking to Tolly about trade routes. Istvhan tried to eavesdrop, but rapidly decided that it was too specialized for him to make sense of half of it. Tolly, however, ate it up, and the pair were soon lost in conversation about weight-to-profit ratios and currency conversions. Finally, they reached the field where they would perform the next show, Doc Mason went off to stir up interest from the locals, and Tolly set to work on the wagon. Clara ambled over to a tree and sat down. Istvhan weighed how mad she was likely to be against the fact that the staves had been stowed in the wagon. Was she still mad? He couldn't tell. She hid everything too well, and it was part of what frustrated him. Not that I think she'd be nursing a grudge, so much as I'm not sure she'd let herself be angry if she deserved to be. Right. Paladin. Stoic warrior, charging boldly into danger, so on and so forth. He walked up to the tree, trying to look harmless and good-natured, and also sexy, which was a complicated thing to convey. He wasn't sure what to do with his hips. "May I join you?" She raised one eyebrow and then said, "Yeah, go ahead." He sat down beside her, back against the tree trunk, and the band of shade offered by the branches. "Don't worry, Doc Mason thinks we're both mad as the mist and snow, but he doesn't hold it against us." "He's probably right. I don't know whether to apologize for hitting you or hit you again." "I think we're even." They were even. That was what was killing him. She was as big as he was and as strong as he was, and he couldn't intimidate her. His black tide was no match for her beast. Saint's teeth, but she was magnificent. And he still wanted her. It didn't matter that she could turn into a bear, except that turning into a bear seemed pretty damn cool, particularly in somebody you trusted to watch your back. Don't assume she knows what you're thinking. Could she really not know that I want her? Is it possible? He tilted his head to look at her and smiled. "Domina?" "Captain?" "You hit like a nun." "No, I hit like a lay sister. If I hit like a nun, you'd have been laid out on the road." Istvhan laughed. "Fair enough. How's your hand?" She grimaced. "You've got a skull like a bull elk," she said, "only without the magnificent rack." It was one of his great weaknesses. He had never been able to resist a straight line. "I think you've got that covered." A long, long pause, during which Istvhan thought, "Oh, hell, much too soon," and then she snorted, which wasn't quite a laugh, but was close enough. "Thanks." He reached over and took her hand in his, turning it to look at her knuckles. They were red and swollen, as one might expect. He ran his thumb down the side of her hand, under the little finger. "Does it hurt when I do this?" "No." "That's where it usually breaks on a punch." He stroked down the back of her hand next to it. "Sometimes here. Anything?" "No." Her eyes were riveted on the motion of his hand. "Good." He lifted her hand to his lips. She raised her eyes to his face, clearly startled, but did not pull away. He kissed each one of her injured knuckles, and then lowered her hand. "Domina," he said, and rose and went away to the other side of the wagon, wondering if that counted as subtle, or if he'd just made a fool of himself again. The show was a repeat of the first, though fortunately without the drunk. This time Istvhan was born of sickly triplets, and his two fictional brothers were even larger and lived back on the farm. Doc Mason sold another 2 cases of tonic, and they retired to a campsite back on the main road. "A question for you, Doc," said Istvhan. "Hmm?" Doc Mason looked up from the fire. He had settled in with a mug of tonic, and Tolly kept pushing food on him, with minimal success. "While we were traveling before we encountered the bandits, we heard some alarming tales, stories of severed heads, or bodies appearing with heads that didn't belong to them." "Gah!" Tolly's eyes went very wide, and she nearly dropped her spoon. Her grandfather, however, showed no sign of shock. His eyes narrowed, and he gave Istvhan a long, thoughtful look. "You have heard of it, then," said Istvhan quietly. Doc Mason glanced around, as if someone might be listening beyond the circle of firelight. "I have," he said, just as quietly. "And you are a very good liar, my young friend. But you have not just heard stories about this, have you?" Istvhan made a non-committal sound, but Doc Mason's eyes were resting on Clara. Her expression was carefully blank, but that in and of itself was a confession. She may have been a merchant, but she must have been one of the scrupulously honest ones. I knew she was hiding something practically since we met. Mind you, it wasn't the sort of thing that one could easily have guessed. Finally, Doc Mason turned back to him. "Very well, keep your cards close to your chest if you wish, my young friends. Yes, I've heard. It was some years ago now." Istvhan raised his eyebrows. "That long ago?" 7 or 8 years, yes." He poked at the fire. "Started north of Moorstone. Only 1 or 2 at first, then more. For a whole season or 2, no one in the small villages would go anywhere alone if they could help it. Then it stopped, or seemed to." "Why didn't you tell me?" Tolly demanded. "Oh, you already knew," said Doc Mason. "The beast of the leeward, remember?" Tolly looked startled. "That was this? But I didn't hear anything about severed heads." Doc Mason snorted. "Oh, they were in there. And also that the beast was a giant wolf or a monstrous bear, a man who was half bat, a werewolf, a feral child raised by dogs, a man who could fly, a wonder worker who drank blood but could not touch virgins, a demon possessing any and all of the above, and probably a few dozen other stories I'm forgetting. Oh, and a cult. Did I mention the cult?" Clara had gone tense when he began talking about werewolves and monstrous bears, but she thawed now. Tolly said, "No, you didn't mention the cult." "Definitely a cult. Nobody knew what it was a cult of, mind you, except murdering people." "But the heads?" asked Istvhan. Doc gave him another thoughtful look. "Yes, I spoke to a few people who had actually been there, and who weren't prone to histrionics. They all said that there were headless bodies found." "Did any of them get a look at the perpetrators?" "Not reliably. One said he saw a man fleeing the scene, said he looked ordinary enough, and wondered if he was responsible, or just someone who didn't want to be caught near a dead body for reasons of his own." "Wait," said Tolly. "Wait, the husband of the first victim said he saw something, didn't he? Said it was some kind of beast on 4 legs, but it crawled sideways?" Doc Mason rolled his eyes. "That's how the story traveled, anyhow. I wouldn't put much stock in it, but tell me, friend Istvhan, what do you know about the beast of the leeward that we do not?" Istvhan took a deep breath. "It's not precisely a secret," he said, "but you travel to many villages and you know what people are like about strangers. So please use discretion in who you tell. I don't want a mob on my conscience." "I'd prefer not to have one either," said Doc Mason. Istvhan recounted the story of the Smooth Men and their depredations in Arkenhold, though he heavily downplayed the Temple of the White Rat, and implied that the entirely fictional Order of St. Galen had been responsible. "And so we came north looking for them," he said, "following the trail of bodies. But we got separated from our main group and hoped to reunite in Moorstone." "Interesting," said Doc Mason, after the Paladin had stopped speaking and a little silence had fallen over the party. "Terrible, but interesting." "You say these things have come back here?" said Tolly. "Now?" "I don't know that they ever left," Istvhan admitted. "Perhaps they just got better about hiding the bodies. We don't know how many there are. They seem to make more of themselves, given the chance." He held his hands out to the fire. "Be wary of strangers with very smooth faces, I suppose." "I can see why your bishop was cagey about informing people," said Doc Mason. "Perhaps she doesn't give people enough credit, but if the story spread and the details were lost—" He shook his head. "No, I can see it going badly as well. How often do these things change bodies?" Istvhan shook his head. "We don't know for certain. However long it takes for one's body to decay. The doctor who examined them said that they seem to secrete some kind of gunk that seals the wound a bit, so they last longer than you would expect from a dead body. But they're still finite. Eventually they're ready to fall apart and they need to find a new host. I doubt they can go more than a few weeks." Doc Mason nodded. "I'll keep an ear to the ground," he said. "Did you say the Temple of the White Rat knows?" And at Istvhan's nod he snorted. "Of course they do. They have their scaly tails in everyone's pies, don't they?" "Generally for the good of humanity," said Istvhan mildly. "Ah, well, true enough, and that's more than you can say for the vast majority of people who claim to be doing things for people's own good. They meddle, but at least they clean up afterwards." He leaned back, looking from Istvhan to Clara and back again. "I'd be lying if I said that I hadn't been wondering what brought you along this road in the first place. Now I know." He shook his head. "And I can't say that I'm happier knowing it either. Forewarned may be forearmed, but I doubt I'll sleep any sounder at night knowing these things are out there." He looked over at Tolly and his face softened. "But at least I know there's a paladin and a nun trying to stop them, and that's got to count for something." "From your lips to the gods' ears," said Istvhan, "and by their grace we'll put a stop to this yet." Clara lay beside Istvhan for what might be the last time, and wondered what to say, or if she should say anything at all. She was still reeling from that moment when he had kissed her hand earlier. Yesterday she would have said that kissing someone's hand generally made you look like a blithering idiot. Then he'd taken her hand and lifted it to his lips, and it had been less of a kiss and more like a caress. She'd stopped breathing. She'd stopped thinking. Her entire consciousness had narrowed down to the strip of skin across her knuckles and the warmth of his mouth against it. She'd had actual sex that was less arousing. Then Istvhan had released her and smiled, and sauntered away and left Clara ready to scream. "Calm," she thought. "Calm. Blessed Saint Ursa, grant me your peace." It hadn't felt much like peace lately. The fear and the frustration had felt like she was swallowing bile, and it was hot and roiling under her breastbone. Lust warmed her more kindly than the fear did, but she still felt too full of emotions she didn't dare let out. She'd slipped a little when fighting him. It had felt too good to strike out, and she knew better than to go too far down that road. You got in the habit of releasing your anger with your fists, and things went bad quickly. Thank Saint Ursa it had been Istvhan, who is big enough and tough enough to take it, and to keep himself safe in the process. Maybe berserkers understood these things better than other people. She would have liked to be the bear for a little while. The bear was easy. The bear didn't feel these things. But she couldn't very well sneak away in the dark without Istvhan noticing. And what was she going to say? He'd probably insist on guarding her in case someone in this well-settled land happened to wander past and saw a giant bear and ran screaming for hunters to come and deal with it. It wasn't even a bad idea to do so. If one of her sisters had planned to do it, she'd have insisted on coming along in human shape to make sure nothing went wrong. It just wasn't fair. He was lying beside her and breathing. Well, of course he's breathing. What do you expect him to do? It was just that every breath reminded her that he was right there and alive, and she could roll over and grab him by the hips and drag him on top of her and say, well, probably not, "Take me now," although that had a certain forward appeal to it. No, it'll just be more feelings, more emotions. You're nearly in Moorstone. You can't afford more of this. Your sisters need you to be strong and calm. Clara thought fixedly of her sisters, and mostly what came to mind was Sister Sigrid, whacking her across the back of the head and yelling, "You've got a good-looking man right there, and you're not doing anything about it." Yes, Sigrid, that's exactly what I'm doing, or not doing in this case. She genuinely thought he wasn't interested. All those moments of closeness where she was suddenly very aware of the width of his shoulders and the thickness of his thighs, the way his eyes were as dark as fine chocolate. She thought those were all one-sided. Men didn't want to bed the beast. The fact that she still wanted him, and he couldn't possibly want her, had joined the other emotions stewing in her chest, being shoved down as far as they could go. And then he'd kissed her hand, and breathed against her fingers, and saints have mercy, you didn't do it like that if you weren't interested in someone, which meant that he still wanted her, even knowing about the bear. He'd kissed her up after the battle, and it had been good, much, much better than anything she'd felt in a long time, but he hadn't known then, which was probably why she was still reliving the sensation of his lips, moving over each knuckle, because it was more than any man had ever done, knowing the truth of what she was. A man who could see past the beast was a man that she could fall in love with far too easily. The thought stabbed her like a knife. She could not be falling in love, not right now, not with her sisters in peril. Gods and saints alive and dead, how could she even think such a thing when her fellow nuns had been dragged to Moorstone in chains and were probably being driven into a gladiatorial pit to fight to the death? What kind of utterly self-centered, irredeemable ass would pick this moment to go mooning after a man? Another stab inside her chest. She wanted to scream, or weep, or howl, or explode. None of those things would help. The beast sensed her torment and half-roused, but saw no enemy. "Hurt? Where?" "No," she told it. "Not hurt. Hush. Not now." It settled, and she fixed her mind firmly on meditations, wishing for prayer beads. She counted catechisms on her fingers instead, until the beast slept and her tension eased. "We reach Moorstone tomorrow, and then I need to put this man aside and focus on my task, because, Saint help me, I think I may already be falling in love." Chapter 27. At first glance, Moorstone looked like a junk heap built on a dock. Water slapped against immense pilings, and gulls swirled through the air overhead. The city itself was almost impossible to take in at first glance. A jumble of architectural styles and materials built on top of each other in layers that looked more like debris washed up on a water grate than like deliberate building. "I don't see much stone," said Clara. "You won't," said Doc Mason. "Moorstone is a corruption of more stone, from mori, meaning salt. Salt is their biggest export. They had to import the actual stones from a quarry. The high-rent districts are all on islands in the river." "There's a river?" said Istvhan doubtfully. Clara could understand his doubts. It looked more like a lake. "It's high tide," Tali said. Be grateful. At low tide, the smell will knock your socks off. Coming in like this, you get a little time to get used to it before you get the full experience." Clara wiped her nose. She could smell the mud-flat smell of rotten fish and seaweed from here. She couldn't imagine how much worse the smell was at low tide. Particularly since they're probably using the river as a sewer, too. "It's a river delta," said Doc Mason. "Very fertile soil, I'm told, if you like that sort of thing." He waved his arm upriver, and Clara could just barely make out the distant squares of fields, already harvested for winter. "It would have to be, to sustain a city this size," said Istvhan. "I suppose they control the trade down the river, though. Archon's Glory does that as well, where we are, and Anukat City across the river. They have a fine old rivalry about it, too." "No rivals here. It's the only navigable river for miles, and they don't allow anyone else along the coast to sell salt either." Clara raised her eyebrows. "Don't allow?" "Moorstone's fortune is built on salt," said Doc Mason. "You're allowed to dry salt, and you are graciously allowed to sell it to Moorstone at any price they choose to give you. If you do not wish to accept that price, you are allowed to watch them take it anyway and burn your town in the bargain." He sounded tired, and Clara suspected that he knew a little more about burning towns than he might wish to. What had he said earlier? "I drive away, and in my head they are always just as I left them." Except at least once. They didn't stay that way, did they? Moorstone came after them. "And no one can stop them," said Clara thoughtfully. "Can they?" "A great navy might," said Doc Mason. "But there are no great navies volunteering to do the job. One of the great merchant consortiums might be able to challenge them, but they dare not risk being cut off from the salt trade. I suspect that if change comes to Moorstone, it will come from inside." He slapped the reins across the necks of the mules, and they picked up the pace. "The world runs on salt," said Istvhan, nodding. "Where I am from, there are 2 city-states who control a tributary each of the great river between them. Both of them well located, both of them wealthy. But one has a salt mine upriver, and the other does not. So Anukat City is by far the more powerful of the 2 now, and I suspect the mine has something to do with it, even if the ruler that actually controls the salt charges Anukat City a criminal amount for their wares." Traffic increased as they approached. At first it had only been occasional farm wagons, coming back from early morning deliveries, but now there were carriages and ox carts and rickshaws. Clara had never seen so many different kinds of carts. There were large trade towns on the canal, and sometimes they had 2 or 3 different styles of transport, but nothing like this. She counted 8 different designs of horse cart alone before she gave up. "No walls," said Istvhan, gazing ahead. "No fear of invaders, I take it." "If an enemy got close enough on land, they would fire the bridges," said Doc Mason. "You note how the road starts going up ahead of us? It becomes a causeway at high tide. If an army tries to invade, they will be up to their armpits soon enough, and then the archers could stand on the ring road and rain arrows down on them. And most of their food comes from the sea, so burning the farm fields won't starve them out." "Navy or nothing, then." "Indeed." "I hate boats," muttered Istvhan, to no one in particular. "Do you get seasick?" "No, I just hate them." He avoided Clara's eye. "They're on the water." "That is what makes them boats, yes?" "You can't deal with water." Clara raised her eyebrows. Doc Mason put his chin in his hand and leaned forward. "Whatever do you mean, my boy?" Istvhan looked over, clearly saw that all 3 of them were looking at him, and hunched his shoulders. "You can't fight it. You can't talk to it. You can't bribe it or negotiate with it. You can't even run away from it. It's like an earthquake, except all the time." Clara smothered a laugh. It was hard to imagine gallant Istvhan, who had faced a wedge of men on horseback with only his sword, being afraid of the sea. "Then again, you've seen him talk his way or fight his way out of everything. He is very confident in his ability to do those things. Perhaps it would be unsettling to have a foe that responds to neither, and doesn't even know it's your foe." Which was interesting, and perhaps said a lot about what someone like Istvhan feared most of all. The causeway split into 3 parts as they approached the city. 2 fanned out in a broad circle around the outside of the pilings, and the center one went straight up a bridge and into Moorstone. There was an enormous open space here, full of wagons being turned, wagons being unloaded, horses being watered, and money changing hands. A forest of stalls sprung up around the edges, some of them built out over the water on pilings of their own. Tolly pulled the mules up near the edge. "Here we must part ways, my friends." Doc Mason helped Clara down from the wagon, which she didn't need but pretended to anyway. "Our business is not in the city proper, but on the ring road." Istvhan pulled his pack from the back of the wagon and shouldered it. Clara, with no possessions to worry about, settled for fending off the hawkers who descended on the wagon, trying to sell trinkets, cure-alls, and dried cheese on a string. "We don't want any," she said, folding her arms. "We're in the business ourselves. That one's a fake, so's that one, but it's a better fake. No, go fleece someone else, gents." The crowd retreated reluctantly, but fortunately a mail coach appeared and spilled its occupants, and the hawkers abandoned Clara and Istvhan for new marks. "It has been a pleasure," said Doc Mason, shaking hands with both of them. "Istvhan, should you ever decide to quit the ecclesiastical lifestyle, I would be happy to have you accompany me again. Domina Clara, I hope that you find what you are looking for." She smiled at him. "I hope that you sell an extraordinary amount of tonic. And Tolly, if you find yourself on the far side of the Arles, give my name to the merchants along the canal. They won't cheat you." Tolly kissed Istvhan on the cheek and hugged Clara, then scrambled up on the wagon seat. She clucked her tongue at the mules, and they ambled off along the outer road, leaving the 2 standing in front of the gates. "Well," said Clara, "I suppose that's that, then." She turned to Istvhan and took a deep breath. "Thank you, Captain Istvhan, for all your help. I hope your men arrive safely." "I hope they do, too," said Istvhan. "But I imagine you'll find out when I do. If you think I'm leaving you to rattle around in this city alone, you're out of your mind, Domina."
"I do not recall asking you," said Clara. She squared her shoulders. "You've been an extraordinary help, but I can no longer impose upon your time."
"You're not imposing," said Istvhan, "and we're not discussing this here where everyone and their god can hear us." He caught her forearm and felt the muscles tighten under his hand, but she let him pull her aside, out of the street and into an alley. She shook him off once they were out of the street and settled back against the wall, arms folded across her chest. "Captain, I appreciate that you wish to help, but—" "Domina, for God's sake, drop this captain nonsense. You've called me Istvhan for weeks now." She glared at him.
"If we're doing that, then my name isn't Domina either."
He gritted his teeth. She was right, damn it. "Fine. Clara, what on earth do you plan to do alone in this city? Do you even know where to start making inquiries? You're going to bring the raiders and their bosses straight down on your head."
"And I suppose you have a better plan? You've never been here before either."
Istvhan put one hand on the wall next to her head and leaned forward. He couldn't loom much, but he did his best with what he had to work with. "I have contacts at the Temple of the White Rat. The rat gets everywhere. They will help us. They'll know who to ask, or at least where to start asking, and how to do it without getting people's backs up."
Clara seized her lower lip in her teeth and worried at it until it seemed it might bleed. Istvhan reached out without thinking and ran his thumb across her chin. "Don't," he said. "You're hurting yourself." His voice was still too angry, and he tried to gentle it, but just... Damn it, what do I have to do? What am I doing that's wrong? "Stop thinking with your cock," he told himself, "and start thinking like a paladin. You were one once, if you haven't completely forgotten." Her eyes were full of shadows. He shoved down lust like he shoved down the battle tide and focused on his voice. Careful, soothing, kind. A brother's voice, although he was not feeling the least bit brotherly. "Clara," he said. That was better. That came out correctly. "Clara, you don't have to do this alone. Let me help." She swallowed hard. In another woman he would have expected tears in her eyes, but she was fighting them back, he was sure of it. She would not show weakness, no matter how much it cost her. One of her hands moved. She rubbed her knuckles against her sternum as if it pained her, then winced almost imperceptibly and stopped. Her injured hand, of course. Istvhan laid his hand in the center of her chest, his palm between her breasts. A great intimacy, but for once he had nothing carnal in mind, only comfort. She inhaled sharply. He searched her face, not looking down, and then her hand crept up and covered his. He could feel her breath catching, as if there was something in her chest that strangled her. "You keep trying to leave me behind. Have I offended you so badly?" He felt himself smiling, because it hurt when he said it, and sometimes you smiled so that no one would know how much you hated the pain. She took another halting breath, and her fingers laced tightly with his. "No," she said. "No." "I try to leave because I can't think straight when I'm with you." She smiled a little, too, and Istvhan suspected it was for the same reason. He could feel her heart beating against his fingers. "You see, I forget that I don't know who to ask or where to go. I think only that if you're not here, maybe I'll start thinking clearly again." "It seems like neither of us are thinking clearly," he said. And then, because there was really only one way to follow that sentence, Istvhan kissed her. It was far more hesitant than the first time or the second. He only brushed his lips across hers, like a question. "Do you feel this too? Is it only me?" Against his palm, her heart began to pound. He rubbed his hand in the tiniest of circles, as if soothing an ache, and her lips parted under his. Another brush and another, soft and careful, and it felt like the answer to his question was right there. But he would have had to deepen the kiss to learn it. "No, let her decide what she wants because she wants it, and not because you are kissing her senseless." He pulled back, searching her face. "If you truly cannot bear my company, then let me take you to the Temple of the Rat." It would kill him to walk away, but he would if he must. If he was overwhelming her, it was safer for her and her sisters for him to be elsewhere. "I will speak to the priests on your behalf, and then, if it is what you wish, I'll leave you to them." A shudder went through her. He felt it, though he could not see it. He stepped away, letting his hand drop. "Come along. Let's find the temple." It was never hard to find the Temple of the White Rat. Everyone in the poorer parts of any city knew where it was. You went there for food or healing, or simply because you had a problem, and there would be someone who could either help you or point you in the right direction. Of all the gods that Clara had encountered in her travels, the White Rat's people came the closest to genuinely making the world a better place. Istvhan asked for directions twice from beggars, and dropped coins in their palms afterward, and that was enough to set them in the right direction. Clara followed close behind him, keeping an eye on his back. She had never been in a city this size before, and the smells and the sounds formed a multi-layered din that left her squinting despite it being an overcast day. Istvhan seemed to have no trouble with it. That surprised her. Somehow he seemed like a creature too large to live in cities, as if he would constantly be ducking doorways and turning sideways through alleys. She kept catching herself hunching her shoulders, even when she was in no immediate danger of running into anything. "Big place," she said, when they paused at the corner of an intersection. "Very," said Istvhan. "Not quite as large as a Nukit city, but that's the only one I know that's any larger, and it's much more—" He fumbled for a word, and finally settled on "organized." Clara nodded. "And now we have retreated to completely safe topics, like street layouts, because otherwise we will have to talk about that kiss, and if it meant anything, and if I will send you away." She swallowed. The hard place in her chest still ached, but there had been a moment, as his palm lay across it, when it had loosened. It had hurt, like a muscle drawn so tight that any lessening was agony, and yet her whole body cried out for more, cried out so strongly, in fact, that the beast heard it and rumbled under her conscious mind. "Now! Now!" "No, hush. We're safe." She followed Istvhan through another winding alley. The thought of leaving him behind was crushing. "You've left it too long," she thought bleakly. "You left it too long, and damn it, you're in love, aren't you? Now what's worse, loving him or losing him? Which one lets you function for the next few days, until you get your sisters back?" "You don't have to decide right now," she told herself. "Not until after you visited the temple and sorted all this out. You don't have to choose yet. You won't lose him today." The intense relief that followed that thought told Clara that, rightly or wrongly, she'd already made her choice. Chapter 28. Istvhan had visited several temples of the rat in his day. They all tended to be rather similar, though adapted to the architectural style of the area. You had the sprawling compound, the buzzing hive of activity, the line of people seeking food, the healers' quarters, and then the quiet, somewhat austere buildings that housed the organizers and the problem-solvers and the lawyers. In a Nukit city, there were mechanical devices to streamline the system. In Charlock, the central hub of buildings was surrounded by a maze of colorful tents that were moved in various positions depending on the weather and favorable astrology. In Moorstone, however, for the first time, Istvhan saw a temple that was overwhelmed. Space was at a premium because of the docks, so the Moorstone temple was less sprawling and more Warren-like. It folded around the dock it was on, spiraling upward, and underneath were slung dozens of the large hammocks they favored here, the enclosed kind that resembled a pupating caterpillar. It was jammed to capacity. People lined up to wait for the healer, some of them holding obviously broken limbs or coughing miserably. Children much too young to be here were waiting in line too, with the too-adult expression of children who were running errands for adults too ill or too busy to go themselves. The legal offices, or at least what Istvhan assumed were the legal offices, were also overwhelmed. A woman leaned against the wall, waiting her turn, while tears slid down her face. An older woman beside her was trying to coax her into drinking a sip of water and saying the meaningless things you say to strangers in distress. "Honey, I don't know what's wrong, but I promise you'll get over this. It will be all right, I promise." Acolytes wearing the rat sigil darted through the crowd with expressions ranging from enthusiasm to panic. "Saint's teeth," muttered Istvhan. "We need to talk to someone in authority, but I hate to pile even more work onto these people." Clara looked around, shaking her head. "Do you want me to be a nun for a bit?" "Will it help?" "Oh, yes." Her smile had a faintly malicious edge to it. She took a deep breath, put her shoulders back, folded her hands into her sleeves, and suddenly she was every inch the woman who had come into a stranger's tent and informed him that he would be escorting her across the mountains. Istvhan took a step back involuntarily and wondered how he'd ever had the balls to kiss her. She planted herself on the path of an acolyte and said, "Bless you, child, I have need of your assistance." The acolyte stopped as if he had run into a brick wall. Ma'am? Sister Clara." Her lips curved just slightly, and she inclined her head. Terror spread across his face. "I'm sorry, sister, I didn't mean, disrespect." "You are forgiven," said Clara kindly. "You have not sinned against me. I am here with important news that must be delivered to someone well placed within the hierarchy. Who is it convenient for me to speak with?" The acolyte's eyes darted back and forth, indicating to Istvhan that it was not convenient to speak to anyone at the moment, and also that the young man felt it was probably not worth his soul to say this out loud. "If you'll follow me, sister?" "How the hell did you do that?" Istvhan murmured in her ear as they were led out of the main compound and through a door by the legal offices. "When bears are threatened, they stand up on their hind legs and fluff their fur to look big," she replied, just as softly. "This is just the ecclesiastical equivalent." They were eventually handed off to Faison, a lean black man with closely cropped hair. His upper lip had clearly been cleft and sewn together, either as an infant or later as a result of some injury, and it left him with a permanent sardonic expression, but his voice held nothing but genuine concern. "From Arkenhold," he said, after Istvhan had introduced both himself and Clara. "Welcome to the madhouse. I wish I could say that we could help you, but—" He spread his hands. "Did something happen here?" asked Istvhan. "Some recent catastrophe?" Faison gave a brief, choking laugh. "No, Paladin. This is actually quite a good day by our standards. No one is giving birth on the floor, and hardly anyone is screaming." Istvhan stared at him in frank disbelief. I know." The rat priest raised both hands as if to ward off Istvhan's gaze. "I know. This is shocking if you come in from somewhere else. I trained in the temple in Anukat City, and I know." "Do you need more money? More people?" Istvhan honestly could not imagine the Temple of the White Rat leaving the Moorstone arm of the faith to struggle like this. Bishop Beartongue would be up in arms. "No, we need a different city," said Faison. "This place has failed on every possible level a state can fail, except that it's got an army under control of the Sea Lords. There's no government, no courts, no services. If your neighborhood's dock supports fall down, tough shit. You move, or you get a bunch of people together and figure out how to jam enough trash into place to hold the neighborhood together. We've got the rats' support, which is why we can do this much. But not even the rats' coffers can fund running the entire city. And even if they could, the Sea Lords would see that as a direct threat and we'd be out. And then who would take care of these people?" He spread his arms wide. "You're stuck," said Clara sympathetically, "trying to do the greatest good for the greatest number without getting shut down." "You have plucked the pearl from the meat, yes. The first thing the temple does when we expand to a new area is bring in healers and set up a soup kitchen," said Faison. "Once we're getting people fed, we worry about housing. At that point, it seems like you always need lawyers to represent people. Then we start worrying about general problem-solving, and we keep adding the ranks of solicitors sacrosanct. He passed a hand over his tightly cropped hair. "We've been stuck at the housing stage for about 100 years now. Short of raising an army and overthrowing the Sea Lords, I don't see us getting past that any time soon." "And the rat doesn't do that sort of thing," said Clara. Istvhan grunted. The white rat did not overthrow governments, although Istvhan was fairly certain that Bishop Bertung had more knowledge of the occasional targeted assassination than was entirely ethical. Not that she'd ever do it herself, of course. But it was something of an open secret among the upper ranks of the Solicitors Sacrosanct that people who called themselves sin-eaters came and went from the temple sometimes, and you didn't ask where they were going or what they were going to do when they got there. Still, it was entirely possible that whatever was going on here, simply offing a couple of these sea lords would only make it worse for a great many people. Or they're busy elsewhere, or they don't operate in this area. You can fit what I know about those people into a thimble, really. "I feel guilty for adding to your burdens," said Istvhan. "Of course you do. You're a paladin." Phazon shook his head while Clara muffled a snort. "The rat provides as best he can. He provided us a god-touched builder the other day, if you can believe it. This poor kid shows up fresh from the Forge God's temple, where his god actually handed him off to the rat somehow, and then it turns out he can do things with cantilevers and— I don't know, I don't understand how any of this works. I didn't know gods could actually trade staff." He rubbed his eyes. "Sorry, I'm babbling. I'm very tired. You're here, Paladin Istvhan, and I must believe that you will be the solution to a problem, or we will be the solution to yours. Tell me what I can do for you." Istvhan outlined his trip's mission quickly, and waited as Phazon digested it. "Huh," the man said finally. "I don't know of any headless corpses about, but that doesn't mean anything. I'm an organizer, not an intelligence gatherer, and half the things people tell me I forget. But we have people who can look into it." "Rather more pressingly," said Istvhan, "there is Domina Clara's problem." He gestured to her, and she recited her story. She seemed more absent than usual as she did it, or perhaps saying the same words over and over had worn the edges off them and made them an emotionless repetition of facts. Or perhaps, as always, she is too calm. Though she had not seemed too calm when he kissed her, and whether that was a good thing or a bad thing he did not know. "That seems a long way to go," said Phazon. "A very long way. Is there some reason, do you know, why someone would wish to kidnap your sisters?" Not a stupid man, thought Istvhan. Not that he'd expected someone highly ranked in the rat priest hierarchy to be anything less. Clara glanced at Istvhan. She had been fairly quiet since their kiss, and he did not know if it was because of that, or the city, or— "Well, take your pick, really. It's not like we don't have enough things going for a dozen people to brood over." "You had best tell him the truth," said Istvhan. "All of it." He held her eyes. "Better yet, show him. The rat works best if their hands are not tied." "Are you sure?" said Clara. "I am sure that he'll think we're completely mad if you don't transform and prove it. But I don't think that's what you're really asking. Your secret will be safe with him, or I will stand the reckoning." Phazon put up an eyebrow at the threat. Clara nodded and rose, unfastening her robes. Istvhan rose as well and put his back to the door. This was not the time when you wanted someone to come barging in. She dropped her robes to the floor in a puddle of fabric. "Ah," said Phazon. "You get used to it," said Istvhan. Saint's teeth, but the woman's ass was as majestic as her breasts. He wanted to grab her rounded hips in his hands and— Her skin rippled, and he stopped thinking about that and started worrying about whether or not the cramped office was big enough for the transformation. It was, but only just. 2 chairs were knocked over, and the desk groaned under the sudden weight of paws. "Hurroof," said the bear in Phaeton's face. The rather nice rat priest looked like he was about to scream, so Clara told the bear to go back down inside her skull. The bear did not much like the dark, enclosed room and the smell of tallow candles, so it obeyed. Phaeton said, "I, or words to that effect. "You get used to it," said Istvhan, who was guarding the door. Phaeton's mouth worked, and he blinked a few times. "Was that real?" he said finally. "Not an illusion?" Clara picked up her robes and began shrugging into them. "Quite real," she said. Her heart was thumping, partly from the physical strain of transformation, partly because you never knew when someone was going to react extremely badly. Fortunately, the rat chose his priests of sterner stuff. Phaeton sat back in his chair and began to laugh. "Incredible," he said. "I've heard stories of werewolves, but I didn't actually believe them." "In fairness, I've never met a werewolf," said Clara. "They might just be stories, but the nuns of my order are werebears." She wiped her nose. The scent of tallow and human and wood was still ringing in her head like a sound, mixed with the background cacophony of dead fish and salt water that characterized Moorstone. "We think they may have been kidnapped for a menagerie, or perhaps use in gladiatorial pits." Phaeton groaned. "The games. Yes, of course. See, Lord Antony has been touting his Draugos Legion for months. It would be quite a coup if one of the other sea lords could find something to match them." Clara felt his words like knives, the way the word amphitheater had felt weeks ago. "Right," said Phaeton. "Right, okay. Above my pay grade, way above. Let's take you to the bishop." Bishop Raoul Ann was a tall, leggy woman, as dark as Phaeton, but with pale hair pulled back in many narrow locks and secured with a metal comb. She looked up inquisitively at Phaeton as he entered. "You're not going to believe this," said Phaeton. "I'm not?" "Not in a million years." He sounded rather pleased about it. At least this office was a bit bigger, Clara thought. She waited while Istvhan and Phaeton explained things between them, and then called the bear up again. Raoul Ann was much calmer than Phaeton. She didn't scream or yelp or even stammer. Her brown eyes went very wide, and then she too began to laugh. "Oh my! Rat have mercy! How are you doing that?" It took Clara a moment to put the bear down again. It was displeased with all this coming and going. She got a mental image of a bird popping in and out of a hole in a tree, the closest the bear could manage to a dramatic monologue. She staggered a bit as she came out of the transformation. Istvhan grabbed her arm to steady her. "Sorry," she said. "Too many changes close together. Give me a moment." "Yes, of course," said Bishop Raoul Ann, as Istvhan guided her to a chair. "Yes. My goodness, that was real then." Clara nodded. "It's not an illusion," said Istvhan. "Or if it is, it covers all the senses, and also she gets about 8 feet tall." "That is one hell of a thing," she paused. "Ah, are you under a curse? Do you need it broken? Because I'll be honest, I've never seen anything like it, but we could send you to our healers." No, Clara managed to chuckle. "No, I was born like this. That's not the problem." She laid out her story yet again. Raoul Ann listened intently. Her questions were few and mostly to clarify timelines, and the extent of the transformation. When Clara had finished, she leaned back in her chair again, balancing on the back two legs, and rocked back and forth for a moment, thinking. "All right," said the bishop. "I can't keep you here. It's nothing personal. We just don't have space, and, well, if people are going to come hunting for a nun matching your description, I'd rather they didn't go through a bunch of sick and hungry people to get to them." "Completely fair," said Clara. "More than fair. I'd be devastated if I brought trouble to your temple." "We don't actually have the ability to protect you anyway," said Bishop Raoul Ann. "The rat doesn't call warriors, and it's hard to hire anybody when the army pays so much better. We've got a few retired fighters and bouncers in case of emergencies, but I doubt they can do half so much as you can on your own." "She's not alone," said Istvhan. "Yes, of course." "So much for your offer to leave me with the rat, Captain." Though if Clara was being fair, she couldn't fault him. She had only encountered smaller outposts of the White Rat's faith in her travels, but they had not been anything like this. It was clear that they were barely keeping their heads above water. It would have been cruel to simply dump her problem in their laps and expect protection as well as aid. "I'm sorry we can do so little. I know if you came from the south, you had reason to expect that the rat had a great many more resources to put at your disposal. As you've seen, though, Moorstone is different." "I'm sorry," said Istvhan. "I had no idea. I don't know if our bishop in Arkenhold has any idea." Raoul Ann shook her head. "Oh, they all know. That's not a complaint, incidentally. They've got their own flocks to maintain, and the rat sends a great deal of material support and manpower. We can only operate at such a level that will not get us shut down, and you're looking at it." She smiled faintly. "And more lawyers won't help anyway. You need actual laws for that to work beyond whatever the Sea Lords say. So we get by. And while we cannot defend you, we do have a spy network, albeit a somewhat specialized one. We can put that at your disposal." Clara inclined her head. "I'd be very grateful for anything they can turn up." "In addition," said the bishop, "we maintain a number of safe houses, and one of our priests is, eccentric but trustworthy. Of necessity, I fear. You will have to tell him the truth, but he will find it all fascinating and will not be the least alarmed." Her lips quirked. "I apologize for that. I imagine it is probably very tiresome to be fascinating." "It's better than being stoned in the streets," said Clara. "Yes, but one prefers to have more options available." She drummed her fingers on the desk. "Our information network, as I mentioned, is extensive but erratic. However, I can definitely put word out looking for any nuns arriving in barred wagons, or unusual prisoners slated for the gladiatorial pits. The Sea Lords introduce new challengers on the first new moon every month, so it will be at least a week. We have a little time." She paused, then leaned forward and touched Clara's hand without any apparent hesitation. "And I can promise you that the word would be everywhere about a group of nuns turning into bears in the pit, so we can be certain they have not yet been presented." Clara sat back in her chair and let out a long, shaky breath. Something in her chest loosened a little. "Thank you," she said. "That means more than you know." Raoul Ann nodded. "They may not be slated for the pit at all," she said. "We will make inquiries as we can, but this is not easy. The Sea Lords pay well to keep their amusements a surprise. One-upping one another is how they display their power." Clara nodded. "If that is all—" "Oh, no," said Faison, clearly amused. "There's more." "More than an ecclesiastical shape-changer," said Bishop Raoul Ann. "Good heavens! When I asked the rat to bring us something interesting, I should probably have been more specific."
Istvhan snorted. "Mine may not be urgent, though I fear it's just as unpleasant." He outlined the situation with the smooth men.
"And you think they've come to Moorstone?" asked Raoul Ann.
Istvhan spread his hands. "I think they're in the area. It's worth alerting the city watch if you can."
"There isn't one," said the bishop.
Clara had rarely seen Istvhan taken aback. "There isn't?"
"Ironically, one of the few good things the Sea Lords did in recent memory. They were a corrupt pack of bullies, extorting money from impoverished neighborhoods. Though I can't say that the Sea Lords did it out of altruism. The former watch got too ambitious, and their commander wanted to be made a Sea Lord himself. The army dealt with the problem."
She grimaced.
"It actually got a lot safer around here once they did. At least we've only got one Sea Lord per district sweeping through and extorting people." "I've yet to hear anything about the Sea Lords that I like," muttered Clara.
Raoul Ann shrugged.
"The 3 Dovekies are the least awful of the lot, and the best you can say about them is that they treat the lower classes like cattle, which means they think they should have food, water, and a decent place to sleep in order to maximize profits. We work primarily in Dovekey districts. The other 4, well, if you're thinking of going to the Sea Lords directly to ask about these clay men, I'd get that idea out of your head right now."
"How do we get word out then?" asked Istvhan. "Are there paladins?"
"No real tradition of paladins up here. They have a lot of gods of the sea, but if one of them calls a paladin, you get a god-touched privateer. Haven't heard of one recently, though. In the little villages they have the Benandanti, the good walkers, who banish demons and lay spirits to rest, but they're much more loosely knit and a lot less martial. We'll send word to community leaders, but—"
Raoul Ann steepled her fingers.
"I see why Arkenhold's bishop was reluctant to put word out. Start going after people with the wrong sort of expressions, and you're declaring open season on many vulnerable souls. And if you start warning people about severed heads and corpses, God knows what we'll get. God, what a mess." "Walking corpses sound a bit like Sea Lord Anthony's Draugos," said Phazon.
"You mentioned those before," said Istvhan. "What are they, and do they have eerily identical heads?"
"No, their heads are all different as corpses anyway. Supposedly he's got a tame necromancer who raises the drowned dead," said Phazon. "They're a great favorite in the arena because it's hard to kill the dead."
"A necromancer!"
Istvhan looked more appalled by this than he had been by any of the other myriad tyrannies of Moorstone.
"In public, working for a government official."
"I know," said Raoul Ann. "I know." She closed her eyes wearily. "In any decent society, we'd have paladins crawling out of the woodwork to put a stop to it. But the rat doesn't call paladins, and the Forge God's temple says they'll handle it just as soon as we can identify the necromancer, and we've got an army available as backup. The Sea Lords are like one of those families that all hate each other, but God forbid an outsider threaten any one of them. They'll band together in a heartbeat, and Moorstone, rat help us all, isn't an easily conquered city."
Istvhan grunted. Clara didn't blame him. Necromancy was like demons or rabies. In most of the world it transcended notions of right and wrong and blame and guilt. You just dealt with it as quickly and thoroughly as possible, and hoped like hell it didn't happen often. Fortunately, it was much rarer than either. "What about the Dreaming Gods people?"
Raoul Ann sighed. 2 death or glory charges. They didn't end in glory. We stopped asking. They're good people, but even for paladins they're dim. No offense intended, Paladin Istvhan? None taken. It's the sort of thing the Saint of Steel's chosen were for before. He trailed off, and no one moved to fill the gap. And no one else is appalled by the necromancer? No one with power? No one who can stop things? The bishop's smile was humorless. Welcome to Moorstone, Paladin Istvhan. We hope that you survive your stay. Chapter 29. It was early evening by the time they left the temple. The bishop took them to a man with heavy jowls and a massive gut and nimble ink-stained fingers. He took down the names and descriptions of the raiders, and of Clara's sisters, asking questions about each of them. Clara was embarrassed to realize that she could not remember what Sigrid's eye color was, or the abbess's height. "She always seems taller than she is," she said cautiously. "But she has a personality like that. I think perhaps she's actually rather short, but that's not how I remember her, and she walks slowly, as if she was thinking about each step in advance because her hips hurt her." Ironically, she could have recognized each of their scents, but that wasn't much use either. How did you explain the differences in sweat and skin and breath, when the convent all used the same kind of soap and wore the same kind of robes? And how did you put that into words that would mean anything to someone looking for them? Phazon explained about the bears. "And how much you choose to tell your people is up to you," he said. "I realize it sounds quite mad, but treat it as if it were written in the rat's own hand." The man's gaze flicked from Phazon to Istvhan to Clara, then back. He gave a single explosive grunt and began to write furiously. Clara had originally guessed that the man was a scribe, but changed her opinion to de facto spymaster as soon as Phazon said, "Your people." But he did not ask for proof or offer any comment. He simply took notes and then nodded to Phazon. "I'll get them out to people in the next day," he said. "Though it won't be quick, we'll focus on things related to the gladiatorial pit, but we only ever get to speak to some of the workers on their days off." He glanced over at Clara and gave her a small nod. "Your descriptions are good, though, sister. I believe we can work with these." "Please," she said, resisting the urge to throw herself at his feet and beg him to find her sisters. "It's been too long, and I'm afraid for what might happen." He nodded, and Phazon ushered them away into the dim streets of Moorstone. "Proctor Ethan is a little odd," warned Phazon. "A good man, the best, discreet, but odd." His delivery was rapid fire, as if he couldn't quite decide whether to warn them off or beg them to give the proctor a chance. Istvhan shrugged. "I've met many odd people," he said. "Arguably, I'm one of them." Phazon did not look encouraged by this. "Ah, yes. Well, somewhat." "What does he do?" asked Clara. "For the rat, I mean. Is he a lawyer?" "Oh, no. No. He cares for people's animals." Phazon must have caught their puzzled looks, because he ran a hand over his hair. "Moorstone's full of animals. There's a dovecote on every roof or a chicken coop. People have cats or terriers for the rats. Most inns keep a slop pig. Hell, a few of the old families even fish with cormorants still. So that's where Ethan comes in." "He heals animals?" hazarded Istvhan. "Nothing so grandiose. But this is one of the problems the rat has to solve." Phazon shook his head. You'll get people who won't leave a house that's literally halfway in the river because they're afraid they won't be able to take their dog, or who won't go to a healer, even if they're half dead, because they're afraid their chickens will starve with no one to feed them. If we can find them somewhere to go where they can take the dog or the cat or the chickens, that's the easiest, but a lot of times—" He lifted his hands, let them drop. "We have a couple people who handle relocation. We've actually got a few farms outside the city who will temporarily house poultry or doves or dogs, and thankfully there's a strong local belief that if you harm a cat, the ship's cats will learn of it and refuse to work, so the sailor temples step up there." Istvhan had a fairly good idea how the rat worked by now.
"And if there should be excess eggs or young cockerels or squab, and if people should be grateful for the rat's help and wish to donate that excess to the hungry."
Phazon grinned. "We solve each other's problems, Paladin Istvhan. It is all part of the rat's ministry. Ethan goes all over the city for people who need help but are afraid no one will care for their animals. So he's always out feeding the chickens so someone can actually visit the healer or whatever, and he helps take in some of the odder creatures, too." He paused. Do you like animals?" Istvhan very carefully did not look at Clara as he answered. She was wearing a heavy hooded cloak provided by the rat, but he could practically feel her eyes on him.
"Mostly, yes. I can't say I have much luck with horses or mules. Dogs like me."
"They don't like me," said Clara. "Not at first, anyway." She smiled faintly. "If their human acts as if I'm normal, they usually come around."
"Is it the scent?"
asked Istvhan, interested. "I imagine so," she shrugged. "Though cats don't seem to mind. As far as cats are concerned, my scent is in very poor taste, but most humans are in very poor taste, so they don't hold it against me." "Well, that's cats for you," Phazon nodded. They arrived at last at a very strange house. It had been built up in a gap between two much larger buildings, but even by the standards of Moorstone's somewhat eccentric architecture, this one was odd. The planks were enormous and curved outward in places, and if there was a straight angle in the place, Istvhan couldn't see it. It looked like a weaver nest built in wood instead of straw. "Huh," said Clara. Phazon hammered on the door, then stepped back and waited. After a minute he hammered again. "Sorry," he said apologetically. "He gets into the middle of something, and you have to keep reminding him you're here." After the fourth round of hammering, the door opened. The man in the doorway was short, slim, and wore the robes of a minor functionary of the White Rat. He had tied the long sleeves back, but the lower hem was dripping wet. "Phazon," he said, "it's you! Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep you waiting. I was just transferring the banded salamanders. They've laid eggs, you know, and you have to get them out of the jar before the eggs hatch or they tend to go to cannibalism, and no one wants that."
"Certainly we must avoid cannibalism," said
Istvhan, in his most diplomatic voice. Clara elbowed him in the ribs.
"What? Cannibalism is a real problem."
"Especially in salamanders," said Proctor Ethan. He was the sort of man who looked as if he should wear thick spectacles, but apparently nature had blessed him with decent vision. He grinned up at Istvhan and thrust out a hand. Istvhan shook. The man's hand was extremely damp, not in a sweaty fashion, but in a only recently extracted from a jar of salamanders fashion. They stepped inside. Phazon performed introductions all around. Clara pushed her hood back and shook Ethan's hand, and received the same soggy benediction. Ethan's home was an odd concoction of cabinets, nooks, and niches, each of them jammed with glass jars and enormous ceramic bowls. "It was an old ship," their host explained.
Most of one, anyway. A seer told the captain that as long as he stayed close to his ship, he'd never be ill in his life. When he retired, he had the ship dismantled and built his house out of the wood. There wasn't a lot of space, though, so he built up or around another building that was already here. It's a bakery now. Keeps everything warm even in winter. And then he still had wood left over, and he was afraid to lose any of it. So he had cabinets and shelves and staircases built all over. It's such a weird shape that hardly anyone wanted to live here for long, particularly since the doorways are all so low.
"I'd noticed," said Istvhan dryly, trading a glance with Clara. Both of them had almost bent double entering the room.
"I'm sorry," said Ethan. "I'll put you in the tall galley. You'll have to share with Maud."
"Maud," said Clara.
"She's a northern great toad. You'll love her. Everyone loves her, except mice, of course. It's a bit cold, that's the only thing. Maud likes cold. Most amphibians don't, of course."
He retied the strings on one sleeve.
"Anyway, I love the house because there's so many places to store my jars."
"Did it work?" asked Istvhan.
"Did what work?"
"Keeping the wood from the ship. Did the captain ever get ill?"
"Oh, no," Ethan grinned. "He lived to be nearly 100, and then he was stabbed. By a jealous husband, if the stories are to be believed."
Istvhan felt a strong urge to remove his hat. He wasn't wearing one, so he settled for putting a hand over his heart. Phazon had waited patiently through all of this, and now cleared his throat.
"There's a reason we need them to stay with you," he said, "and it requires utmost discretion."
Ethan blinked.
"Oh," he said,
sounding rather more focused.
"Yes, of course. Is someone after them?"
"Someone would be if they knew who they were." Phazon glanced over at Clara.
"Do they know Sister Clara by sight?"
"The original raiders would, but it seems unlikely that they are looking," said Clara, thinking. "I am fairly distinctive, I grant you, but the people who know that I am still alive were mostly killed in the attack." She paused. "I won't swear that one or two might not have survived and ridden hell for leather here, though."
"Oh, dear. May I know why?"
Clara glanced at Phazon. He nodded. "Is it wise so soon?" asked Istvhan worriedly. He didn't like how pale she got when she stacked transformations so close together.
"I'll be ravenous afterward," she said. "But no one ever believes you unless you show them."
She stripped off her cloak and then her robes. Istvhan took them. Ethan's mouth fell open. Phazon gazed at the ceiling. Istvhan kept his gaze firmly above her collarbone, because if he looked any lower, naked lust was going to cross his face and make everyone uncomfortable. She dropped down to her hands and knees, surprising him. And again with the low ceilings. Oh, gods, the things we could do with her in that position. He looked at Ethan instead, who had turned scarlet and was starting to back away. The pressure in the room changed. The jars rattled softly on the shelves. The room was suddenly a great deal more crowded, and Ethan's jaw, already hanging open, looked in danger of imminent dislocation.
"Oh, my,"
he said softly.
"Oh, my heavens! Oh, by the rat's tail and toes! What are you?"
"A person," said Istvhan, hearing the harshness in his voice and trying to pull it back. "A sister of the Order of St. Ursa. This is the gift their saint gives them."
"Oh, my, yes. And you're real, ma'am."
"Roof." If a bear could roll its eyes, Clara did.
"And you can do this voluntarily, at will, not under the full moon?"
"Roof."
"May I touch you?"
Istvhan was astonished at the strength of his reaction to this. "Am I jealous of this reedy little man with his salamanders?" He had absolutely no right to be jealous. He didn't. He had no claim on Clara, except that he had kissed her a few times and stabbed her once. Stabbing someone did not count as an exclusive relationship. The bear sighed and stepped forward. Ethan sank to his knees and buried his hands in the bear's fur, then began a quick physical examination. "Can you open your mouth?" "Thank you." He peered into the bear's jaws, clearly unconcerned by the massive canines. Over his shoulder, the bear gave Istvhan a "do you see what I have to put up with" look. "Incredible! And you eat raw meat in this form?"
"Haw!"
the bear said, which Istvhan assumed was as close as it could get to a ruff with its mouth open.
"And it doesn't upset your digestion? What if you turn into a human with a stomach full of raw meat?"
"Haw!"
I didn't quite catch that.
"I believe she is saying, 'I cannot answer with my mouth open,'" said Istvhan.
The bear shot him a look that he chose to believe was gratitude. It was not an expression that came easily to ursine features.
"Oh, yes, of course. I'm so sorry. Please turn back if you like."
Clara materialized on her hands and knees. Istvhan hurriedly dropped the robe over her shoulders, even though he was quite sure that Ethan's interest was purely academic. "Thanks," she said. He offered her a hand up and she took it, which worried him a bit. Was she woozy? "Forgive me, but do you have something to eat?" she asked, looking over at Ethan. "A lot of changes today, and I'm starving."
"Of course. I'm sorry. I should have offered—"
"Oh, dear. What would you like?" "Anything," she said, "provided there is a lot of it." Ethan vanished into the back room and emerged with a loaf of bread and some dried fish. Clara's eyes lit up. They settled at a small table, and Clara proceeded to tear the bread apart with her hands and devour it like a starving wolf.
"Sorry,"
she mumbled, through a mouthful of crust.
"Normally not a barbarian."
"This is incredible." Ethan patted down his robes until he extracted a small, grubby notebook and a stub of pencil.
"You're an actual bear? Do you breed true in bear form?"
Clara paused, bread halfway to her lips. "I haven't tried." The proctor blinked at her.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, of course. That was a very personal question. Do you have any children? Are they human?"
Faison cleared his throat. "Perhaps we could discuss this later," he said. "Ethan, may they stay with you?"
"Yes, of course."
Privately, Istvhan suspected that Ethan would try to stop them from leaving, at least until his questions were answered.
"Oh, dear. Do you also need bear food?"
"Most human food is perfectly good bear food," said Clara.
"Yes, but does it go the other way? That's what I was trying to ask earlier. If you eat raw meat or carrion as a bear, does it disagree with you as a human?"
"I try to avoid eating carrion."
"Yes, of course."
Ethan made a note.
"What about the size of the meal? If you eat as a human, are you full as a bear? If you eat a large meal as a bear and turn back into a human, what happens to the extra food? And the waste products from the food, how do they scale?"
Faison caught Istvhan's eye. "We'll be in touch," he murmured, moving toward the door. "Contact us if you need anything, and try not to go out in the city too much."
"All right,"
said Ethan, as the door closed behind him.
"Let's talk about your Mass."
Clara glanced at Istvhan.
"I can just pray the rosary for the saint. She doesn't get upset if there aren't regular services for her."
Ethan blinked a few times, looking a bit like a frog himself.
"Oh, no! Your Mass, your personal Mass, your weight. You're much larger as a bear. Where does it go when you're a human? Where does it come from when you're a bear?"
"It's part of St. Ursa's blessing."
"So a miracle, then."
He wrote this down.
Do you have any sensation of getting lighter or heavier when you change?"
"No," said Clara, finishing off the last of the bread and starting on the strips of dried fish.
"I have the sensation of the bear coming forward or going back in my head. It eclipses everything else." "Oh, fascinating! So the bear is a separate entity?"
"It feels separate." Clara glanced at Istvhan again. He shrugged helplessly. "I'm just a paladin, Domina. I've never been a bear."
"Right. Well, I can't tell you if it's actually separate, or if we're just trained to think of it as a separate being. It feels like,
She waved her hands, clearly searching for a word.
"Are you familiar with intrusive thoughts?" "Oh, yes. You don't want to think them, but then they get thought anyway." "More or less. I don't have intrusive thoughts. I have an occasional intrusive bear."
That was interesting. Istvhan rested his chin on his hand. "I suppose we who follow the Saint of Steel think of the battle tide as something separate from us as well. Perhaps if we were bears instead of berserkers, we would treat it the same way." Ethan continued to pepper Clara with questions, while she systematically worked her way through the fish.
"And the change comes on when?" "Aha! Fascinating. And the full moon?" "Nothing. So much for the stories. Do you heal faster?" "Oh, that's interesting."
Istvhan waited until she had finished eating before he felt obliged to intervene. "Proctor Ethan," he said, "I thank you for your hospitality. It is very kind. And I am certain that Domina Clara will answer any questions you have over the course of our stay. But we have had a very long day that began very early, and she had been changing form more times in rapid succession than is healthy."
"Oh,"
Ethan set down his notepad.
"Yes, of course. I'm so sorry. You're just very fascinating, Domina." "So I'm told," muttered Clara. "Please come this way."
He led them down a set of steps under a low lintel. Both Istvhan and Clara ducked, and down a hallway lined with even more jars. "So you keep salamanders," said Istvhan.
"Not just salamanders. Amphibians are my great love. But I've kept a great many animals over the years. When people pass away with a pet no one else knows how to take care of. And in a city like this," he waved a hand, "lots of sailors get very unusual pets. Parrots are the least of it. Snakes, lizards, monkeys. Gods, do not even talk to me about monkeys. The rat wants us to live peacefully alongside our fellow creatures, but I do not think he meant monkeys."
A noise came from behind Istvhan that sounded very much like a lay sister strangling a laugh. The tall galley was much cooler than the rest of the house. It was long and narrow, but fortunately as tall as the name implied. Istvhan straightened up with a sigh of relief and felt the vertebrae in his neck crackle. There were no beds as such, but one wall sported a wide built-in bench that ran the length of the galley. The bench was padded and heaped with pillows and folded blankets. The other wall had a fireplace, though no fire had been built, and stacks of firewood lining the wall on either side. Ethan knelt in front of the hearth.
"It still won't be terribly warm," he said apologetically. "This bit is actually below street level, so the wind off the river hits it and the heat from the bakery doesn't reach this far. But we'll warm it up a bit, and there's tons of blankets."
"We've been sleeping under a wagon," said Istvhan, "mostly to keep the rain and the frost off. We're used to being cold at night."
Ethan looked appalled. "Good heavens, we can certainly do better than that."
"A fire would be heavenly," said Clara, sitting down on the bench. There were dark circles under her eyes. She kicked off her sandals and slumped against a stack of blankets.
"I could fall asleep right here."
"Feel free," said Istvhan. "I don't think we need to save the world or climb any mountains tonight."
"Thank Saint Ursa."
She stretched out on the bench, leaning back against the stack of blankets.
"Wake me when it's time for dinner, or breakfast, or... never mind, maybe I'll just sleep."
Istvhan had planned to watch over her sleep, like a good paladin would in a strange house, but his eyes struggled to stay open. After Ethan padded out, wishing them a good evening, he draped a blanket over Clara, pulled one over himself, and became instantly dead to the world. Chapter 30. Istvhan woke early, not out of any particular virtue, but because he had slept in his chain hauberk, which was a generally terrible idea. He was stiff in muscles that he had forgotten existed. He stared at the ceiling, waiting to see if the gods loved him enough to send him a Zeus, preferably a little old woman with a bent back and hands like the claws of death. In Istvhan's experience, such women were just this side of divinity. The gods ignored him. Istvhan sighed and got up. He spent most of an hour in the courtyard, stretching and doing sword drills, until at least everything hurt more or less equally, then slung his sword belt back around his hips and went inside. He paused in the doorway of the tall galley, partly to make sure that his head cleared the low lintel, partly because Clara was sitting on the bench inside, her head tilted back against the wall, her eyes closed. She had a knotted string in front of her, and her lips moved silently as she drew another knot tight. Of course, she has no rosary beads. Istvhan wondered if he could find her a set, if that was a gift she could accept from him. Mind you, if you're trying to seduce her, a rosary is not the sort of gift that makes one think of bed sports. Yes, but it would mean something to her, more than just a silly lover's gift, something that matters to her like she matters to me. Distant warning bells went off in his head at the thought. He straightened, banged his head on the lintel anyway, and Clara's eyes flew open. She smiled sympathetically as Istvhan rubbed the top of his skull.
"I've done it twice this morning already."
He lowered himself to the bench next to her and stretched his legs out. "Doing well otherwise?"
She looked away.
"Let me see. How is my Domina dictionary coming along?" He raised his hands as if flipping through invisible pages. "Was that, I am not doing well, but I don't wish to complain?" She snorted. "Ah, that's, yes, but how dare you call me out like that? I know that one." Clara gave him a reluctant laugh, and he felt as if he'd won a prize.
"Do you have a dictionary like that for everyone you know?"
"Only the ones I care about," he said. She inhaled. He waited, not willing to push any farther.
"This is going to drive me mad," she said finally,
gesturing around her. Istvhan took it to mean the city, not the room itself, which was inoffensive as rooms went, low doorways aside. "The waiting is always hard," he offered.
"It's not just that," said Clara. "The waiting is miserable, yes. But it's the fact that I'm not doing anything. I know the Rat's people will be better at this than I would be. There's a lot more of them, and they're in positions to know who to ask and how to ask without raising suspicion. I know I'd blunder through like a bull in a cathedral and cause more problems. It's just—" She let her hands drop into her lap. "It's hard for me to trust that things are really happening if I'm not the one doing them."
"Ah," said Istvhan. "You have never had to learn to delegate."
"No. There's only the one of me traveling."
"It's a useful skill to learn." He reached out and took her hand, very aware that it was in her lap, and that meant that his fingers were mere inches from somewhere dangerous. He rubbed his thumb across her fingertips, feeling the rasp of calluses, hoping that he was moving slowly enough. Maddeningly seductive is good. Maddeningly pushy is bad, though it is beginning to seem that I must remind her every day that I am interested, or she finds a way to talk herself out of it, or convince herself that I've changed my mind. He wondered if she thought he was fickle, or if she thought so little of herself that she expected men to lose interest after 5 minutes. Clara raised an eyebrow at him. I don't have any underlings to delegate things to. It doesn't require underlings, just people you trust. I don't have many of those either. Ah, he smiled. That's a different matter. You should always have someone you can trust. I trust my sisters with my life, she said, looking away. And I trust my brothers, though many of my brothers are very broken people, so trust becomes a combination of my faith in them and my understanding of what they can and cannot do. She twisted her lips sideways, clearly thinking this through. I suppose that you're right. I trust my sisters with my life, but I would not ask the abbess to pull me up a cliff. She would absolutely wish to, but she's physically unable, at least as a human. There, you see? Trust is 1 part faith and 1 part predictability. It seems very cold when you put it that way. Istvhan raised his eyebrows. Perhaps, but it also means that we love our friends enough not to put them in situations where they will be called upon to do things that they cannot do. He lifted their clasped hands a little, let them fall. Galen, for example. He is my brother in arms, and I would die for him, but I do not put him in situations where he has to share sleeping quarters with another person. The nightmares? Not entirely. If you wake him from a nightmare, it can trigger the battle tide. He's gotten better. Now he is sometimes violent, but he has not gone berserk for some years. But he is very afraid of what he might do, unknowing. Clara shook her head. All that from the death of a god. We all paid a price, he said quietly. Mine, I think, was very light compared to the others. Stephen lost his will to live for anything but duty. Shane lost his certainty, and Galen lost control. The others. And what did you lose? He had known that those mild brown eyes could become sharp, but it still unsettled him. Usually he would have deflected such a question, but it seemed like they were past a time for secrets. I think, perhaps, my ability to let anyone closer than arm's length. I am amusing and rather too clever for my own good, and so it is easy for me to be liked. But once you have had a god inside your soul and lost it, anything more... She nodded. Perhaps that's why I'm doing this so badly, he said. I care for you. We are friends, I think, and perhaps more. Her eyes were shadowed. He did not know whether to say more or scramble to take back what little he had said. He could have let it go. A sensible man would have. But he was a paladin, and they were prone to self-flagellation, if not literally, at least metaphorically. Do you want me to leave you here? I promised that I would. He paused, and then, Doc Mason's advice ringing in his head, he added, I am hoping very much that you will say no. Clara took a deep breath and let it out again. I must stay calm, she said. She lifted her free hand and rubbed her sternum. When she is driving herself mad trying to shove all her feelings down, that is where she feels it instead. I must. It's not just my life in the balance. But at this point, I think, being alone in a strange city would be just as hard. And the waiting. And who knows that I won't snap and do something completely mad, like trying to single-handedly raid this Colosseum on my own. Relief surged through him with an intensity he hadn't expected. Well, he said, at least this way there'd be 2 of us. She laughed, though she didn't meet his eyes. It will be all right, he said. I know what it's like to have a feeling so strong it overwhelms you. I'm here. "For how long?" she asked, covering his hand with hers. "For as long as you need me," he said, and there was absolutely no choice after a statement like that but to kiss her. His lips were half an inch from hers, and then the door to the galley slammed open.
"Sorry to bother you. I just need to check on Maud," said Ethan. "Ah, Sir Istvhan, would you mind holding a toad?"
Istvhan looked at Clara. Clara looked at Istvhan. She choked back a laugh because the alternative was to scream. "I suppose we are all called to serve in our own ways," said Istvhan, rising to his feet. "Will I get warts?"
"That,"
said Ethan, with more venom than Clara had ever heard him express,
"is a slanderous myth."
He fumbled around in the space behind the woodpile.
"She's usually down here. Let me just... there you are, sweetheart."
He emerged with the largest toad that Clara had ever seen. It was nearly the size of a cat, with enormous golden eyes and a baleful expression.
"She doesn't live in a jar, I take it?" "No, I got her a very nice jar, but she hated it. Prefers to lurk about down here. Let me get a look at you, Maud. Yes, good. Weight is fine."
"The jars are impressive," said Clara,
"but those tubs upstairs amaze me. You must have very fine potters here." "Oh, yes," said Ethan. "The leeward has the best potters around. Enormous clay banks along the river, you see."
He handed Maud over to Istvhan. She looked disgruntled, but every toad that Clara had ever encountered looked disgruntled, so it probably didn't signify.
"Fortunately, rich people demand perfection, and poor people can afford the stuff that doesn't quite pass muster."
The beast of the leeward. Clay banks. Istvhan met Clara's eyes over Ethan's head. It was the most tenuous of links, barely even circumstantial evidence, and yet... She lost the next few words of their conversation, trying to map the area in her head. The leeward was across the river and upstream, partly sheltered from the wind off the ocean by a quirk of topography. Many more trees along there than on this side, which received the full brunt. Something could hide there, certainly, but what?
"Necromancer,"
said Ethan, bringing her back to the conversation.
"No, I don't know anything about that. They're bad, I hear. Very bad. Sorry, here, if you could just hold her here. Don't drop her. They're not good at being dropped."
Two things came clear to Clara simultaneously. The first was that if she did not find something to occupy him, Istvhan was going to try to hunt down the rumored necromancer. The second was that, God help her, she might go with him.
"I've got to get him out of here," she thought. "Or distracted or something. We've got days until the Rats people come back with information. If he sits here brooding over it, he'll work himself up to... what was it the bishop said? A death or glory charge?"
If he did, Clara couldn't very well let him go alone. One paladin would have no chance. One paladin and a bear still had no chance. But they'd take a lot more of the enemy down when they went.
"If I thought we might succeed..."
Necromancers were anathema. To die removing one was a trade that any paladin would gladly make. Any nun of St. Ursa as well.
We can't. We can't. We need to help my sisters, and that means I need to get Istvhan's mind off necromancers.
The obvious thing to do would be to screw his brains out, which would have been enjoyable, but it had its own perils. Clara knew she was on the brink of falling in love.
"Oh, be honest. You've slid over the brink and are trying to catch yourself before hitting the bottom. And if he's in your bed, in your arms... No, you'll hit so hard you leave a crater."
She braced herself for the inevitable panicky tightness in her chest at the thought. It didn't come. Instead, she found herself vaguely annoyed with herself.
Still angsting about this? Really? It's inevitable. You know it is.
She gazed at him across the room. He was turned away from her, holding the large, rather annoyed-looking toad, while Istvhan expounded on its magnificence. She already knew what his expression would be, the good-natured bemusement of a man reflecting on the choices that had brought him here.
Such a glorious inevitability, too.
He was not wearing armor, and the long, sinewy line of his arms would have set a far more chaste woman than Clara salivating. She traced the curve of shoulder down into bicep with her eyes, and wished she could trace it with her fingers, or possibly her tongue. But if she did succumb, what if he regretted it? What if he woke in the morning thinking that he just engaged in some kind of bestiality? And even if she dodged that pitfall, what about the far more prosaic possibility that Istvhan simply wanted to bed her and then move on?
My ability to let anyone closer than arm's length.
Men, even paladins, were not always known for their constancy. Hell, the paladins of the dreaming god were notoriously randy. She'd never heard that about the Saint of Steel, but that probably didn't signify, since Istvhan was the first one she'd ever met.
And let's not kid ourselves. You may give as good as you get in bed, but do you really think that you're enough to distract a paladin from taking down an abomination, particularly for days on end?
No. Making a paladin, or a priest, or a nun, or even a lay sister, choose between a human and their god was almost always a losing proposition. Fortunately, she had another idea.
Istvhan?
He turned to her, still brandishing the toad. The toad glared between his fingers. Domina?
Since we've got a few days to wait...
She rose to her feet. He smiled at her, eyebrows lifting.
What say you we investigate this leeward beast of yours?
Domina, he said, his eyes dark with pleasure and something else. Something almost feral, a hunter hard on the scent of prey. I thought you'd never ask. Chapter 31.
So how do you plan to do this?
Asked Clara the next morning, as they left Moorstone behind, on the far side of the river this time.
It seems like grabbing strangers at random and demanding that they tell you about monsters would be a tad conspicuous.
Pshaw! He actually said pshaw, too, which Clara had never actually heard pronounced by anyone who was not at least 80 years old, usually with mutton-chop whiskers. She gazed at him in mild astonishment. Far too conspicuous, Domina. We shall be as subtle as serpents.
Oh, shall we? How exactly?
I, said Istvhan, am going to buy people drinks. 3 bars later, Clara had to admit that Istvhan's technique had a great deal to recommend it. He would enter an inn and buy a beer. Then he would tell the bartender that he was traveling through, but he'd heard about the so-called Beast of the Leeward. Since Istvhan had a loud, carrying voice, he could generally expect someone to come up to the bar and claim to have seen the beast, whereupon Istvhan would buy them a drink. Someone else would show up to say the first person was lying or drunk, because they had seen the beast themselves. Clara, who came in a few minutes after Istvhan, would find someone, preferably female, sitting quietly in the corner. As the conversation at the bar got louder, she would roll her eyes, look over to the quiet woman and say,
There was a terrible murder in my hometown about a decade ago. There were no witnesses at the time, but it's amazing how many people apparently saw what happened. I'm surprised the murderer had room to swing the axe for the crowd that must have been there.
Her chosen mark would usually snort acknowledgment, glance at the bar, roll her eyes as well, and then tell Clara how the only person she believed was her cousin, or brother or aunt or friend, who had said something totally different. When they were done talking, Clara would exit the bar, and a few minutes to an hour later Istvhan would disentangle himself and report what he'd learned. Most of it squared with what Doc Mason had told them. There had been something. It had scared people senseless. It had left mutilated corpses in its wake, both of people and animals. Some of the bodies were headless, yes, but a lot more seemed to have been ripped up by some kind of animal, particularly around the head and torso. "I don't know if it's the smooth men," said Istvhan. "Sure, a decapitation could have grown in the telling to this, but it could also have simply been an animal."
Clara nodded. "Maybe it's all a wild goose chase," she said.
"Maybe. Still, someone has to check," Istvhan groaned as they approached the fourth inn. They had been working their way west along the river, which was fairly well settled, though the little towns bled into each other after a while. "Oh, gods, I don't know if I can handle another beer."
"You are hardly touching them," said Clara, amused. "I've been watching you, and you never take more than a sip or two."
"A sip or two too many. It's all rice beer, and they flavor it with beach plum. I never could stand fruit beers."
"Order something else?"
"Something else is wine. Beach plum wine, or brandy. 3 guesses what it's made out of."
"Clearly you are on the horns of a dilemma."
"I hate horny dilemmas, Domina."
Clara was still trying to think of a response when Istvhan swept through the door to suffer another round of beach plum. In the end, it took 6 inns before they got a lead of any interest. Clara ended up talking to a barmaid, who said that her brother had nearly been taken by 2 men, not a monster, and if you asked her, it was a couple of killers working together. "All that stuff about a beast is just a bag of moonshine. People don't want to think regular people are capable of that kind of thing." "I imagine, working here, you've seen a lot of what people are capable of," said Clara. "Have I ever?" Her voice was heavy with disillusionment. Clara put her age at about 20 and felt positively antediluvian.
"2 men could be the smooth men," said Istvhan afterward, "or just a regular pair of killers, naturally."
"Naturally."
Istvhan rubbed his forehead. "Let's get dinner at this next one," he suggested. "It's getting late enough that people are coming in for the evening, and that's a lot of beach plum to suffer through on an empty stomach." The 7th inn served rice, crayfish, and pickled beach plums. Clara smothered a laugh. The crayfish at least was excellent.
"Shall we call it a night?" she asked,
stealing the beach plums off Istvhan's plate.
"Or one more?"
"One more," said Istvhan. Clara suspected that left to his own devices, Istvhan would keep saying "one more" until dawn or beach plum poisoning, whichever came first.
"Oh, well, if he keeps going too long, I'll tell him I'm tired and need a break. And better plums than necromancers."
"One more," said Istvhan, 2 hours later.
"This is the 3rd one more we've done," said Clara. She sounded amused more than annoyed. "Do I have to hit you over the head to make you call it a night?"
"Possibly."
Istvhan didn't want to add that if they stopped at an inn, they'd have to get either a room or 2 rooms, and he didn't know which it was going to be, and was a little afraid to find out.
"If it's 2 rooms, then I have to worry that she'll decide I decided I wasn't interested after all. And if it's 1 room, then, well, either it would go very, very well or very, very awkwardly."
He had never particularly minded making a fool of himself, but Clara mattered. He glanced over at her as she walked beside him.
Twilight was already spreading in the shadows of the buildings and starting to creep into the street. Her skin seemed luminous in the dim light, and the cloak added bulk to her shoulders, making her the same size as Istvhan. In a world that was often too small for him, where chairs and beds were never quite large enough, Clara seemed like an expatriate from a shared homeland, from some country he could not remember but very much wanted to visit. She turned her face toward him, a questioning smile on her lips. Probably she was about to ask where the next inn was. Probably he should kiss her, and keep on kissing her until there was never any question of his interest. Her eyes met his, and she must have read something there, because something flickered in her gaze. Her smile grew more puzzled, and a line deepened between her eyes.
"Hey, young man, wait!"
An old man came hobbling after them. He had a seamed face and walked with a cane. "Can I help you?" asked Istvhan politely, sensing that the moment had passed. The man shrugged.
"Not a question of help,"
he said, gesturing back towards the inn they had come from.
"Heard some of the stories that those fools were feeding you about the beast. Wasn't that way at all."
"You saw the beast yourself?" asked Clara. He looked over at her.
"Aye, but no one listens to me. Saw it the night before that first girl was taken. Didn't know what it was. Everybody tells stories after it got famous, but me, I saw it long before then, and got laughed at for my pains."
He spat on the ground. "No laughing here," said Istvhan. "I'd rather hear from someone who saw it before they had an idea in their head what they were supposed to be seeing." The old man pointed his cane at Istvhan.
"Yes, exactly. And it was a beast. Anyone who says they saw a man didn't see what I saw. Nor was it a wolf either. That was just foolishness."
"A bear?" said Clara, in a voice so neutral that Istvhan could feel his ears turning beige.
"Pfft! A bear'd do no such thing. Maybe if it had the hydrophobia, but it wouldn't last more than a week. No, the thing I saw."
His voice dropped and he looked around. "I lived in the next town over. My daughter's man, he hauled pottery for a living back then, was coming back with him one night late, and I saw a thing I've never seen afore or since." Clara and Istvhan both leaned forward. The old man's eyes sparkled appreciatively. Istvhan wondered how long it had been since he'd had such a rapt audience. "It went on all fours, but it didn't move right. Had a limp, not like mine here, but like all its legs were wrong. Like a spider that got half swatted, still crawling around. Thin legs and a thick body like that. Maybe the size of a sheep, nothing like a bear. And there was something coming out of its back. And you'll say I was drunk, but I wasn't. I was helping my daughter's man, and you don't drink when you got fragile cargo." He studied their faces, and must have decided they weren't going to claim he was drunk. "Sounds mad, but I swear by the river giant, it had some kind of face on its back. That was its head, the thing on its back, not where you'd expect an animal to have a head." "A face?" Istvhan and Clara glanced at each other. "Can you tell us more?" "Aye, it was the next town over, though on the far side of it. Picking up a delivery at the old porcelain works we were. The road wound around, away from the river, because there's a mucky spot there, an oxbow lake filled in with trees, can't take a wagon through it. My daughter's man, Singh, stopped to repack some dishes, said they were clinking too much and were near to breaking. I stepped into the trees to tend to some personal business, begging your pardon, young lady." Clara grinned. "I've occasionally had to attend to such business myself, sir." "Well, you know then. It was in a patch of trees that I saw it.
moving like a crushed spider, one leg at a time, and dragging some of the others sideways. I saw it, and it saw me, and it came rushing at me as fast as it could. And then it was a race, because I had a bum leg then, too. He slapped the side of his thigh. I got to the wagon yelling at Sing to forget the damn dishes, and he looked up and saw it coming. Then he let out a yell too and jumped in the wagon, and a damn good thing because the donkey wasn't having any of it. Took off faster than I'd ever seen that animal move, and I'd known her from a foal. He shuddered. I looked back and saw it standing there in the road, one side of it kind of slumped over, and that face on its back staring at me. Donkey didn't slow down until we were nearly at the river. Only lost one set of dishes, though. Istvhan exhaled, mind whirling. The old man looked back and forth between them. It's true, he said. I know how it sounds. My son-in-law saw it too, although he's 3 years in the grave and can't tell you himself.
No, no, said Clara hurriedly. We believe you. We,
Saw something like that once ourselves, said Istvhan, coming to the rescue. Not here. A long way away, on the other side of the mountains. It was the old man's turn to lean in. Never say so. When? 5 years ago, said Istvhan, pulling the number out of thin air. After the beast left here. The old man exhaled through his nose. Did it kill anyone there? He asked bleakly. It was that bleakness, as much as the story of a head on a creature's back, that inclined Istvhan to believe the man's tale. Most of what he'd been told had been from people vying to describe how huge and horrible the beast was, and every death added weight to their story. The more deaths, the better the story, as long as the deaths were far away in time or distance. Clara looked at him, waiting for him to answer. A few people, said Istvhan. A man I knew killed it. The body was already dead, you see. But the head was a magic thing riding it. He smashed it. Which was the truth, or close enough, and no sense saying that it had only been one of the saint knew how many others. Their informant let out a long, long breath. Thank the gods, he said. Thank the river giant. I tell you, young man, I haven't slept that well since that night, thinking it was still out there. We're trying to find out where it came from, said Clara. Can you tell us anything more about where you saw it? The old man considered. The delivery was from the old porcelain works, like I said. They're out of business now. One fell to the beast, and his husband couldn't go on after that. Took the heart out of him. A couple little houses, though I don't know if anybody's still in them. The only other thing on that road is Stakis's pottery. He rubbed the side of his nose. Odd one, Stakis. Some people know more than they let on, but him, I think he knows less than he actually knows, if you understand me. Slow? Asked Istvhan, wondering what the local euphemisms were and how to navigate them. Not exactly. Not so you'd call him simple, like. You could tell him you were sick, and he'd say he was sorry to hear it. And then you'd have to tell him that meant you weren't coming to pick up a load because he couldn't connect the two. It wasn't mean. He just couldn't put two and two together. Knew his way around clay, though. You think he might have seen the beast, though? The old man shrugged helplessly. Maybe. It was in that area. Whether he's still alive or if he'd think to connect whatever he saw to the beast, though, your guess is as good as mine. He shook his head. There's not much left out that way anymore. I hear tell of odd people coming and going sometimes, though, so be careful if you do wander that direction. Could be no more than a drifter or two down on their luck. But it wouldn't be the first time a band of thieves made use of one of the old potteries as a base of operations. I'd be on your guard. Always, said Istvhan, and meant it. Chapter 32. What do you think?
asked Clara softly, as they took the road around the Oxbow Lake. It was just as the old man had described, although in even worse repair. It was well and truly dark now, and although Clara went through life with the understanding that she was easily the most dangerous thing in the woods, there was still something here that made her want to whisper. "Matches up with what Doc Mason told us," said Istvhan. "And the face in the creature's back, that screams Smoothman to me. If one's body fell apart, and the only thing left for it was to put it on an animal, I could see it. But then again, who knows? It's been nearly a decade, and we know they can work anywhere with a big enough kiln, so they may have left."
"And after a decade, there may not be anything left to find," Clara frowned. "Though nobody would have made the connection to clay and potteries back then, so possibly we could turn something up. The old porcelain works, perhaps, or this Stakis person?"
"Porcelain works first, I think."
Armed with the old man's directions, they continued along the curve of the road. Dead leaves rustled in the copse of trees, and Clara heard a twig snap. Even knowing that it wasn't nearly loud enough for anything human-sized, it made her nerves tingle. "Don't be absurd. What, do you think they're putting clay heads on squirrels now?"
The mental image should have been funny, but it wasn't. She wished she hadn't thought of it.
Istvhan looked over his shoulder at the woods. "I could change," she suggested, "if you're worried about something there."
Realistically, there can't really be any predator big enough to require that, is there? I'm just twitchy. Too many ambushes in the last month."
Clara chuckled. Istvhan smiled, but looked back over his shoulder again.
"That said, do you have the energy to change and then change back? I'm wondering about the smells."
"I should be okay." Clara handed him her pack and slid her cloak off her shoulders. He averted his eyes as she undressed, which she found somewhat amusing. "You always look away when I do this," she said. "Is the change that unsettling?"
"I've never gotten a good look," he said, surprising her. "It seems like I should be able to see it happen, but somehow I don't. You stand up a bit, and then there's a shadow, and then you're a bear."
She paused, holding the robe up to her chest. "That's what it looks like when my sisters change, too. I've seen it hundreds of times, and I miss it every time. I can usually feel it coming on before someone else does it, and I still never catch it."
"Oh,"
he met her eyes, keeping his gaze on her face.
"What does it feel like?"
"The beast wakes a little, as if it senses someone coming. It's how we teach the novices not to change in their sleep. As soon as your beast starts to mutter, you dump a glass of water on whatever girl is about to go over."
"What if someone doesn't plan to change? Can you do it spontaneously?"
"Yes, although usually I have to be panicked or angry. And then you don't get any warning, which is dangerous, because the beast doesn't like surprises. And another bear suddenly appearing is very surprising. Right, I'm getting cold. One moment." She tossed the robe to him and asked the beast to come forward. The world got brighter, and then the smells covered everything. River, swamp, mud, tree, small animal, dry grass. The mud here had a thick algal scent, a gray-brown taste of clay, and Istvhan, of course, a beacon of metal and leather and sweat and ginger muscle rub, and a trace of plum. The bear didn't understand humor, but Clara laughed internally. Nothing like the burnt carrion smell of the claymen. She changed back, shaking her head. Istvhan held out her robe, and she stepped into it. "If it isn't the change that bothers you," she said, as he dropped the robe lightly around her shoulders, "why do you never look?" His breath touched the back of her neck like a caress.
"I would like to very much," he murmured, "but you've never given me permission."
"What the hell is wrong with me?" thought Clara, pulling on the cloak. "Love or not, I should have been riding this man until we both walked funny."
but not in the middle of the woods. Certainly not in the middle of swampy woods while they hunted monsters. Still, she caught his eye briefly, and the hunger there was so raw that she felt as if she'd drunk cheap whiskey, something that burned all the way down to her toes. "Right," she said, clearing her throat. "Probably another hour to moonrise. Where's this porcelain place? I'd rather not be out here fumbling around all night." The porcelain works was overgrown with weeds, the main building in disrepair. It looked as if someone had carefully tidied up, sold all the fixtures, and then simply walked away and let time and weather take its toll. Possibly that was exactly what had happened. There was nothing to indicate that anything strange had ever taken place there. There was a large brick kiln, now home to bats, and a wasp nest had grown over the door to the little house beside it. "Not promising," said Istvhan. "No, I can't imagine the bats staying too close to anything that smelled like those corpses we found." She rubbed the back of her neck. "On the other hand, I doubt the smooth men are hanging out close to the main roads either. Let's go back into the trees a little way and I'll try smelling again." Istvhan nodded. He let her lead the way, scanning the darkness, and reached out reflexively to take her robe when she stopped. Clara held on to it for a moment, and he looked toward her, surprised. "I'm probably mad," she thought, feeling giddy and absurdly euphoric. "I'm much too old to feel this way." "Istvhan," she said, letting her end drop. "You have permission to look." He inhaled sharply. She saw his nostrils flare and his eyes go wide. And then he did look at her, drinking in the sight that he'd been studiously avoiding so long. His gaze lingered over her breasts, dropped lower, and Clara could actually feel a blush starting. "Blessed Saint Ursa, it's as bad as losing my virginity, except I'm sagging in a lot more places." "Seen enough?" she asked. "Not nearly," he said. His voice was rough with desire. "I could look at you all night. But you should probably change before I'm not able to stop at just looking." The bear came forward, grumbling that mating season was in spring, not fall. Clara stifled an internal sigh and told it to sniff. The world smelled of mud and water and trees and Istvhan. She was about to tell the bear to go back again when the breeze carried something to her nose, something that smelled of rot and burning. "There! That! Follow that smell!" The bear was unconvinced. It was a bad smell. Why would anyone go toward it? Clara exerted her will over the matter, and the bear, grumbling under its breath, went forward. "Do you have something?" asked Istvhan. "Roof." "One of these days," said the Paladin, following her. "We shall have to work out a system. 1 hurruff for yes, 2 for no, that sort of thing." "Grrr." That sounded like a no. "Hurruff." "See, now I have no idea what you're saying. Wait, you're panting. Are you laughing? Do bears laugh?" "Hurruff." This is all very complicated. The smell got stronger. There was no path here now, which did not particularly bother the bear. The undergrowth was mostly tall, reedy grasses, which bent easily as the bear passed. Clara knew from experience that she was leaving a trail as wide as an ox, but there was nothing much to be done about it. The smell grew stronger, and the bear dropped its head, pulling its lips back in disgust. She came out of the bear shape easily, even though the world spun around her and she had to take a minute before she could climb to her feet. "Are you all right?" asked Istvhan. "Too many changes. I'll be fine. I should probably eat something, but that smell—" "I can just make it out myself, but I can't tell where it's coming from." Clara nodded. Istvhan held her robe up, and she shoved her arms through the sleeves. His fingers brushed the tops of her shoulders, and it occurred to her suddenly how very careful he had been to drop the fabric onto her before, rather than touch her skin. This time his fingertips lingered just a little, sliding up her collarbone before he released her. "I'm just woozy from the changes," she told herself firmly, which was absolutely a lie. She scrubbed at her nose with the side of her hand, which was one of the least sexy gestures a human was capable of making. "It's ahead of us. I think this is older than the one we found in the woods, though." Istvhan nodded. The reeds were much more annoying as a human. The leaves had sharp edges that dragged at her skin and promised her the mother of all paper cuts. Istvhan took point, shoving the leaves aside. "I can do that," she said. "It's just grass." "I'm wearing armor." "Fine, be logical about it." They emerged from the grass into a clearing, surrounding a large building. It resembled the pottery works they had seen before, with a large chimney and piles of broken crockery. Weeds grew up wherever the earth had not been packed hard, and the chimney was cold and quiet, but there was a light on inside. "Somebody's home," murmured Istvhan. "The smooth men have been here," said Clara, "but I can't tell you how long ago or if they're here now." "They might be here, but haven't made a new one for a while. The smell, whatever it is, seems very strong when they switch hosts." "Do they need lights?" "We're not entirely sure. Piper, the one doctor who examined one, said that he thinks the eyes are the same clay as the rest, and they see with their whole head somehow." "I dislike that immensely." "Yes, we all do." He gestured to the door. "Shall we see who's home?" "Let me eat something first. If I need to change again, I'm going to want something more substantial in my stomach." "The beach plums aren't cutting it." "I could murder a beach plum about now." Istvhan dug through his pack and pulled out one of the ration bars. "This is the last one I've got. Remind me to stock up in town." Clara wolfed it down and felt the hollowness in her gut ease a bit. "That's better. Normally I'd carry some, but then again, normally I'm not changing 4 or 5 times a night." Istvhan nodded. He waited until she was done, put his hand on his sword, and went up and knocked on the door. The man who answered did not say, "Hello," or "Excuse me," or "What are you doing here at this ungodly hour of the night?" or any of the things that one might expect a person to say when a nun and a paladin knocked on his door after moonrise. Instead, he stared at them with a puzzled air, as if he knew them from somewhere and couldn't quite place them. "I'm sorry to disturb you," Istvhan began.
"Oh," said the man in the doorway. "Oh, you're people, aren't you?"
Clara did not like the implications of that at all. She eyed the man's face, but he was certainly not one of the smooth men. No sculptor could have ever recreated the looseness of his skin in clay, the way it hung like wet parchment from his face and gathered in folds at his neck. He looked desperately sick, and yet his arm, braced against the doorframe, was corded with muscle that rivaled Istvhan's. Clara's eyes traveled down the heavy line of tendon and sinew to the middle of his forearms, which were wrapped in rags. The rags were spattered with dry clay. The man's pants were also covered in dry clay, in long splashing lines up the insides of his thighs. Istvhan was a trifle quicker on the uptake than Clara. "You're a potter, aren't you?" he said.
"For my sins?"
The man took a step back.
You're not from the—"
He paused, made a vague back-and-forth gesture above his eyes.
"I'm sorry," he said after a moment. "I'm not as good with words as I used to be. Come in, I think, if you're safe."
He stepped back from the door.
"Are we safe?"
asked Clara in an undertone. "From him, probably. For him, probably not." Istvhan put his hand on the hilt of his sword and stepped inside the doorway. Nothing immediately jumped at him. Clara watched as the lines of his back relaxed fractionally. He stepped aside and gestured to her. Clear. The room beyond was covered in gray-brown dust. Shelves lined every wall, covered in pots and bowls, stacks of parchment, discarded clothes, and withered plants that had not been watered for a long time. There was a table with a single chair, and a low bed by the hearth. A door on the far wall, if Clara was not completely turned around, led to the large studio they'd seen from outside. The potter was moving around the room, trying to set out mugs and find chairs for them, but he was clearly having a difficult time. He would pick up a mug, put it down, and then seem to forget what he had been doing. "Guests," he muttered. "Guests. Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't had real guests in a long time. They don't drink, you know. Not water, not wine, although sometimes, if it's very dry, they have to dip their heads in water. They get disconnected if they dry out, like a plant's roots, I think. It needs a little water where it presses against the soil." He paused, a mug forgotten in his hands. "Unless they change that, too. They keep making improvements. But he doesn't tell me anything. He just brings me the design. Once I make it, he takes it away, and then they cast the molds themselves. Or that's how it used to work. I don't know now." Clara and Istvhan traded looks again. "He?" asked Clara, trying to keep her voice pleasant and not accusing. "Him. You know. You must know you're here." The potter looked down at his hands, saw the mug, and smiled. "There. That's 3. We'll have some wine." He took a stoneware jug from a shelf by the door. Those shelves looked marginally cleaner, and Clara saw a few glass jars among the ceramics. Sardines in oil, pickled eggs. Someone is bringing him food, she thought. Or perhaps he is going to the market. "Are you Stakis?" asked Istvhan. Yes, of course. Didn't I tell you? No, I might not have. I'm sorry. My mind's not what it was." He smiled up at them. Istvhan found a low bench without anything on it and carefully moved it to the table. "May we sit?" "Yes. Oh, yes, I should have offered." Stakis took the chair. "What brings you visiting?" Clara sat down on the bench next to Istvhan. Given their heights and the size of the table, it was not as uncomfortable as it might have been. She rested her elbows comfortably on the tabletop. "We were hoping that you could tell us more about, him." Chapter 33. "I sculpted a bust at first," said Stakis. "I made bowls and cups and things. I wanted to sculpt, but you can't make a living as a sculptor. Not unless you have a patron. I didn't have one. I'm not very good at talking to people. I wasn't then either. Better than I am now, of course." He paused, looking guilty. "I'm not blaming him, you understand. He didn't mean to do it." "Didn't mean to do what?" asked Istvhan, in a voice so gentle that Clara could hardly believe it was coming from a man that she had personally seen gut an enemy on his sword like a rabbit. "He didn't know how people worked." Stakis looked embarrassed, then turned his head and lifted up the side of his hair. Clara caught a glimpse of a red scar, long-healed, and a place where the skull bent inward in a manner that human skulls were not meant to do. She inhaled sharply. "He didn't mean it," said Stakis, letting his hair fall back into place. "He just got frustrated. He thought I was clay like him, and I could just fix the spot. He didn't know that humans didn't work the same way." "No, of course not," said Istvhan. still in that gentle, inexorable voice, like snow falling. He learned, though.
Yes, he learns so fast. Faster than I do now.
Stakis laughed, a little too loudly, and took another drink of wine.
So he was a bust,
said Clara, trying to hold up her end. She suspected her voice wasn't as gentle as Istvhan's. Maybe it was a Paladin thing. At first. Stakis nodded enthusiastically.
Yes, I made him.
He wiped his hand across his mouth.
I was lonely. I didn't mind making bowls, but I was tired of not making anything else. So I made a bust, and I talked to him, and I thought, oh, I can't really remember now. The old story, though, you remember? The sculptor makes a statue of a woman, and he loves her, and she comes to life because he loves her.
I love that story, said Istvhan.
Me too,
Stakis sighed, focusing on the mug in front of him, tapping the rim over and over.
Oh, me too.
So then did he come to life?
Not at first. I did something. I think I did something. Or maybe someone else came and offered to do something.
His face screwed up, and he rubbed the side of his head.
There was a man, I think. Unless that happened later. I'm sorry. It was a long time ago, I think.
It's all right, said Istvhan. I'm just curious. He is very impressive, isn't he? Stakis beamed.
I think so,
he said.
Although...
His brow knotted with sudden worry, every emotion passing across his face as clearly as a child's.
I worry sometimes. I know he's smarter than me since then, but I don't know what he does when he's not here.
He stood up, consumed with sudden, jittery energy, and began prowling among the shelves, looking for something.
Did you tell me your names? I can't remember now.
Yes, said Istvhan, before Clara could speak. But it doesn't matter. We can tell you again if you forget. But tell me, what happened after he came to life? Stakis groaned.
I did it, he said. I loved a statue when it came to life. I was proud. I was so proud of him. But I hadn't thought. You can't just make a bust. If you make a bust, they're stuck. Just a head. He wanted a body, a whole body. I tried to make him one. I really did, but...
He dropped back in his chair, abandoning whatever he'd been searching for.
I couldn't make it work. I could make a body, but it didn't do anything. I tried to put him in it, but the clay was just other clay. It wouldn't come alive. Then he got frustrated, and he bit me.
Stakis shook his head, seemingly less angry than bemused.
I hadn't even sculpted teeth, but he had them.
He rubbed the side of his head again, and Clara pictured one of the smooth men, sitting on a pedestal, unhinging its jaw, and taking a chunk out of the side of someone's skull. She shuddered.
I'm amazed you survived, she said.
Oh, me too.
I nearly didn't. I was on the floor for hours. I think he called for help, but of course he couldn't talk to the neighbors. They wouldn't have understood at all. But one of my neighbors, the sweet woman who brought us goat milk, she found me and she patched me up. And when I came back, he was still waiting for me, just like he had been. And he was so kind. He felt terrible.
Of course, said Istvhan. He didn't understand about the bodies. He squeezed Clara's arm under the table, and she took the hint to let him take the lead. But you did manage to give him a body, didn't you? Stakis hung his head.
It wasn't good, he said. "It wasn't sculpting. He said he was done with that. He thought flesh would work. After he'd had mine, he said he could bring it to life. It was still hanging off his lips when I came back. Just a chunk of bone and hair by then. But he could make the skin flex like it was alive. So he asked me to kill someone and bring him the body, but I wouldn't. I wouldn't!" His throat worked as if there was more he wanted to say, but the words wouldn't come. "I know you wouldn't," said Istvhan, in the soft Paladin's voice. "I bought a goat carcass at the market. I had to sew the bust into it, the base, and it was top-heavy, but it worked. He made it walk back and forth. It was dead, but it wasn't dead. He made it run away, and I didn't see him for days. I thought he was gone." Clara had a sudden sense of what had to be coming next, and reached for the wine to dull it. "He came back, though." "He came back," said Stakis. "He was excited. He said he had found a better body." He stared into his mug. "She used to bring me goat milk," he added dully. Istvhan squeezed her hand again, perhaps feeling the way that her skin had crawled with sudden goose flesh. "So then he had a human body," said Istvhan. "But it didn't end there, did it?" Stakis shook his head. "He wanted more like him. He was lonely. I should have been enough for him. He was enough for me. But he said I didn't love him after he killed her, and he needed someone of his own, someone like him. He said I owed him, since I made him. You can't just make one of something, like some kind of fool god." "And you made more of the clay heads." "I made him promise not to kill anyone else," said Stakis. "I did. He swore. But he got a body from the graveyard, and I made the second head for it." An old familiar bafflement seemed to cross his face. "I didn't love that one," he admitted, as if admitting to a great sin. "I know I was supposed to. But he kissed it, and then it was alive, too. Then he wanted another one, then another." He put his face in his hands. "You had to start making molds," said Istvhan. "Once I'd done the first one, they figured it out, how to pour the slip and fire it. They got another body from the graveyard. Her body had worn out by then, but he came back with a new one. He said it was a criminal who'd been hanged. He said—" "I'm sure he did," said Istvhan, hearing his voice roughen just a little as horror fought to get through. "Don't think about it. Just keep talking." "I had to make the molds. It didn't work if they did it." "Because you had the talent." No, he shook his head, so wildly that his hair struck him in the face. No, because of love. You can't bring anything alive unless you love it. That's what the story is about, you know."
"Yes, of course," said Istvhan. "That's what the story is about."
"You said you didn't love the second one," said Clara gently. She couldn't do the voice, but she could come close. "Did you love the molds?" "No," Stakis hung his head. "No, I didn't. But I loved him. I loved him, so I could make things that made him happy, and it was like love. I didn't want to kill anyone, that's all. I just wanted to make things." He frowned. "He was angry that none of them could talk. I couldn't make them talk. I tried, but I couldn't. One of the molds, though, those could laugh. It wasn't good. I stopped doing that." He took a large swallow of wine and stared at the table. "Did you tell me your names?"
"Yes," said Istvhan.
And your Stakis?
Yes, of course.
The man's mild blue eyes were clouded.
He lied about the other bodies being from a graveyard, didn't he?
He said quietly. I'm afraid he did, said Istvhan.
People think it would be amazing to create a living thing,
Stakis mused.
But then they do things and it's your fault because you made them.
The potter shook his head.
I don't know how people have children, how they don't go mad from it.
You gave him life, said Istvhan. Can you take it away again?
Oh, no, said Stakis. I tried once. Didn't I?
He frowned at Istvhan.
I'm sorry. I forgot your name.
It's all right. The Paladin's voice was achingly trustworthy, and the line across Stakis's forehead eased. I'll remind you later. What happened when you tried to take the life away?
Oh,
said the potter. He darted a quick, embarrassed look downward, then lifted his rag-wrapped wrists.
That's when they took my hands.
Istvhan stared at the potter's hands, and for a moment he could not speak. He had been so busy thinking of the smooth men as clay heads that he had never considered anything else. But there they were, hands the same pale stoneware color as the smooth men's faces, flexing in the same impossible fashion. Someone had carved tendons in the back, made perfect renderings of the nails, an incredible sculptor, or...
Those were molded from your real hands, weren't they?
Said Clara softly. Stakis nodded.
I made them years ago, for a set of sculptures. He found the mold. He thought maybe if he had my hands he could sculpt them. He couldn't, though. They can't. They can make heads from the molds, but they can't design a new one. It never comes alive.
He gave a short, bleak laugh.
Faces are hard.
So he took them and gave you the copies. It was hard for Istvhan to say that in the Paladin's voice, in the soothing, gentle tones that they all learned. It was the voice you used when you were trying to calm someone who had just watched their village be slaughtered before their eyes. The voice you used on survivors. The voice you used to try and talk someone down before anyone else was hurt. You learned to do it early, until it was second nature. The Saint of Steel's chosen were good at it. Not as good as the Paladins of the Dreaming God, who could use it in imperative mode and drive demons to their knees, but good enough for most things. He had never had to use it to talk to a man who had unleashed a wave of murderous golems across a continent, and who was looking at him with such pained, cloudy eyes.
Yes,
said Stakis. He rubbed one of the alien hands across the back of the other, and the sound was a soft clink of fired pottery.
He was so angry. He wanted not to need me any more. But now no one can make the molds. So they just keep making the same faces, over and over again.
How long does a mold last? Asked Istvhan.
My molds? Many dozens of casts,
said Stakis proudly.
The outsides aren't pretty, but as long as you wet them occasionally, they'll last years. The only time they break is if somebody drops one.
His smile faded.
The last one I made. That one's not good. The plaster's fine, but I was angry. It was wrong to make it. After that, he started trying to make his own.
He stared down at the clay hands, the fingers moving smooth and knuckleless as he tapped on the table. All this time, he could have been making hands for people who lost them, thought Istvhan wearily. Probably legs or arms, too. Instead, we get a murderous set of statuary, and now he can't work the clay at all. Clara was looking at him,
eyes intent, waiting for him to make a decision, waiting for him to kill this poor fool where he stood. Instead, Istvhan rose and bowed to Stakis. "It has been good to meet you," he said. "Thank you so much for your hospitality."
"Yes, of course,"
said the potter, rising as well. He bobbed his head.
"Come back any time. I get so few visitors. Would you like to buy a statue?"
"Perhaps next time," said Istvhan, who would have gnawed off his own hands before having one of Stakis's works in his home. "I'm sure we'll see you again." Chapter 34.
"Well," said Clara.
"Well," she looked over at Istvhan.
"Do you believe him?"
"Oh, yes," said Istvhan. "I believe him. At best guess, he's a powerful wonder-worker, or was, might still be, though if he can no longer sculpt, perhaps his ability to channel it is gone."
"What a bizarre talent to have,"
said Clara, staring into the darkness.
"Though I suppose you could go your whole life without realizing you had it."
Istvhan smiled painfully. "Much like being a berserker. That doctor I know has a theory that we're all wonder-workers, but circumstances never conspire to reveal our talent to most of us." Dr. Piper was an odd person, but he knew more about the smooth man than Istvhan himself. Clara shook her head slowly.
"Well, what do we do then? Kill him?"
Istvhan winced. "That would probably be safest," he admitted. "There's a chance his constructs might fall apart if we did. Most wonder-workers can't create things that outlast their death."
"But you don't want to."
The Paladin couldn't meet her eyes. "It used to be so easy," he said, half to himself. "I knew who was innocent and who was guilty at a glance. My God turned my blade aside from the innocent. Now I don't know at all. I've killed plenty of men who were trying to kill me, but this would be murder." He pictured the blade sliding into flesh, the confused eyes clouding over even further. "You're a paladin. You do what needs to be done so that others may live. That's what you're for. You're a weapon in the hand of the gods, that's all." Most weapons didn't have a conscience. Istvhan's sword wouldn't wake up at night, sweating, remembering what he'd had to do, wondering if he had in truth been a servant of justice at all, or if the gods' vision had been as clouded as a mortal's.
"I can do it,"
said Clara. "Can you?" He was surprised at how he sounded, mildly curious, as if she'd just informed him that she could wiggle her ears.
"I won't enjoy it," she said, "and I don't know that I could use the bear to do it. The bear won't think he's a threat. But if it comes to that, I can probably beat his head in to save hundreds of innocent people."
Nuns were always more practical than paladins. "And would you let her do it, because you were too weak? Could you stand out here and be shamed and grateful while she kills some poor fool, too damaged to remember your name?"
"What did you used to do with complicated cases?"
asked Clara. "We turn them over to more complicated people."
"Paladins aren't complicated?"
"Paladins can't afford to be complicated. We're born to do a job and not think too much about it. Gods don't choose us for our emotional complexity." And that suddenly sparked the solution that he should have seen already. "We can take him to the rat."
"Can they kill him?"
"They solve problems," said Istvhan. "However, those problems must be solved." He thought of Bishop Beartongue, imagined her calmly and regretfully murdering Stakis. It was surprisingly easy to do. If she'd thought it was the only way, she'd have wielded the knife herself. "It's the best solution. We've talked to him for 10 minutes, and you saw what he's like. What if there's some key to defeating the smooth man that we just didn't ask about?" "Do you think anyone will try to stop us?" asked Clara. "I don't know if he'll come willingly. We might need a wagon and a sack."
"Honestly, I'm a bit surprised the smooth men haven't tried to stop us," admitted Istvhan. "You'd think they'd keep a guard on him just in case of—" And the rest of what he was saying was lost, because Clara knocked him down. The air went out of his lungs in a whoosh as he hit the ground. Clara was on top of him, and then she was a great deal larger and a great deal hairier. Claws dug into the earth on either side of his head. He had a sudden shocking sense of mass balanced precariously over him, and then he was looking at the underside of the bear as it launched itself at something that had been coming up behind him. The tide rose. Istvhan fought it back reflexively, and then he saw movement. A man coming up from the opposite direction as the first, axe held high, about to bury it in the bear's back. "No!" Istvhan launched himself upward and grabbed the man's leg, trying to pull him off balance. There was a horrible moment where he registered that whatever was in his hand felt much too pulpy and soft, and then, with a wet, gristly noise, he tore the man's leg clear off. Clara saw the man coming for Istvhan only an instant before he struck. The blade was already poised and about to fall. She flung herself at Istvhan and managed to slam him down to the ground, already in mid-change as they fell.
"Now!" she yelled to the beast. "Now, come forward! Help!"
The beast roared through her. Changing this fast hurt, as if whatever force usually deadened the sensation lagged too slow to help. Her skin burned as hair forced through it, and if she had not already been in mid-leap, she might have staggered and crushed Istvhan and saved their enemies the trouble. The beast smashed into the figure in front of it, and it exploded like an overripe fruit. "Oh, God!" thought Clara, gagging internally as the smell hit her. Then the beast was gagging externally as well. Bears were not above eating carrion, but this was horrific, rotten like a pumpkin left in the field until December. The stench of decayed meat mixed with the thick, burnt scent of the smooth men. It was too much for the bear. The bear didn't like fighting, and it hated that smell. It ran over the top of the fallen corpse and just kept going, down the path that the smooth man had come from, trying to get away from the stink and the horror of a dead thing that had moved like a not-dead thing, and whatever it was, the bear wanted none of it.
"Wait!"
yelled Clara inside the beast's head.
"Wait! Stop! We have to go back. Istvhan's in trouble. There's another one. I can hear it."
The bear did not care. Istvhan was not a cub, and the bear did not feel any need to defend him, assuming that it even registered that there was a friend there at all. If he had been another bear, then presumably he would do the sensible thing and run away as well. The bear was done.
"Stop! Damn it, stop! Oh, shit! Oh, shit!"
Clara was panicking, and she knew she was panicking, and that meant she was losing control. She hadn't done that since she was 14. The abbess had turned into a gray-furred grizzly, knocked her down, and sat on her. There was no one to stop her now, and the bear was running, and the panic only fed into that, and now the bear wanted nothing but to run, as far and as fast as its paws could carry it. And the stink was on its fur, but if it ran faster, maybe it could get away from that as well. "Stop! Stop!" Her panic only fed the bear's alarm. It reached the road and swung its heavy head toward the river, which would have boats, and people on boats, and all it would take was one to be awake and raise the alarm about a monstrous bear in the place where the beast to the leeward was once seen. "Stop! Shit!" Her internal cries went unheard. Her panic melded with the bear's fear, and for the first time in decades, Sister Clara lost control of the beast. Istvhan had been in many battles in his life, enough that many of them had blurred together, but he had never, so far as he knew, torn anyone's limbs off before. Chopped, yes, any number of times, but ripped off bare-handed, no. Admittedly, he was a berserker, and things often got very dim and confused when the black tide rose over his head, but still, you'd remember a thing like that, wouldn't you? He certainly was never, ever going to forget the muffled pop as the femur came out of the socket, and the way the smooth man's leg suddenly dropped 6 inches. The realization that it was now being held on only by the fabric of the man's ragged trousers made his gorge rise. The smooth man toppled sideways and backwards. Istvhan shoved down his nausea and lunged forward, still on his knees, grabbing for the axe. His hand came down on the man's wrist, and he pulled, and there was another set of wet popping noises, this time all the small bones of the hand and wrist coming loose. Saint's black and bloody tongue, I'm going to be berserk and puking if this keeps up. And Istvhan got the axe and most of the fingers with it. The fingers went immediately dead as soon as they were separated from the body. Istvhan buried the axe in the smooth man's head. Pottery shards flew, and the rest of the body went limp. "Right," said Istvhan. "Right." His stomach roiled, but did not rebel yet. The smell was truly extraordinary, though, and it made him no promises of further good behavior. He flung the axe aside and drew his sword, turning back to Clara. Or, in this case, the large and notable absence of Clara. There was a smooth man who had been comprehensively dismembered, and nothing else. "Clara," he called. "Clara, where are you?" Surely he couldn't just be overlooking a bear the size of a horse. He saw movement in the trees behind the studio and stepped toward it. "Clara!" 3 more smooth men emerged. Istvhan's heart sank. Had they encountered the bear already? "Don't be ridiculous. Of course they haven't. They'd be deader than they already are, and they can't possibly have killed her, because you wouldn't miss a body that size." The thought flashed through his head of a clay head riding the bear's flesh, and he stomped it down immediately. She probably just got the hell out of the way, or is chasing down another one. He lifted his sword, waiting for the clay men to come to him. The black tide was rising inside his skull, swirling around him, and he was no longer sure if he could fight it down. 3 more that I can see. And how many after that? They must have been watching the main road, not expecting us to come from the direction of the porcelain works. How many guards would I put on a man if I suspected that his death meant that I and all my kind would die as well? Pain blossomed in his ankle before he could mentally answer that question. He let out an undignified yelp and kicked sideways, feeling a weight dragging at it. It was the smooth man that had been torn apart by the bear. All that was left to it was the head and a chunk of shoulder and collarbone. It was somehow hitching itself along using the shoulder, and its mouth was wide open. And apparently it had bitten him in the ankle. His stomach informed him that every moment it spent not vomiting was now a personal favor from the divine. He stomped down hard on the head and felt it crunch under his heel. The crunching seemed to go on for far too long, and he risked a glance over his shoulder, only to see 2 more smooth men behind him. 5 against 1. Still no sign of Clara. The black tide rose higher, and this time Istvhan let it come. The river was a silver snake through the trees, and a smell of muddy water. The bear's paws pounded on the ground, no longer even remotely under Clara's direction.
Well, this is typical, she thought, somewhere behind the bear's eyes. I spend weeks fretting that falling in love with Istvhan will send me over the edge. And what actually does it? A goddamn bad smell. She laughed. She couldn't help it. It was just so ridiculous. And with the laughter came a resigned calm, and the calm spread to the bear. The headlong flight became a ground-eating lope, and while Clara could not stop the beast, she thought perhaps that she could steer it. The key, the abbess had said decades ago, the key is to use the beast's instincts to your advantage. Right. She spotted a likely-looking target and aimed the bear's mind at it. There, that will be safe. It is a common myth that grizzly bears cannot climb trees. They can. Their claws and sheer mass make it difficult. But given a big enough tree and a determined enough bear, they can get surprisingly far into the branches. The tree in this case was a squat, sturdy oak, gnarled by the wind off the river, with a massive trunk and a rather short crown. The bear went up it, tearing off great slabs of bark, and finally settled about 15 feet off the ground. Clara waited. The bear groomed itself like an ungainly cat, raking its claws through its fur, trying to get the horrible smell off. The burnt stuff tasted even worse than it smelled. The bear snorted, shaking its head. Clara continued to wait. Perhaps half an hour later, when the bear's sides had stopped heaving and its heart had slowed, Clara sent an experimental tendril of thought. Pack? She suggested. Human? The bear was wary of this. Being human had gotten it a face full of rotten meat and bad smells. Not even good rotten, but so rotten that not even a wolverine would touch it. Clara pointed out that her human nose was numb and stupid, and would not smell the rot nearly as strongly. The bear allowed that this was the case, and began to slowly inch down the tree backwards. Clara pulled her mind back to allow the bear to handle the descent. Its claws might make it clumsy, but it was still infinitely better at it than Clara the human would be. Instead, she thought of the smooth man and the speed at which it had moved. For some reason, she had thought that they would be slow. They must be slow because the flesh was rotting, and so surely they could not be fast or particularly strong. She had not expected it to move as swiftly as a human, nor to wield its weapon as if it weighed nothing. There had been at least one more there, and Istvhan had been prone on the ground. Had she tried to save his life, and by doing so doomed him? Her fear bled over, and the bear stopped, claws deep in the bark. Calm, she told herself. Calm. And to the bear, keep going. Whatever had happened, it was long past, and fear would not help anyone. She recited a catechism in her head, and the bear, comforted by familiarity, resumed its descent. Chapter 35. Istvhan was in a foul mood. He'd come out of the berserker fit when there was nothing left to kill, and then had to check each of the corpses to make sure they were genuinely dead. His ankles still throbbed where the head had bitten him. It's better than checking the corpses to make sure there aren't innocent bystanders, at least. Stakis hadn't come out to see what the commotion was, thankfully, and God only knew where Clara was. Probably far away from this stench, if she's got any sense. These smooth men had been rank. His body ached. When the black tide rose, you forgot that you were middle-aged, forgot that your muscles and tendons had limits, forgot that pain was anything but a goad to spur you on to greater carnage. Then the tide receded, and you were left in your body with all the strained ligaments and screaming muscles.
The saint had buffered his paladins from the worst effects when he was alive, but there wasn't a damn thing for Istvhan to do about it now, except slather on muscle rub and hope that he'd be somewhere safe enough to take a dose of poppy milk when he had to sleep. Clara's absence worried him more than he wanted to admit, even though it was a damn good thing that she'd gotten out of range. But if there had been other smooth men about... No, the bear was clearly more than capable of handling one. It was just that it had been nearly an hour and she wasn't back. Was she expecting him to meet her at an inn? He cursed himself for not having set up a meeting point with her in case they got separated. That was basic planning, and he hadn't done it because he was walking on eggshells, trying not to demand anything from her, trying not to sound as if he had a right to dictate her behavior. And this is what thinking with your cock gets you. You're so hopeful of getting laid that you forget things that a raw recruit would remember. He grumbled to himself, annoyed at his own foolishness.
"Istvhan?"
He turned, his grumbling and soreness forgotten in a wave of relief. Clara stood on the path, looking none the worse for wear, although she was wearing a coating of mud and gore and not much else. "Clara!" He ran toward her and swept her up in his arms, or tried. Given their respective sizes, it became more of a very enthusiastic hug. "You're alive," he said, not even caring that his nose was smashed against the side of her head.
"So are you."
They clung together in the middle of the path, and eventually it reoccurred to Istvhan that she was naked, although that was admittedly somewhat eclipsed by the fact that she stank. She released him with a shaky laugh.
"I'm covered in a horrible gunk."
"So am I," he said. "Stakus has to have a pump or a well or something. Let's see if we can find it."
"How is he?"
"Didn't come out at all. It's for the best." She sobered.
"Istvhan, I'm so sorry."
"Sorry? For what?"
"For running and leaving you behind. I tried to stop the bear, but it really prefers not to fight most of the time, and having that one just come apart like that was too much for it."
The moon was bright enough for him to see her flush, and to note that it began somewhere around her neck and spread out in both directions. He would have liked to consider how far down it went, but the smell on both of them hit him again, and he grimaced. "It's for the best," he said. "The battle madness came on me, and it doesn't always subside merely because I'm out of enemies." He spotted an aged pump handle and pointed. "Look, water." There was a look in her eye that made him think that the conversation was not quite over yet, but the promise of getting clean overrode any other concern. They took turns working the pump, while the other one sluiced the worst of the muck off themselves. A beautiful woman bathing by moonlight should have been extremely erotic, but the fact was that it was very cold, and he ached, and also there was nothing sexy about the contortions that either of them had to make to get properly clean. Even if he had maintained any sort of arousal, the frigid water from the pump would have put it to flight.
"I fear my robe is a loss again,"
Clara said, holding up the offending piece of clothing.
"It tried its best, but there's only so much mending to be done."
"You'd think your order would have designed breakaway robes by now."
"Believe it or not, we often go for years at a time without having to suddenly turn into a large animal. It rarely comes up in day-to-day life."
She reached into the pocket and fished out the acorns that Brant had given her. "Half a moment," said Istvhan. He shook wet hair out of his face and dug through his pack. There was a large, lumpy package at the bottom, taking up space that had previously been occupied by field rations. "It's not much, but you won't cause a scandal walking through town." She blinked at him.
"You brought a change of clothes? From me?"
"You turn into a bear sometimes," he said. "It seems to be extremely hard on your wardrobe. I thought—" He trailed off, slightly horrified because she looked like she might cry.
Are you all right?"
"I'm fine," she said thickly. "Thank you. It's very kind. Nobody outside the sisterhood has ever... Well, thank you."
She turned away and shrugged into the robe. It was thinner material and probably didn't do much about the cold, but there was only so much room in a pack after all. As he watched, she leaned down and shoved an acorn into the ground, where the earth was damp, then walked away and planted a second one. The third one she gripped in her hand like a talisman.
"Are you sure you're all right?"
Yeah, I'm sure."
She looked at him, her eyes too bright, and squared her shoulders.
"Now, what do we do about Stakis?" "I feel that could have gone better," said Clara, around sunrise.
"Saints' balls," muttered Istvhan. "You're telling me."
Stakis had not wanted to leave. In fact, he had refused to leave, had crumpled into a wailing heap, and when Clara had put a soothing hand on his shoulder, he'd tried to bite her. Attempts to comfort him failed. Attempts to reason with him failed. Stakis believed that he would come back, and if Stakis wasn't there... Well, Istvhan couldn't quite make out what he was afraid of exactly, but something. Possibly the man simply missed his creation as desperately as a parent missed a long-lost child. Or possibly he would be angry and would do something that made merely cutting off the sculptor's hands seem trivial. Possibly both. The only thing he was sure of was that they could not get Stakis out of the house without half-killing him in the process.
"We could still kill him,"
Clara offered again. Istvhan groaned. "I'm tempted," he admitted. "But the rat might be able to get a lot more useful information out of him, and the only way we're getting him to the temple by force is if he's catatonic, and we're history's greatest monsters." Clara grunted.
"So what do we do now? Report back to the rat?"
"All we can do." Istvhan rubbed his eyes. They felt gritty. He and Clara had dragged branches over the bodies as best they could, but anybody visiting Stakis would be able to smell them and locate them in short order. Although I get the impression that he doesn't get too many human visitors.
"Should one of us stay and stand guard?" said Clara. "You don't know how often these things check in with each other, but they're bound to notice if one comes out and there's a half-dozen dead clay things here." She frowned. "And by that, I suppose I mean you, because the bear might just run away again. It has very strong opinions about things that are too rotten to eat that still walk like people."
"Which would mean sending you back to the rat alone," said Istvhan. "I don't like the thought of that."
"A long day's walk through inhabited countryside," said Clara. "Oh no, whatever shall I do? A beach plum might eat me."
He glared at her. "I'm not worried about the inhabitants. It's the people who might be looking for you."
"You do know I spent the better part of 2 decades walking back and forth along the canal alone, carrying valuables?"
"Were any of the ruthless local government factions trying to have you kidnapped for blood sports at the time?" She scowled and looked away.
"We don't know that anyone in Moorstone is looking for me."
"We don't know that they aren't. And if so, it is potentially very, very bad."
Fine.
She lifted her hands and let them drop.
"I accept that it's a risk. Is it more of a risk than letting Stakis stay here alone?"
"We'll impress the need for swift action on the bishop," said Istvhan, rising. "Let's get moving. The sooner we go, the sooner we can take baths with actual soap and get this smell out of our hair." If they had had to walk all the way back to Moorstone, Clara would have probably given up and gotten a room at an inn. But the next town over had an early morning ferry, and Istvhan dumped coins into the pilot's hand until she agreed to take the 2 of them on board. The other passengers were clearly early morning people taking wares to market. They were loaded down with baskets and boxes, and in one case, 3 cages of live chickens. Clara and Istvhan soggy and smelling very strongly of something very bad, were obviously not locals. They went as far downwind of the others as they could, and tried not to look like very large people who had just destroyed a great many animated corpses. "Well, I feel inconspicuous," murmured Istvhan and Harsheck. Clara noticed that he was carefully not looking at the water. "I think the chickens are staring at us," she said. "I'd probably stare at us, too." "Surely people fall in the river all the time." Clara tried to adjust her cloak. The wind off the river wasn't warm, and her damp robe barely provided modesty, let alone warmth. Unfortunately, despite her best efforts at scrubbing, the cloak had very obviously been present for something dreadful. The burnt, rotting smell was ground into the wet fabric and combined badly with the smell of wet wool. She noticed after a minute that Istvhan had turned a bit more green than the smell could account for, and realized her mistake. "Right, he doesn't like deep water." "Not from the ferry," she said hastily. "Just, showing up soaking wet and all." "We'll get where we're going and change clothes," said Istvhan. "Before I ruin any more clothes, I'll need a—" Clara drew a blank on the word bath and Harsheck. She could see the word in her head, carefully illuminated by Sister Sigrid, but for the life of her she couldn't remember how it was pronounced, and the more she thought about it, the more the word seemed completely unreal. "Oh, gods and saints, I am so tired. I am too old to stay up all night any more, piling changes on top of changes." "Person laundry," she said finally, because that made more sense than bath, which was clearly not a word and had never been a word. Istvhan stared at her. She stared back. "Bath?" he said. "Is that how you pronounce it?" "I thought it was until you asked me. Now I don't know either." "I'm very tired." "So am I." He rubbed his face. "We used to do forced marches, 36 hours, and I could still fight. Now I stay up for 24 and have a minor skirmish, and I feel like I've been trampled by a bull." "Getting old is a terrible thing. They say that beats the alternative, though." "I'm not sure. I never used to hurt myself sleeping." "Oh, gods, yes. You sleep wrong and your neck goes out for a week." She shook her head. "I'm amazed that sleeping on the ground didn't lay me up permanently." He smiled. His eyes wandered across her face, and Clara thought vaguely that she must look absolutely dreadful. "I know. I look like I'm 3 days dead." "You're beautiful," he said, with absolute sincerity. She looked away, embarrassed. He'd meant it, too. "Paladins, damn it." They said you were beautiful on the inside, and they really, genuinely believed it. It wasn't fair. You couldn't not love someone like that. "How am I even supposed to try?" Fortunately for her heart, and the chickens, and the other passengers, the pilot called for more stone, and they docked at the outskirts of the city. She and Istvhan pulled up the hoods on their cloaks. The smell inside Clara's was truly horrifying, and made their way from the docks to the Temple of the Rat. Chapter 36. One thing that you could give the Rat's people over many other commanders that Istvhan had ever worked with was that they listened and then they acted. They didn't tell you that it was impossible or that you were overreacting. They didn't tell you to calm down. They asked intelligent, clarifying questions, and then the well-oiled machinery of the temple went into action. Istvhan told Phazon that he and Clara had located the wonder worker responsible for the smooth men, that he required watching, and that he needed to be brought to the temple as quickly as possible, and that more smooth men would be coming. "Time," he said, "is of the essence." Phazon nodded. "We do not have many fighting men available," he said, "but we will find a way.
Are you able to accompany us back if we arrange a carriage?"
He traded a look with Clara. "Yes," he said, feeling exhaustion gnawing at his bones. "I am, at least."
"I will," said Clara. "Though if you can spare me 5 minutes and a bar of soap, it will make everything much easier."
Phazon smiled.
"It will take substantially longer than 5 minutes to arrange for transport. It will take several hours, even working as swiftly as we can, to arrange transport and to call in a healer that I would trust with men's minds." He held up a hand to forestall Istvhan's protest. "But if you give me clear directions, I can have someone there within the hour, not to fight, but to hide and watch. If these smooth men do come for this wonder-worker, our watcher will tail them as far as he can, and give us an idea where they take him. Will that be acceptable?"
"The best I can ask," said Istvhan, "and more than I hoped for."
"Then both of you go to the bathing room in the healer's quarters, and I'll set things in motion."
The bathing room in question was, as it turned out, the one the healers used on people with body lice or particularly contagious diseases. Apparently their smell precluded using the other facilities. It was not warm, but the water went directly out a grate on the floor and into the river. Clara and Istvhan went in, were handed soap that smelled strongly of pine tar, and set to scrubbing. "I want you to know, Domina," said Istvhan, "that the only reason I am not ogling you like a schoolboy is because I am so tired that I can barely think. The spirit is willing, but the flesh has been badly treated."
"Oh, good," sighed Clara. "You keep seeing me naked, and I had yet to return the favor. And now I'm afraid that if I turn my head too fast to look, it'll fall off."
"Honestly, given the breeze coming up through the grate, I'm grateful. I am not exactly at my best."
"And I am?"
"Your breasts don't shrink in the cold."
"My breasts haven't shrunk since I hit puberty."
She dumped a ewer of tepid water over her head. The healer's assistants were trying to heat more, but someone was giving birth in the next room, and mere scrubbing took a distant second place. Occasionally a scream would echo through the walls, reminding Istvhan that everything could be much worse.
"Seriously, I dropped so much weight during my illness, and not an ounce off my chest."
She lifted the offending articles of anatomy in her hands, and Istvhan felt his cock attempt to stir, take note of the temperature, and go back into hiding. "My sisters would sympathize enormously," he said. "2 of them are built to the same scale you are, and their complaints are frequent and passionate. I have learned to agree politely."
"Wise man."
It took a ridiculous amount of the harsh pine tar soap to get the smell out of Istvhan's hair, and even more to get it out of his boots. In the end he wasn't sure if he'd succeeded, or if the smell of pine tar just masked it. But he'd take smelling like freshly sealed boards over smelling like rotten flesh and burnt hair any day. Clara, meanwhile, vanished from the shower and returned wearing a fresh robe and a fresh cloak, and carrying an armload of clothing.
"Your actin is drying, but they don't think the surcoat can be saved," she said.
Istvhan sighed. "It served me well. What have we got?" She handed him a robe akin to hers. He shrugged into it, feeling naked without his chainmail. "Well, if someone stabs me here in the temple, we have problems already. All right, let's see how they're doing."
"The watcher has already left," reported Phazon,
when they made their way back to his office.
"They'll ride a relay there. It shouldn't seem too unusual, since courtiers take messages that way all the time. The last stop, that's the one that will have the most chance of being remarked upon."
"I don't think the smooth men are interrogating people," said Istvhan. "Most of them can't actually talk. I just don't know how long before they realize the guards are gone. We could be extremely lucky or extremely unlucky. There's no way to tell."
"All is in the hands of the gods," said Phazon. "The mind healer is on his way, and we'll see how our luck falls."
Istvhan woke. Clara was in his arms, moving rhythmically against him, and for a moment he thought that all his erotic dreams had come true. Admittedly, in his dreams he hadn't been wearing pants or chainmail, but that sort of thing could be dealt with, and the rhythmic motion had been rather more of a hard slide and rather less of an irregular bumping, accompanied by loud clattering, and his head hadn't hurt quite so much, and— Clara let out a loud snore against his shoulder. Istvhan opened his eyes. His dreams always involved her being enthusiastically awake. This would not do at all. He focused his eyes and made out the faces of Phazon, the mind healer, and her apprentice, all sitting on the bench opposite him. Right, we're in a coach of some kind, and I am clearly exhausted, and so is she. Clara let out another snore, woke herself up with it, and jerked upright.
"Sorry,"
she muttered. "I dozed off myself," he admitted. The mind healer wore a small smile. She was a plump, silver-haired woman with a kind face. Her apprentice was a raw-boned young man, nearly as tall as Istvhan but far skinnier. With his shock of thin, pale hair, he strongly resembled a nervous stalk of wheat. The carriage wasn't bad. It was probably a mail coach that had been repurposed for other things, and it was fast rather than smooth, but no worse than many coaches Istvhan had ridden in. It was, however, built for smaller people. He and Clara were both sitting with their legs drawn up and turned partly sideways, to try and give the three on the opposite bench space. It was always a bit awkward to know what to say in coaches. You were all so close together, and you never knew if you were making too much eye contact with the people on the other side, or whether you should have a conversation or not. Istvhan had used this fact to his advantage a time or two. If you could get someone talking, they were likely to keep talking to fill the space, and it was sometimes remarkably easy to get them to confess something. On the other hand, if you didn't want to talk, it was hard to avoid it. You could usually stare out of the windows, but the windows in this case were shuttered to keep the cold out, so he could only catch tiny glimpses of the countryside.
"How far away is this place?"
asked the apprentice. "I only know how far away it is on foot," said Istvhan. Clara cocked her head.
"How long was I asleep?"
"The better part of an hour."
"Then, if we kept this speed, we should be changing horses soon. Then not much farther at all."
"Good to know," said the apprentice. He smiled sheepishly.
"Although given what you've said about these clay people, I'm not sure I'm in a hurry to get there."
They went back to trying not to stare at each other. The wheels hit a bump and jostled Clara against Istvhan. He wondered how she felt about that.
"You have permission," she said last night.
Oh, God. Why did there have to be a river and a pack of murderous golem heads between them and a convenient bed?
"I keep trying to think of something more to tell you," Clara said to the healer. "Something I've forgotten that you'll hear and say, 'Oh, I know exactly what's going on,' and it'll all be easy after that."
The healer chuckled.
"Would that it was that easy. But for every easily recognized disorder of the mind, there's 100 that vary wildly from person to person. You've done well, but I'll simply have to meet him."
Unfortunately, it was not so easy. When they pulled up to the ceramic works at last, the door hung open, and the chimney was no longer smoking.
"You're too late,"
said a voice over their head. Istvhan looked up, startled. A man came down the tree that overhung the road, slithering down the trunk as easily as if it were a ladder. He had dark skin and long black hair pulled back in a tight queue. His feet were bare and looked as hard as horn.
"They came and got him about an hour ago."
Istvhan swore. Phazon sighed.
"Did you see which way they went?"
"To the river and got on a boat. I followed them that far. Then I figured I'd come back here and warn you," he grimaced.
When you said those things looked weird, I thought it might be an exaggeration, but Lords of the Deep, that was not something I wanted to see."
"Was the man injured?" asked the healer.
"Not that I could see. He was crying and asking if someone was mad, but none of them ever said a word. That bit was bad enough, but—"
"What happened?" asked Istvhan.
"The damnedest thing I've seen. And I served on 3 ships and saw things out there that nobody's ever seen on land. I was up this tree, thinking it'd be a good place to watch, not really expecting much, when a whole group of them showed up. They were wearing hoods and hats and things, and I couldn't really make out the faces at first. They didn't talk, just stood there for a minute, then went poking around in the bushes. Finally, one of them comes back holding something. Swear I thought it was some kind of big goblet at first, with a weird stem on it. They all stood around, almost where you're standing, and started dipping their hands into the thing and pulling out some kind of clear jelly. And it stank. I could smell it from up in the tree, and I was afraid I was going to be sick and they'd spot me. Hard to stay hidden when you're puking your guts up. You may think I'm exaggerating, but it was worse than cutting into a whale."
"Oh, we know," said Clara. "Not the whale, but the rest of it."
"Yeah, figured you might. Anyway, the goblet or whatever was hollow, and they were taking this jelly out. Then they'd eat it off their fingers. That's when I realized that they've all got the same face, and none of them have hair under the hats." He swallowed. "Then the one holding the thing turns a bit, so one of the others can reach it, and I realized the goblet's got a face on it, and it's just the same as theirs, only with a big chunk knocked off the back."
"One of the heads," said Istvhan grimly. "You have to smash them, or they'll just find another body to put it on. The stem's a spike they drive down into the neck."
"Young man," said the healer, with some asperity, "you cannot just drive a large piece of clay into the neck. It's full of bones and cartilage. It's not empty space."
The apprentice put his hands to his own neck, as if testing its solidity.
"I know that, and you know that," said Istvhan. "But I've also seen the corpses they leave behind, so what we know doesn't seem to apply here."
The healer scowled. "Magic," she muttered, in much the same tone that she might say syphilis.
"Their heads are hollow," said Istvhan. "Sometimes we find some clear goo on the bodies, or on the severed heads. It seems to be what smells. But I had no idea they ate it. I had no idea they ate anything."
"Yeah." Their informant looked slightly green. "I don't know if that was its brains or what. Anyway, once they'd all eaten the stuff, they just stood there for a bit, not saying anything. And then one tossed the broken head into the bushes, and they all went into the pottery. And a few minutes later they came out with a human. I guess that's the guy you were after. He didn't want to go, I'll tell you that much. But after seeing what they were, I didn't much feel like trying to stop them."
"You did the right thing," said Clara.
"You kinda say so, ma'am, but it's hard to see a man get dragged off and not help."
"Eating the jelly," muttered Istvhan. "What was that for?"
"There's burial rites where the deceased's family ceremoniously eats their brains," offered Phazon. "And it's not a good idea," said the healer tartly. "Might as well eat raw pork while you're at it."
"I didn't think they were the sort of thing that cared about burying the dead," admitted Istvhan. "They aren't really alive in the first place. They're just popped out of a mold, and if you kill one, the others don't get angry or sad or anything, so far as anyone can tell. Obviously they can think, but I don't know."
"It may not be burial," said the healer. "Whatever this substance is, they could be deriving some other benefit from it."
Their spy scratched the back of his neck and said, "Truth is, it seemed like they knew what to do after they ate it. Before they were all just kind of wandering around till the one found the head, and then they went all together like."
"Like they learned something from eating it?"
said Phazon doubtfully. "Is that possible?" The lanky apprentice opened his mouth, closed it again, then said almost apologetically, "Could be, no, forget it." No, tell us," said Clara. "We're grasping at straws here. One more straw is fine." "This is probably silly." He wrung his hands. "Young man," said Clara, sounding very much like a nun, "if you do not spit it out, I shall be cross." He gave her a panicky look, eyes rolling white around the edges. My dad kept cows, and when the ladies, when it's getting close to breeding, the bull, he's always tasting, when they urinate, "I did not know that, and I wish I still didn't," said Istvhan to no one in particular. "But Dad says it's how they tell that the lady's ready, that there's something in the urine. He learns it from the taste." His ears were turning scarlet. "Anyway, I thought maybe the jelly here, maybe there was a taste to it and it told them something, but that's probably a bad idea." "No, that's quite an interesting thought," said the healer. She tapped her upper lip. "There are things to be learned from many excretions. You can taste milk and know if the cow ate garlic, and healers can taste a patient's urine and know if they have a particular wasting sickness by the sweetness. Perhaps they were deriving some information from tasting their fallen associates' head goo," offered Istvhan. "Not the term I would have chosen, but yes." Istvhan wished again that Dr. Piper from Archon's Glory was here. The doctor knew more about dead bodies than anyone he'd ever met, and was the expert on the smooth men's physiology. He'd love this, just the kind of experimental question to really get him interested. Although it might end with him eating head goo, and no one wants that. "Maybe it told them how he died," offered Clara. "Then they knew they had to take Stakis away with them, instead of just posting more guards." "Anything's possible, I suppose," Istvhan sighed. "I'm sorry, everyone. I seem to have dragged you all here far too late. We have been very unlucky." "Let's see if there's any clues in the house," suggested Phazon. "All may not be completely lost." Unfortunately, the room did not bear out his optimism. It looked mostly the same as when they had left. The bench that Istvhan and Clara had sat on had been overturned. Istvhan could not remember if they had done that, or if it was a sign of further struggle. "I don't think he fought them," said Clara, echoing his own thoughts. "The place mostly looked like this already." "Someone who he felt safe with, then?" asked the apprentice. "Or someone who frightened him more than leaving." The healer shook her head. "From what you've said, it sounds like this creation of his has some significant hold over him. Fear, love, both, perhaps." "Love? For the creature that cut off his hands?" The apprentice's voice actually cracked on the last word, and Istvhan felt himself age several subjective decades. "People," said the healer, giving the young man a look that told Istvhan that he wasn't the only one feeling suddenly old, "are rarely straightforward, and they will accept terrible injury from people they love, and tell themselves that the depths of the pain proves the depth of their love. Eventually you'll stop being surprised." The apprentice hung his head. "Sorry, mistress." "I can't possibly diagnose someone I've never met," said the healer. "It's bad form, and I might as well throw a rock and hope I hit the correct malady." She folded her hands inside the sleeves of her robe, a gesture that Istvhan was so used to seeing from Clara that it was briefly surreal to see from a stranger. "That being said, if you weren't absolutely certain that he was in serious danger or posed a serious danger, or both, I would have strongly opposed removing him from his home. He clearly felt safe here, or at least safer than he did leaving it. Wherever they took him, he's probably frightened out of his wits." "I knew we should have killed him," muttered Clara under her breath. Istvhan was thinking something of the sort and kicking himself for it. Damnation. He unleashed a scourge that I know has killed dozens of people, possibly hundreds, and I got cold feet at the last minute and talked myself out of it, because I no longer believe in my own rightness, because I'm starting to question all those people I killed under the god's influence. I should have listened to Clara. If you can't trust a nun to be your moral compass. They filed glumly back to the wagon. Their tree-hopping spy climbed inside, and Istvhan and Clara followed. The apprentice closed the door to the pottery and banked the fire.
"If he comes home," the young man said, "it should still be waiting for him."
Chapter 37. Ethan's galley, with its wall of beds and its warm hearth, had never looked more inviting. Maud croaked at them from somewhere behind the woodpile. They both sat down. Weariness and guilt hung over Istvhan like a cloud of fog. He began mechanically stripping off his hauberk, hoping he could get it off before he fell down. Clara reached out and touched his arm.
"Istvhan."
He looked at her.
"Stop beating yourself up. You were trying to do the right thing. Paladins don't murder people in cold blood."
"Maybe they ought to, when the alternative is a horde of smooth men roaming the earth."
"In which case, they'd no longer be paladins. I don't know what they'd be."
"Bishops, probably," muttered Istvhan, thinking of Bear Tongue. But the Bishop of Archon's glory was not God-touched. She was simply a ruthlessly capable administrator. The rat called lawyers and priests, not paladins. Bear Tongue believed in fairness and decency and justice. But Istvhan suspected that she was not above helping those things along with a well-placed knife or spot of blackmail as required.
"Either way," said Clara, "it's in the hands of the gods now."
"I used to be a hand of the gods," said Istvhan.
"Fine, fine."
She ran her fingertips over his bicep, and he stiffened, both figuratively and, if she kept going much longer, probably literally as well. "Oh, gods, not now. I'm so tired. I wouldn't manage more than a bump, a squirt, and a postcoital tickle. Domina, if you're trying to distract me, I am very willing to be distracted, but at this moment—"
"What?"
She blinked at him, then at her hand. Then she actually blushed. Istvhan watched, charmed.
"No, I mean, yes, but not until after I've slept for about 20 hours.
"Oh, good," he said, and then he found the strength to lean over and kiss her. And even if there was no energy left for passion, there was enough of a spark to warm him all the way down to sleep. Clara woke with the gratifying sensation of having slept at least half the day away. Her tongue felt like flannel, and her muscles like wet clay. But by God, she had slept. She was coming back from using the privy when the door to the galley opened and Istvhan appeared, carrying a board covered in cheese, bread, and sardines. "I don't know if you're as hungry as I am, but I figured that it was a safe bet."
"Bless you," said Clara, her stomach growling. "You are a prince among men."
"There's tea on the hearth." Clara gave a jaw-cracking yawn.
"What time is it?"
"Middle of the night, I think. So I suppose this isn't quite breakfast. I haven't been up for very long either. Food was just my first thought." For the next few minutes, the only sounds were of two people devouring heroic quantities of food. Clara had changed too many times in the last 24 hours, and her body demanded payment. When the roar of hunger had been muted, she slumped back against the wall, holding a third cup of tea.
"I'm going to be half sardine by weight by the time we're done in Moorstone."
"At least it's not beach plums."
"There's that."
They sat in companionable silence, digesting. Maud made an indignant croak somewhere in the woodpile, probably annoyed by the activity at this late hour. Clara turned her head, grimaced and rubbed at her neck. The crick in it from sleeping on the couch had not gone away. Instead, it appeared to be set in concrete. "Getting old is the worst," she said. "When I was young, I could fall down a hillside, shake myself off, and be none the worse for wear. Now I sleep wrong, and I'm hunched up for a week." "I know," said Istvhan, with the passion of someone who had his own collection of trick joints and hostile muscle groups. He scooted to the edge of the bed platform and gestured to her. "Here, sit and I'll rub it for you." Clara, no longer being of an age when she could fall down the aforementioned hillsides, was also old enough to know that when handsome men offered to rub your neck, there was only one way the evening was going to end. Last chance to step back with your heart even slightly intact." She looked at Istvhan, sitting in the warm glow of the hearth, his upturned hands on his knees. His arms were bare, and his shirt gaped open at the throat, far enough to reveal the long, flat planes of muscle. The line where his shoulder muscle dipped into his bicep made her want to howl like a dog. "You know it's too late for you. It's been too late for a long time." She rose, not trusting herself to speak, and knelt in front of him. He set his thumbs on either side of her spine and began to massage the muscles there, sliding farther down until the tension in her neck was gone and had been replaced with a rather more urgent tension a good deal lower. He leaned forward and kissed the back of her neck, and she closed her eyes. "Tell me what you are thinking, Domina," he said against her hair. "Tell me, so I don't guess wrong." "I'm thinking I'm in love with you, you absurdly decent man. I have fallen in love, and it's worse than it ever was before, because you know what I am. You could be my lover and my partner, and we could be so good together. And when you finally walk away, it will destroy me." She said none of these things. If she did, she might force the loss to happen right now. He was decent, and he wouldn't lead her on just to bed her. "If I'm going to lose him, I damn well better get a night of pleasure first. Several, if possible. Half a dozen." So instead she stood up and faced him, and let her robe fall down from her shoulders to her elbows and said, "I think that I want you very badly." Those dark eyes went wide. He rose to his feet as well. "Domina," he said, as if the word were an obscenity or a prayer. "Yes." She was beautiful. She was beautiful and strong, and she was in his arms, and Istvhan was fairly certain that his cock was hard enough to pound tent pegs. "Pace yourself," he thought. "You aren't as young as you used to be." His cock ignored him. He took both her hands in his, kissed each knuckle, and breathed on the tender skin of her wrists. She shivered, and he tugged her backwards, towards the bench, until they could sit down on the edge. She was still wearing the bodice under her robe. They'd fallen down so quickly the night before that she hadn't undressed completely. He unlaced one side and ran his fingers across the crossed red lines the lacings had left on her skin. "Clara," he said, drawing the words out, "you are magnificent." He leaned in and kissed each red line, feeling the softness of her skin against his lips. He would probably have marks as well by the time this was done, at least, if they did it right. He wanted to bury his face in her breasts and make love to her right on the spot. But if he did that, it really would be over in a few minutes. She deserved better. Hell, he'd waited so long for this, he deserved better too. So he denied himself, slid the fabric free without touching her skin, and instead lifted his hands to her hair. "May I?" Yes. She sat between his knees, on the edge of the bench, while he unbraided her hair and slid his fingers through it. It smelled of pine tar soap, honestly. His probably did too. He set his lips against the nape of her neck, feeling her skin against the roughness of his cheek. Damnation, I should have shaved. I'll forgive you this once. She slid her hands up and down his thighs, which was the only part of him she could easily reach. Istvhan was just congratulating himself on their positioning when she managed to slide her arm between them and began attempting to unlace his breeches behind her back. "This is very difficult when I can't see the ties," she muttered. "Yes, but you certainly have my attention, Domina." "What? Only now?" "You have had my attention for weeks, since you walked into my tent with nothing but a sword." She turned in his arms and kissed him, hot and hungry, passionate enough to make him think that he'd had her attention for just as long. He kissed her until he thought he might drown, while she figured out the ties and began to loosen them. "Oh, saint's teeth, this won't last long if she keeps that up." He came up for air and caught her hands. "Much more of that, and I will disappoint us both." "I doubt that highly." "Your faith is touching, but now that I have you, I would much rather take my time and do this right." He ran his lips down the line of her neck, across her collarbone, and then lower, down to the place between her breasts he'd touched once before. She stiffened as he reached it, her breath catching. "Easy," he whispered against her skin. "Easy, Domina. I've got you." A shudder went through her. Istvhan prided himself on making women quiver, but this was the wrong kind. He looked up and caught a flicker in her eyes of the wrong emotion entirely. He lifted his head. She had gone suddenly, alarmingly still. "Domina, what's wrong?" She turned her face away from him, and when he reached up and ran his thumb across her lower lip, it trembled. "You're frightened," he said. The words sounded completely mad when he said them aloud. She was here, in his bed, of her own choice. She'd kissed him in the inn hallway with none of the hesitancy of inexperience. And yet he had trained himself to recognize that look, and it struck him like a splash of cold water. She did not deny it. Frightened? Now? But what happened? What's different? And then he knew. "I know your secret," he said. "That's the difference, isn't it? I know what you are." She pulled away and rose. Istvhan let her go. He suddenly did not know what to do with his hands, so he draped them over his knees and watched the firelight run across the edges of her skin. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm not. I'd rather know." "But knowing means I've gotten too close, doesn't it? It means that I could really hurt you. It means someone did really hurt you, doesn't it?" Istvhan had a sudden desire to find this hypothetical man, pick him up by the throat, and have a long conversation. Clara pulled her robe up over her shoulders and knelt on the hearth, poking the fire up. It didn't particularly need it, but Istvhan recognized a distraction when he saw one. "It's not so easy," she said, not looking at him. "Plenty of men say they want a woman who's an animal in bed, but in practice not so much." "Plenty of men are idiots." "Ah?" She turned her head. The light reflected just slightly wrong from her eyes, a flash of green instead of red. "And you will not fear that if you make me angry, I will turn into a bear and tear you limb from limb?" "I've made you angry on several occasions already, as I recall. In fact, I stabbed you once." Her laugh was stifled but genuine. Istvhan had never in his life thought that he would bless his past self for stabbing a nun, but apparently the world had gotten very strange when he wasn't looking. "So you did," she said. "I'm not sure it counts, though." "Please don't make me stab you again to prove that I find you desirable." Her shoulders shook, but not with fear this time. "Oh, Saint Ursa, no, no more stabbing." "Thank the gods. I don't mind a good argument as foreplay, but not when live steel is involved." He got off the bed and came to sit beside her at the hearth. She narrowed her eyes, studying him thoughtfully. No, I see what it is. You see a hurt you think you can heal. It's like Paladin catnip, isn't it?" That blow was so precise that Istvhan was surprised he wasn't bleeding, but he had no intention of letting her know that. "Believe me, if I could fix more of the world's hurts by making passionate love to a beautiful woman, I'd be a very happy man." She raised an eyebrow at him. "Clara?" He let the word trail off his tongue like a caress, and saw her soften just a little. "Clara, do you truly think you need to be hurt for me to want you? I grant you I am what I am, and we do tend towards heroes and martyrs. But I try very hard to avoid being either, and honestly, I don't know that anyone really wants to bed martyrs. Which is half the reason that the bishop sent you on your way, isn't it? She said she had no desire to become a duty." "Oh, He'd been a little hurt by that, in truth. Not a great deal, just a sliver that had pricked at him more than it ought to. Until he spoke the words out loud, he hadn't realized how right the bishop had been. The hurt smoothed itself away and left a vague sense of foolishness in its wake. Perhaps that realization lent him some kind of strength. He reached out and stroked his thumb across Clara's cheekbone, and she did not pull away. "I would prefer you not be a martyr in bed," she admitted. "What about a hero, then?" She rolled her eyes, but she also leaned her cheek against his hand. "You do think well of yourself." "Give me a chance, Domina," he said, pulling her close. He would take exasperation over fear any day of the week. She sat in the circle of his arms, bolt upright, not quite relaxing, not yet. He trailed his lips along her jaw and down her throat, feeling the quiver, trying to soothe it. It would be all right. He would drive out fear with passion if he had to. He plucked at the opening to her robes. He could still remember the softness of her breasts from that night in the cave, and he desperately wanted to see if his memory was accurate. She shifted just a little. He felt her soften against him. He slid his hands under the fabric, reaching. There. Yes. The weight and the curve against his fingers. Saints' balls. His memory had failed him completely. This was so much better. The door slammed open. Clara and Istvhan leaped apart as if they'd been caught doing something indecent, which they had, but not nearly as indecent as Istvhan had been hoping. Clara snatched at the throat of her robes, pulling them closed. Ethan stood in the doorway with his arms full of dripping jars. If he even noticed the state of their clothes, it wasn't obvious. "You've got to help me," he gasped. "There's men coming to raid the safe house. We have to save the newts." Chapter 38. "Well, this is my own damn fault," thought Clara grimly. "If I had just thrown myself on his cock like a sensible woman, this would be an amusing anecdote that happened afterwards. But no, I had to get cold feet halfway through, like a shrinking virgin afraid he won't respect me in the morning, and so we had barely started when suddenly, newts. If only he hadn't been so damned careful about it, so tender, so very much himself. Her illusion of losing herself in mindless lust had been completely shattered. She hadn't been able to forget for an instant that this was Istvhan, and she was hopelessly in love with him. Every touch felt like an assault on her defenses. She gazed across the dark alley. Like most of Moorstone, it was built of wood, and it turned and twisted with very little concern for straight lines or lighting. She could only just make out Istvhan as a bulky shadow to her left. Ethan had not been sure who was going to raid the safe house, other than men employed by the Sea Lords. He wasn't even sure which Sea Lord was behind it or why. Clara was glumly certain that she and Istvhan were the cause, but all she could do was shove down the guilt and carry jars, and watch for enemies. There were no apparent enemies in the alley, which seemed like a damn shame because she was frustrated and half-aroused and would have welcomed a chance to punch someone deserving in the head. "Well," she said, "here we are." Indeed. Frustrated and covered in newts. A gusty sigh came from the shadow. "I try to be a considerate lover, Domina," said Istvhan, in the tones of a man confessing to a great crime. "I work very hard at it. I would give you pleasure a dozen times over before I took mine. It is a matter of craftsmanship." "Mm-hmm," said Clara, shifting the extremely heavy sack over her shoulder. Dozens of jars full of water clinked and sloshed, probably to the dismay of the amphibians contained within. Despite the lids, moisture was leaking out and spreading down her back. "But I am starting to think that the gods are trying to keep us apart." He peered around the corner of the alley, looking for the wagon that Ethan had sworn was coming to take the newts to safety. "I've been getting that impression," Clara said. "If we aren't being attacked, we're rescuing wayward amphibians." "We couldn't very well leave them." "No, we couldn't. But I'll be honest, Domina. At this point I would take you up against this wall right here if it wasn't for the newts, and craftsmanship be damned." She began laughing. She couldn't help it. "And if it wasn't for the newts, I'd let you do it. This is getting absurd." "I want you very, very badly, Domina." His eyes were deep and dark, and the heat in them was enough to make her forget that her back was soggy with newt water. "My dear Captain, the feeling is mutual." His breath quickened. "Do you suppose if we put down the jars we could—" Ethan burst out of the door. "I found her! She'd gotten behind the barrels." He waved a wet burlap sack at Istvhan and Clara. "I'm so relieved." Clara let the thought go reluctantly. "Is that the last one?" "Yes, we've got all the jars. If some of the Sea Lord's thugs decide to smash things up, nobody will get hurt." "What about the fish?" asked Clara. Ethan looked at her blankly. She realized that this might end with her and Istvhan lugging a massive ceramic fishbowl between them, but pressed on anyway. "Will they hurt the fish?" "No, they're ornamental carp," said Ethan, as if that explained everything. She looked at Istvhan, who looked as puzzled as she felt. "Are the carp not particularly valuable?" "What? No, but they're—" Ethan looked back and forth between them. "You don't hurt a carp," he said, as if telling a small child not to touch a hot stove. "You don't?" "No. The river giant would rise up from the riverbed and avenge the insult." He paused, eyes going round. "Do you not have carp in your lands?" "We do," admitted Istvhan, "but the gods do not seem particularly concerned with them." "How bizarre. They're the oracular fish. If one bites one of your fingers off, it's good luck. It means the river giant has tasted your blood and taken your sacrifice, and you will be safe on the waters of the river for the rest of your life." "What does it mean if you get 2 fingers bitten off?" murmured Clara under her breath, as Ethan went to the mouth of the alley to look for the wagon. "Stop sticking your hand in the water," said Istvhan, just as quietly. The wagon arrived, fortunately, before they had to explain to Ethan why they were giggling. It was a long ride in the wagon, covered in burlap sacks, and Istvhan soon lost track of the twists and turns. He had a suspicion that they did not actually end up very far from where they started, but they took such a roundabout path that he couldn't be certain. Which is fine. The less I know, the less I can give up under torture, if it comes to that. He really, really hoped it wouldn't come to that. When they finally stopped, they were in a little lane, blocked off on both ends by doorways. Ethan dug his way free of the sacks and handed down jars of newts to Istvhan and Clara, while their host waited in the doorway with the lamp held high.
"We don't know the reasons for the raid," said the woman who ran the safe house, who had no name that she was willing to give out. "Most likely they simply got word that the rat has been busy lately and decided to put us back in our place."
She was older, with a tight silver bun, and her left eye was made of sparkling blue glass.
"Or it may have nothing to do with us at all, and some bullies simply wanted to blow off some steam. They're allowed to trash a house or two as long as they don't start fires or leave more than a few broken limbs behind."
"I worry that they got wind of our activities," said Istvhan. He did not want to go into details about those activities, and suspected that their host would prefer not to know either.
"It's possible," she said, "but it is also possible that they chose a few locations at random. Ethan's affiliations are known, and there was another raid a few streets over of a fishmonger who the rat hires frequently. I suspect that we'll hear of another raid before the night is over."
She spread her hands, blue light winking from her eye.
"We simply don't know yet." "Don't beat yourself up," said Ethan anxiously. "We got the newts out, that's what matters. If I have to replace a few pieces of furniture, that's nothing much. I don't have much good furniture anyway. The monkeys see to that. As long as the animals are safe, nothing else matters."
"Speaking of which, is there a washroom?" asked Clara.
"I'm covered in, newt water." "Yes, of course," their host gestured. "Downstairs, third door. Please help yourself."
Istvhan rose as well. "I, also, with the newts." The woman rolled her good eye.
"It was kind of you to help," she said. "He does care very much about his pets." "They aren't exactly pets," Ethan began,
but Clara was out the door and Istvhan was after her before the explanation was fully underway. The washroom was small. It had a stone floor. It had an empty washtub. It had moss growing in the corners. Nothing about it was remotely erotic, unless you were extremely fond of moss. Istvhan had dreamed of making love to Clara any number of times. He would take his time. He would find all the soft, secret places of her body and find every way to bring her pleasure. She would cry out in his arms and tremble and beg for more. His dreams had not included either the moss or the washtub. This was hardly the sort of setting that one wished to make love to a woman. "Domina," he began. She kicked the door closed, grabbed the front of his tabard, and said, "Now, before I lose my nerve or we're drowned in salamanders or somebody shows up wanting a fight." On second thought, he could probably make the washroom work. He flipped the washtub over. She had her clothes off and was working on his. They grabbed for each other. No finesse at all, just tongues and teeth and need. He filled his hands to overflowing with her breasts and groaned against her lips. She pushed her hand between them, and her fingers closed over his cock, and he nearly jumped out of his skin. He wanted to do everything right. He wanted to be gentle and maddening and skillful, make love to her slowly, drive her to blazing passion under him. He had been longing for this woman for weeks now, and if there was justice in the universe, he would have her spread out under him on a bed with silk sheets and a full night ahead of him to learn every nuance of her body. Instead, he had a stone washroom and a wooden tub, and a man obsessed with newts was probably going to come looking for him in the next 5 minutes, and the universe was totally devoid of justice. But he couldn't concentrate on all that at all, because Clara's hand was dragging down his length in a manner that would have brought a marble statue to life, at least if the statue was male.
"Clara," he managed to grate out, "I've got to be inside you. Now."
"Thank God," she said. She went down onto the tub, and it was a damn good thing he'd done all those vigils, because the stone floor didn't even register as he dropped to his knees behind her.
"Saint's teeth, saint's bloody teeth, Domina, do you—"
"Yes." It was the only word he needed. It was more than enough. She cried out, and so did he. But he was inside her at last, and saints and gods and devils, but it was good. Reflexively, he tried to be careful. The first time, you always went slow and gentle, making sure that everything fit together, finding out what your partner liked and how much she could take. But she bucked her hips back against him, driving him deeper, and she was shockingly strong. Care began to fall by the wayside. He grabbed her hips, and she growled with approval, and it was still good. It was better than good. The flare of her hips in his hands, and the softness, and he stopped even trying to be careful.
"Domina!"
"Harder!" she gasped, pushing against him. Something broke loose in him. He didn't have to worry about frightening her. She could tear him in half if she wanted. Istvhan gave himself up to the moment. Their bodies slammed together with bruising force, and both of them wanted more. Then the washtub broke. Clara nearly pitched forward into the wreckage. Istvhan held her up with both arms and, well, his cock felt load-bearing at the moment, but it probably wasn't. She started to laugh and squirmed free, and he said, "Are you okay?" And then she turned and dragged him down on top of her, still laughing. He met the softness of her body with the hardness of his own. "Not yet. Not until she's ready." He slid his hand down between them, working at her flesh, cursing himself for not knowing what she liked or how she liked it. But he must have done something right, because her body suddenly clenched around him, once, twice, and then he could no longer hold back. Her nails dug into his back, and he cried out her name and collapsed over her, as if he'd taken a mortal wound. "Well," she said, after a few minutes had passed, and he had remembered how breathing worked and why he should do it. Istvhan propped himself up on his elbows. For once he didn't worry about crushing his partner under his weight, but still, there was a lot of both of them. Her breasts were warm against his chest.
"I feel as if I should apologize."
"Of course you do. You're a paladin. You could apologize to the owner of the washtub if you like. Not to me." He laughed. So did she, which caused muscles to clench, and his laugh turned into something between a yelp and a groan. "Sorry," she said.
"If I don't get to apologize, neither do you."
He rested his forehead against hers. "I would very much like to do that again," he said, "but perhaps more slowly and not on a stone floor." "That would be wonderful." She stroked her fingers down the back of his neck. "Still, I have no regrets. My only regret is that we will have to explain the breakage." He gazed down at her, suddenly serious. Did she still have doubts? This was the time when they tended to rear their heads, after the passion was done and before the warmth had quite faded away.
"Domina, Clara."
Shadows flickered in her eyes. He lowered his head and brushed his mouth across hers, with all the tenderness he hadn't had a chance to show earlier.
"It will be well. All of it."
She closed her eyes. He knew he hadn't quite convinced her, but she managed to smile.
except for the damn washtub. Chapter 39. Clara lay in a small, dark room with the door closed and felt her nerves jangling. The woman who ran the safe house was trying to be kind. "No one will find you here," she said. "This is the most secure place in the house." And she'd made up a very large pallet on the floor, which was helpful because none of her beds would have fit Clara at all. It was just so very small, and the door was between her and the rest of the world. It felt like a cage. And Istvhan was housed separately somewhere, because of course they hadn't said they were a couple, and there was no reason that the woman would assume they were, and Istvhan had lied very smoothly about the washtub, much more smoothly than a paladin should have been able to lie. Maybe they weren't a couple. Maybe Clara was the one making assumptions. And now she was alone in the dark, and the warm afterglow of love had turned to nerves and wondering if he had been disappointed, or if everything would be awkward now, or if, having finally had her, Istvhan would be off to other conquests. The bear did not like her fretting. It liked the darkness and the quiet, but it had learned to fear cages, and it stirred uneasily in her mind, wondering if it should smash the door down, and that would be much harder to explain than the washtub. She got up and unbolted the door. It was still dark in the hallway, even though dawn had to be breaking. She could see a little damp light through a crack in the boards near the end. "Clara," whispered a voice somewhere in the hall, followed by a knock. "Clara, are you in here?" Istvhan. Her shoulders sagged with unexpected relief. He was here. She wasn't alone. If she was in a cage, she had someone to watch her back while she fought free. Shuffling footsteps and another knock, a little closer. "Clara, are you in here?" "Are you just going from door to door?" she whispered. "Oh, thank the gods!" Istvhan's bulk eclipsed the crack of light. "Yes, I was going from door to door, trying not to bother anyone. I found 2 storage closets and the privy." "I'm down this way." She heard the boards creak as he moved closer. "I didn't know where they'd put you. I was worried." They stood inches from each other. Clara cleared her throat. "It's not a very big room," she said. "But there's probably room for 2 people, if they were good friends." She could hear his voice rumbling in his chest. "I would say that you and I are very good friends, wouldn't you?" "I like to think so." She reached out and caught a fistful of his shirt and tugged him back toward the doorway. Somehow, despite having 2 people in it, the room seemed less confining. She didn't even flinch when he closed the door, though he left it unbolted. "Now then," he said, stretching out beside her. "As delightful as our interlude with the washtub was, I think I would prefer to try that again, more slowly, and with less furniture." "It's very dark," she said, which came out almost like a protest. "That's all right. I shall simply have to do everything by touch." His hand rose to her face, slipped down her neck and across her collarbone. She swallowed hard, feeling the ghostly trail of his fingertips across her skin, awakening feelings more complicated than mere lust. "I'm glad you came," she said, to break the silence. It was starting to feel like a trap here, and the bear was starting to think about breaking out. His hands paused. "That would certainly be inconvenient, yes?" "Not the sort of thing our hosts are used to worrying about." "Do I need to worry?" he asked. "Not about the cage, but you said once that strong emotions bring out the beast. Hungers. Does that include sexual hungers? Should I be prepared to backpedal very quickly and offer you a truffle?" She raised an eyebrow, even though she knew he couldn't see it in the dark. You really don't know if I'll turn into a bear in the middle of sex, and you were still willing to take that chance? Really?
I've known women that I would wrestle bears for, said Istvhan. He sounded very sincere. You're one of them. It's just that in all the other cases I expected to have to go looking for the bear, instead of having one delivered.
Clara snorted. No, that's not a concern, unless a fist fight breaks out in the middle of the bed. You, don't smell that interesting to the bear.
I feel strangely insulted.
Don't be. Male bears in rut mostly smell like meat and piss.
Oh, you should have known me in my teen years then.
She started laughing. He pressed his lips against her shoulder, and she could feel him smile against her skin.
Enough dark thoughts, Domina. I am still wide awake, and this time I intend to take my time and do this properly, for both of us. Istvhan woke, for the second time that month, with his head buried in someone's cleavage. Unlike the first time, he knew exactly where he was and who he was with. Admittedly, she was still a nun, but that didn't seem to matter nearly as much as it used to. This is a very fine way to wake up. I could get used to this.
Are you all right down there? Asked Clara.
I am having a moment.
Yes, I see that. Can you breathe?
Air is for the weak, she chuckled.
Well, as long as you're enjoying them.
They are glorious beyond measure.
I'm glad someone likes them. They make it very hard to run, and my back usually hurts.
I do not want you to be in pain, Domina. I shall go everywhere in front of you and hold them up for you to spare your back.
That won't attract attention at all.
I shall challenge anyone who looks at us askance to a duel. 2 duels. 10 duels.
I think 1 duel would be sufficient.
I like to be thorough.
They might have gone on in this increasingly silly vein for quite some time. Istvhan was more than willing. But someone knocked loudly on the door, and instincts took over. He rolled to his feet, grabbing his sword, just in time for their host to open the door. She was carrying a lamp, and bright daylight spilled through the doorway behind her. Many women would balk at suddenly confronting a large naked man with a sword, but she was made of sterner stuff. She looked him up and down, raised the eyebrow over the glass eye, and said, "Ah!"
"Apologies," said Istvhan, lowering the sword and attempting to look less naked.
Unfortunately, there were limits to how much you could modestly cover with a blade. He heard Clara smothering laughter behind him. "You could have simply told me," the woman said. "I could have made up a second Paladin here."
"I didn't know myself," admitted Istvhan,
who already felt guilty about lying over the washtub, and couldn't quite bring himself to compound the falsehood. "Then my congratulations. There is food in the main room, though I suggest you dress to eat it. The benches are old and may have splinters." She set the lamp down, nodded to Clara, and pulled the door closed.
"There goes the least impressed woman I have ever met in my life," muttered Istvhan.
"I imagine running a safe house does that to you." After a quick washing up, they finally entered the main room. Faison was waiting for them. "We have confirmation," said Faison, without bothering with greetings. "Our spy master is working on details now, but it seems very clear. Approximately a dozen women, mostly older, were delivered as a group to the Colosseum 11 days ago, under the seal of the shipbreakers." Istvhan felt Clara go very still next to him. Her breath went out in a whoosh, as if someone had punched her in the gut. "A dozen," she said hoarsely. "There were more. Who has died? Are they certain of the numbers? Do they have descriptions?" Faison was already shaking his head. "Nothing so clear and nothing so clear-cut. That's an estimate only. There may be more or less." "Alive," she said, for the first time since he had known her,
There were tears in her voice.
"Praise Ursa, some of them are alive."
She swayed a little on her feet. Istvhan wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close. She said something against his collar, but he could not make out the words, muffled as they were by cloth or weeping, or both. He wondered briefly if there was a chance that this emotion would be too much, and if he would find himself holding a bear against his chest. But these were minor concerns in the grand scheme of things. He merely held her and stroked her hair and murmured things that did not matter in the slightest.
"I'm sorry,"
she said, almost inaudibly, when she finally pulled away. Her eyes were red-rimmed. "It's all right," he said. "I did the same when I found that some of my brothers had escaped the carnage of the temple." She nodded to him and wiped at her face with the back of her hand. "Although the rat priests kindly provided handkerchiefs then." Phazon cleared his throat and waved a square of linen at them. Clara gave a tiny choke of laughter and took it. Conversation was stilted, to say the least. Istvhan and Phazon carried most of it. Clara sat at the table, staring at the food, one hand rubbing her chest. Istvhan put an arm around her shoulders. "Eat," he said in the Paladin's voice. She glanced up at him, her eyes narrowing.
"I know what you're doing,"
she said. "I know you do. But eat something anyway. We are going to have to come up with a plan, and that is never easy on an empty stomach." She grimaced, but took a piece of bread and began to gnaw on it, without much enthusiasm. Phazon nodded.
"When you're done, I'll take you to the spy master. He'll tell you everything we know."
It was a long trip, made longer by another uncomfortable ride hiding in the wagon, although Istvhan made it rather more entertaining by whispering dirty jokes in her ear until she blushed. Neither of them spoke of the sisters being discovered alive, and she was glad of it. She was already too unsettled. A little straightforward lust was much more welcome. The night before had been extremely lustful, but no less unsettling. She'd wanted it fast and hard again, a quick physical release untroubled by emotions. But Istvhan stubbornly refused to be hurried, whispering soothing words and stroking her skin, and she yielded at last. The gods have mercy, it had meant something. Not just physical passion. It felt like love, and that was terrifying. It would be far too easy to read love into his tenderness in return. She was glad to step back from that brink, even if it involved questionable jokes about milkmaids and watermelons. They were ushered into the office of the rat spy master again, and this time he offered chairs to everyone. He gave his name as Halashai. Istvhan didn't think anything of it, but Clara tilted her head sideways.
"Like in the parable."
Halashai's chuckle was almost silent. "You are well read."
"My convent illuminated manuscripts. One of our sisters was fond of the more obscure tales."
She glanced at Istvhan.
"St. Abvu escaped martyrdom by telling his enemies that he was in the wilds hunting halashim. They went out to look for the beasts, but they cannot be found, and so while they were trying to find the halashim's hunting grounds, and thus St. Abvu, he fled across the water."
"Ah," said Istvhan, "a wild goose chase."
"Something of the sort, although geese actually exist, and the same cannot be said of the halashim."
"So far as the world is concerned," said Halashai, "I do not exist either. And someday I will retire and take another name, and my replacement may be Halashai instead."
"You've been saying you were going to retire for a decade," said Phazon.
"And perhaps in another decade I'll actually do it. But you know how it is. You see a job, and you are the one who knows it best, and it is very hard to step away." He nodded to the last member of the little group, a bony woman with muddy brown hair and a nose like an eagle.
Perhaps I'll make you take over."
"Avert," she said, holding up 3 crossed fingers in a clear warning gesture. "You won't get me in that chair that easily."
"And what may we call you?" asked Istvhan.
"Sparrow," she smiled. "Also not my real name?"
"I would hardly expect as much."
"Sparrow's the one who brought us most of the intelligence we have available," said Phazon. "If anyone can help us figure out how to get your sisters out of the Colosseum, it's her."
"Thank you," said Clara.
"Don't thank me yet," said the woman, her smile fading. "I can't see a way out yet myself, unless your sisters can fly. But that's what we're here to figure out."
"Then let us get down to business," said Istvhan,
hitching his seat forward.
"Show us the maps."
Chapter 40. It took the better part of an hour to go over the problems. Despite Halishai's claims that the spy network inside the houses of the Sea Lords was not particularly good, the maps seemed very clear to Istvhan. So did the difficulties.
"Getting in is easy," said Sparrow. "Load up a wagon full of deliveries and you can ride inside to unload it. Getting out again, once there's been a jailbreak, that's the hard part. They'll simply pull the bridge to the main city and leave everyone stuck on the island. After that, they can literally go floor by floor and throw anyone that they don't recognize into a cell. They did it once before when a group of prisoners who were set to be tiger bait managed to overpower a guard. Only 2 escaped, if you can call it that, when they threw themselves into the sea."
"They didn't survive?"
"The current comes from the north, not the south. Another month from now and we'll be seeing chunks of ice going by. This time of year they'd survive. Oh, maybe 20 minutes in the water if they were good swimmers. The Sea Lords didn't even bother to send out boats. They'd be swept south on the first beaches you'd come to, if you managed to break out of the current, are held by the Sea Lords as well. All they had to do was station a few guards on the docks there and watch to make sure they didn't somehow grab hold of a piling."
"Could a boat come and pick us up?" asked Istvhan. "A boat that holds over a dozen, not without being noticed and filled full of arrows."
Halishai shook his head.
"You have all my sympathy and the bishop's aid, but I can't ask one of my people to commit outright suicide."
"And I have no idea how to steer a boat," muttered Istvhan. He thought of cold, dark water, a force that could be neither persuaded nor beaten, and shuddered.
"Clara?"
"No. I can manage a barge on a canal for a short period, but that's a far cry from this." "Sheer cliff on the north side," said Sparrow, tapping the map. "No luck there. There's a water stair on the inland side, and they bring goods through it, but that will definitely be closed off. Even if you fight your way to the dock there and try to ferry all your people out," she shook her head, "you can't get a boat back upriver without them seeing it. They just raise the chains at the river mouth. Part of the reason Moorstone's never been invaded." Clara put her elbows on the table. "Tell us about the interior first. What are we looking at?" "They'll be held here," said Sparrow, tapping a layer of the map. "They're in the beast area, which is probably why we've heard about them at all. It was strange enough for there to be a group of middle-aged women in a beast cage that people talked."
"Of course," muttered Clara. "They don't dare keep them where one might change and break the bars." Her voice and eyes were flat, and Istvhan ached for the emotions that she must be clamping down right now.
"The best time to free them, if we can manage it, will be after the beasts are fed the night before," said Halishai. "They treat the animals very well, at least until they have someone cut them to bits." His smile held no humor in it. "That means darkness, and while there will be guards and general patrols through the area, if you can take down the watchers and the attendants, you'll just have to get them out without one of the patrols raising an alarm. The second best time will be right before they are due in the pit. No one will be surprised that they are not in their cell, and while someone will come looking for them much sooner, it will perhaps be thought that they are being moved somewhere, not that they have escaped, and you have an excuse for moving them through the hallway, at least for the first hall or two, if you encounter a patrol. Tell them you're going in through a different door, because the beast door will give away too much."
Clara nodded. She traced her finger from the beast level to the inland dock, over and over. Her eyes shadowed. Istvhan wondered what she was thinking.
"Can this route be done?"
"There is one portcullis," said Sparrow, "but it has levers on either side with locking mechanisms, and it is only meant to keep beasts in, not someone who can throw switches. There are guard patrols, but no checkpoints. They expect human prisoners to escape, not
beasts," said Clara, still in that soft, flat voice. Sparrow and Halishai winced. Istvhan reached out and took her hand, but her fingers were cold as ice.
"Once at the water stair, you would only have one direction to defend against," said Halishai,
tapping the corridor that led onto the docks.
"But as we said, there's no way to get a boat into the river from there. They've got towers with archers on either side of the bridge. They can't hit the water stair because of the angle, but you've got nowhere to go but the sea, and any craft that handle the sea is a target for more archers above."
"A craft, yes," murmured Clara. She moved over to the map that showed the coastline and the bulk of the island, drawing her finger from the inland side of the island down along the coast. Halishai looked up suddenly, nostrils flaring. Sparrow was already shaking her head.
"Don't even think of swimming. You'd freeze."
"A human would freeze," said Clara. "But I have stood in fresh snowmelt up to my chest and flipped fish onto the banks with my paws." She tapped the water stair. "My sisters and I will swim for it. If you can arrange for a bonfire on shore, say a mile south, we will make our own way off the island."
"We can do that," said Halishai, "but they cannot leave the bonfire lit forever without attracting attention. You must get them all out at the same time. Once the Colosseum locks down, you will have no more than an hour, and perhaps less."
Clara nodded. "Bears are swifter in the water than humans. I doubt most people realize how much swifter, and they will not be expecting us to swim." Something chill and hard sank into Istvhan's bones. The dark water at night, impossibly cold, impossibly deep, the current sweeping them south.
"Are you sure?"
he said. His voice wanted to crack as if he were a boy. He swallowed and forced it to obey him. The Paladin's voice, the calm one.
"You do not add your fears to her burdens. There will still be archers."
"Dark bear in dark water at night," she said. "If they can hit us, they deserve to." She frowned, looking up at him. "But we'll still need to find a way to get you out." Fear was not the only burden that he would not add to hers.
"Don't fret for that, Domina,"
he said. He could not use the Paladin's voice for this, because it was not entirely true, but he managed to smile anyway.
"Get your sisters out. I'll make my own way home."
He made love to her fiercely that night, as if she were already slipping away from him, and by passion alone he could win her back. In a sense, perhaps, she was. Istvhan could feel her retreating, pushing back the emotions that threatened to overwhelm her, and even knowing why she was doing it, it felt as if she was pushing him away as well. He did not know how to bridge the space between them with words. Anything he said would come out wrong, or would threaten the fragile equilibrium that Clara was trying to maintain. Instead, he tried to fill the gap with his body, wringing pleasure out of both of them until they were tired and sated and sore. "Mercy," she said, as he rolled over to face her. "I am middle-aged, and another round will kill me."
"I'm as middle-aged as you are," Istvhan said, amused.
He brushed the hair back from her face, letting his fingers linger against her cheek. "Yes, but you seem to have forgotten that fact."
"You inspire me to great acts, Domina. Also, I had quite a large breakfast this morning."
She swatted at him. "Must be the beach plums."
"It was not the beach plums. Bah."
He caught her hand and flattened it against his, playing with the fingers in the way that lovers had done for 1,000 years, and probably would for 1,000 more.
"Look at you."
"Don't start in about my dainty fingers again."
"Compared to me."
"Compared to you, everyone in this city is dainty."
She shook her head.
God, it was no wonder they got wind of us. A pair of giants roaming around. What else were they going to think?
Istvhan chuckled. "It's a very cosmopolitan place. I didn't think we'd stick out that much."
"Yes, but it's a port city. Sailors tend to be wiry and short. The occasional giant for muscle. But you mostly want people who can climb rigging and fit under these damned doorways." She waved toward the lintel. "Plus, the locals all run about 5'6". I was afraid I was going to break the chairs at a couple of those inns."
"It wasn't the chairs I worried about. It was the spoons."
Istvhan shook his head mournfully.
"Did you notice how short the handles are compared to the bowls here? I was afraid I might accidentally swallow one."
"What an ignominious death. Here lies Istvhan, paladin and hero, choked to death on a small spoon."
"I was really hoping for more of a death and glory charge at the end, I'll be honest."
She sobered. "Well, you might get your chance in a day or two."
He propped himself up on one elbow. "Do you want me to be comforting or tactical?"
"Tactical, if you please."
"It's not the worst plan I've ever seen. We know a great deal about the territory, and you and I are more than a match for most. But I'd be lying if I said that I thought the odds were good. There's just too many of them."
"Yeah, we'll probably all die. But I have to at least pretend we'll succeed, or I won't be able to do anything at all." Her smile was wry and self-deprecating, and Istvhan didn't believe it for a moment.
"Domina, that's a load of bull. You'd storm the gates alone if it was the only thing you could think of to do." He paused, then added, "And I'd be right there beside you, so I guess that makes two of us."
She met his eyes, and suddenly the look was too intense. The two of them together, against all enemies. It felt too right. It felt like an echo of the Godhead that he'd never thought to feel again. The belief that he was standing in the one place in the universe where he utterly belonged. Next to her. He had to look away, and so did she. His chest felt tight, and he understood why she was always rubbing hers. "Do you feel the same? When all this is over, you'll go back to your convent, and what will I do? A group of nuns who can turn into bears hardly needs me to escort them, although I could smooth the road for you, certainly with the aural." He wanted to offer. He wanted to believe that she felt it too. "And if she doesn't, and if you make her think about it now, at this moment when the last thing she needs is more emotions, to confess to her that you think about a future with her, what if the only reason she was able to bed you was because she thought it would not last?" It would be the depths of selfishness to throw himself at her feet 2 days before the battle and demand that she deal with his feelings on top of everything else. So he yawned instead and curled up around her, and felt her body molded against his, as if they had been made to fit each other. "I don't fall in love," he told Doc Mason. He'd been telling the truth, or so he thought. He had his brothers and his work, and the drive to make the world a little better before he died. That had always been enough. He'd never needed more. "I could go back to that life. I could pick up where I left off." He tried to imagine bedding another woman, doing the whole dance again, watching a stranger's eyes to make certain that they weren't physically afraid, constantly watching himself, never letting go completely, the whole world too fragile, too damn small. Just thinking about it was exhausting. But that wasn't love, was it? You are my friend, and we understand each other, and the thought of bedding someone else makes me tired? Saints' balls, try to put that in a love letter, see how far you get. Hell, he couldn't even say that he'd die for her. He was a paladin. He'd die for almost anyone. It was part of the job description. I trust you to watch my back. I have enormous faith in your competence. I want you to be happy. I want to carry extra robes around in my pack in case you need them. And I want you to eat the beach plums I won't eat. And I want to wander around the world with you and complain about the size of the silverware. And I'm afraid that you'll go back to your convent, and you won't need me any longer. And I'll be so glad that you're happy, and so damn miserable that you're not beside me." Clara fell asleep long before he finished brooding, and he breathed against her hair and wondered what would happen to them. Chapter 41. A messenger came for Istvhan in the morning, telling him that he was summoned to the temple. Even though the message said that it was not an emergency, he didn't linger. Once he arrived at the main courtyard, though, he wasn't sure who had sent for him. He gazed across the crowd of people, wondering what was going to go wrong now. A very pregnant woman caught his eye. She appeared to actually be in labor. He couldn't do much about that, so he got her a chair, and thus was occupied when someone came up behind him and said, "Well, the rat's letting just anyone in here these days." "Galen," he spun around and grabbed the other man's shoulders. "Galen, you made it." "Don't sound so surprised, boss. I'm not completely incompetent." Galen embraced him briefly, a ferret hugging a mountain, then stepped back. "I was much more worried about you. Is Clara?" "All in one piece." "Saint's blood, so much has happened." He rubbed his forehead. "What about your people?" "All good. Brandt's delivering his barrels now. We'd have been here 2 days ago, but Brindle rescued an ox. They're at the south gate." "Rescued a—" "No, not here. Let's get a drink, and I'll get you caught up. And you can get me caught up. Everyone will be caught up." "Judging by the look of this place, nobody's been caught up for a while." Galen shook his head. "What a madhouse." "They're doing the best they can under the circumstances," said Istvhan. "They're working miracles, frankly, given—" He had to stop because the pregnant woman had just let out a bellow and clutched at her belly. "Oh, no. Madam, can I help you somehow?" "You can get this baby out of me," she hissed. "Squeeze my hand," he said, offering her 2 fingers. She gripped them like grim death. "So I'll just go get that drink and bring you one, shall I?" "That would be for the best." "Bring me one, too," growled the pregnant woman. "Make hers a double," suggested Istvhan. Galen saluted. The healer came out, swore, timed the contractions, said, "It'll be a bit yet. We'll clear a bed," and went away again. Istvhan told the expectant mother a long, rambling, mostly true story about one of his sisters, who thought that she still had a few days left and had gone out to check on her flock of sheep because one of the ewes had steadfastly refused to give birth, and had ended up flat on her back under a tree with a sheepdog as a midwife. The damn ewe lasted 3 more days, but my nephew was healthy and happy, and is now taller than I am, so believe me, you'll do fine. She fixed a gimlet eye on him. "Get me the drink or the dog. I don't care which." "The drink is coming." "And stop telling me stories." "Yes'm." "I will piss on your foot if you tell me another story." "Noted." Galen returned just as the healers had finally cleared a bed.
He ceremoniously handed the woman one of the low bowls they used in Moorstone for wine, and Istvhan helped prop her up through the door and down onto the bed, while she drained the bowl. Being now completely superfluous to the process, he and Galen took themselves out and left the woman in the hands of professionals. "Well, that was a good deed done," said Galen. "Easy for you to say. I can't feel my fingers. She had a grip like a snapping turtle." He took one of the remaining bowls and took a sip. It was, of course, beach plum. "All right, let me fill you in." They found a quiet place, a meeting room about the size of a large closet, and Istvhan ran down the entire saga, from leaving to their arrival at Moorstone. "But we found Clara's people. We've got a plan," he briefed Galen on the general outlines. "You're breaking into their Colosseum," Galen nodded to himself. "Right. Give me a few hours to get everything sorted here and get some food in me, and I'll be ready to go." "You are not," said Istvhan. And when Galen looked mutinous, he added, "That is an order, damn it." "Strictly speaking, we're only a little bit military. You can't exactly have me court-martialed. What is Beartongue going to do, cut my pay?" Istvhan rubbed his face. Bishop Beartongue insisted that the paladins draw a stipend, but the fact was that none of them were particularly materialistic. A life spent mostly on the road in the service of the god had impressed on all of them the importance of traveling light, and even now that they had mostly settled in one place, well, Istvhan's brother-in-arms, Stephen, considered it a huge splurge if he bought 2 skeins of yarn that actually matched. If Galen owned anything more than his sword and his armor and the kit to care for them, Istvhan would be surprised. "I don't even know if he's got a 3rd pair of drawers for formal occasions." "You can't come with me because you've got a different job to do. I'm just damn glad you arrived in time to hear it from me, not the local clergy." Galen raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Appealing to my sense of duty is usually a winning proposition, but I'll be the judge." "We found the person who made the smooth men." Galen inhaled sharply. "Go on." Istvhan plunged into that tale as well. He did not spare himself in the telling, either in how the tide had risen against the smooth men, or in how he had failed to kill Stakis when he had the chance. "He's out there somewhere now," he finished, "and you can either wait here to see what the Rats people turn up, or you can go back to Beartongue and tell her what you've learned. It might be enough to get some more temple muscle back up here, though the gods only know what that would do to the local political situation." "That's for the higher-ups to decide," said Galen. "We're just the muscle." He smiled wanly. "The mostly unstoppable berserk muscle, I grant you, though it sounds like they'd need a lot more than the 7 of us to destabilize this place." Yes. Well, in any event, you have got to make sure word gets back about this wonder worker and the smooth men. I know the Rat will do what they can, but they're stretched absurdly thin here. They've dropped damn near everything to help us, but—" He waved a hand in the general direction of the mass of people in the courtyard. "I saw on the way in. You're right, though, they are working miracles, given what they're up against." Istvhan leaned back. "So what about you? How did you fare after we left?" "Oh, nothing so exciting. The hunters came back with crossbows, and I told them you'd left and pulled the tarp back off the wagon. They couldn't very well pretend I'd shoved the 2 of you into barrels, and they didn't relish a fight against all of us, so they went away again. After that, it was a straightforward trip." He paused. "Except for the ox." "How did that happen?" "We were in some little town off the trade road and ran into an ox that had balked. The drover was beating it, not just a tap on the flanks, but really beating it. The ox wasn't moving, and this fellow was getting madder and madder." He grimaced. "You hate to see anybody beat an animal like that, but it's not like I know what to do with livestock." But Brindle pulled up the mules and threw Brant the reins and was on the drover like a terrier on a rat. Got the stick away and started asking him how he'd like a gnoll to beat a human instead. Istvhan put his face in his hands. "Oh, God, I can see it now." "Yep." Galen took a slug of wine and wiped his mouth. The drover wasn't any too pleased, but he'd obviously never seen a gnoll before, and didn't know whether to spit or run away. And then I was right behind him, of course. I was just going to suggest the drover step away and cool down, but Brindle said he wasn't leaving an ox with a human like that. So then I realized we were probably about to commit cattle rustling right there on the main road, and was trying to figure out how we're going to get away with it, when Brant showed up, pulled out his purse and counted out money on the spot, told Brindle to unhook the ox from the cart, and that ended the matter. Istvhan raised his eyebrows at that. Odd man, but his heart's in the right place. There's probably 100 acorns planted between here and the mountains, and we made the rest of the trip with an ox tied to the back of the wagon. It moves about half as fast as I walk, and Brindle dotes on it. So shines a good deed in a weary world, offered Istvhan. Something like that. Oh, also Andrel left once we were out of the mountains, demanded his pay, said he wasn't going any farther with us. Istvhan winced. Once your hired men started deserting, it often spread like wildfire. How did everyone else react? At that point, I think we were all glad to see the back of him, he shrugged. Think we'll have to worry about him? At the moment, no. Unless you already know about the sisters, going around telling people that a man on your last job ran off into the woods with a werebear nun is a hard sell. I suspect he's getting good and drunk and sulking a bit. But I'll see that the rat doesn't hire him again. Are you and Clara sleeping together yet? The question came in the exact same tone of voice and caught Istvhan by surprise. How is that your business? Just wondering if I have to start shopping for wedding presents, that's all. Istvhan snorted. Yes, we are. No, you shouldn't. It's probably nothing. And if it's more than nothing, we're about to do something stupendously dangerous in 2 days, which may render it all moot anyway. Look me in the eye, and tell me in the voice that it's probably nothing, said Galen, who was easy-going and good-natured, and knew very well how to place a knife. Istvhan stared at the ceiling. You sure you don't want my help? I can send Brindle back to the bishop. And who's going to guard him and the mules? And the ox? We've paid off all the mercenaries. No, I need you to take word, he sighed. And I suppose we probably shouldn't meet again. If they catch us, they'll come for any known associates, and if we're seen together... He spread his hands. Galen scowled, stood up, and tried to pace. He could only get about 4 strides in the little room, so he sat down again, clearly frustrated. I don't like this. I'm not exactly thrilled myself. The redhead looked at him, looked at the ceiling, looked back at him again, and then checked his bowl to see if there was any wine left in the bottom. Fine. We'll do it your way. He drained what was left down to the dregs, grimacing. What do they make this stuff out of? Beach plum, said Istvhan, rising to his feet. You don't get used to it. Chapter 42. On the last morning, neither of them slept late. There was no banter. Istvhan sat up and draped his wrists over his knees. He missed Ethan's galley, and even Maud the toad, who might have provided something harmless to talk about. But Phazon had not thought it prudent to return them to Ethan's safe house. Ethan himself had appeared briefly to tell them that the damage was minimal and indistinguishable from monkeys, or something called a kinkajou, whatever that was. He turned and saw Clara looking up at the ceiling. Without thinking, he leaned over and placed his palm between her breasts. She inhaled sharply,
and he imagined that he could feel the roiling of emotions under his hand. "Clara, don't," she said. She wouldn't meet his eyes. "Please don't. Not now. I can't handle it." He swallowed. "I never meant to add to your burdens, Domina." "I know. And if the world was different—" She sat up. "In another life, maybe we'll meet on the canal, and I will be a traitor, and you will be a mercenary, and we will fall into each other's arms." Istvhan wanted to ask her about this life, and whether there was any chance of that happening now. But she had asked him not to, and to force the conversation would be cruel. More than cruel, perhaps dangerous for us both if she cannot keep the beast on a leash when we break into the Colosseum. "As you wish, Domina," he said, and they rose together, to dress and prepare to storm the Sea Lord's gates. Getting into the Colosseum was easy. Clara's nerves screamed that it was too easy, that it should have been hard, but it wasn't. They sat on the back of the wagon with the barrels, both of them wearing laborers' clothes and slouched down to look smaller. Istvhan's mail fit under the coarse tunic, and Clara had her hair stuffed into a hat. They had elaborate backstories worked up, just in case, but all they did was show their passage chit to a bored-looking guard, and the wagon rumbled over the bridge without a second glance. "I expected it to be much harder," she whispered to Istvhan. "They're more concerned with keeping people in than out, I suppose, and they bring so much food in daily." He shrugged. "The transition to the actual cell levels are going to be where things get hairy. That's where they actually patrol." He wasn't wrong. They carried barrels into the kitchen and simply walked off afterward, into the hive of activity there. No one looked at them until they reached a set of stairs leading down. "These?" murmured Istvhan. "They're what I remember from the map." They went down the stairs. There was a wooden door at the bottom, barred from their side. "It's bound to be guarded," she said. Istvhan executed a complicated wiggle, unhooking the short sword that had been lying along his back. Clara took hold of the bar and waited for his signal. The guard on the other side said, "Hey, what are you—" and Istvhan's sword took him in the throat. "Subtle," said Clara, looking down at the man and the blood now painting the walls. "I didn't want him to raise the alarm." "I think anybody who uses this door is going to be more than just alarmed." She stepped back to avoid standing in the growing puddle of blood. "Look on the bright side," said Istvhan. "It keeps us from worrying if we need to hide the body." He stepped over the corpse and hurried down the hallway. "Did you have another plan?" "I thought we could talk to them, try to deceive them." "Interesting." "I somehow thought you had experience with stealth missions." "Domina, I'm a berserker." "Perhaps you gnawed your shield very quietly?" He gave her a wry look over his shoulder. "Cross corridor up ahead. Wait here." He crept to the crossing, looked both ways, then gestured for her to join him at the end. "Not a lot of cover." "They both attach to the corridor that we want, if memory serves. That one should have alcoves, although the map wasn't clear on how big they were." "Pick a direction." "Left." They went left, around a turn. There was another guard at the end of the corridor facing them. "Let me handle this one," muttered Clara, stepping forward, while Istvhan held the sword out of sight. "'Excuse me, sir. We're looking for the storerooms. We're supposed to pick up a bag of fennel seed, but we've gotten turned around."
"This isn't food stores," said the guard. "You've gotten very lost. Go back the way you came and up 2 flights of stairs."
"But we were just up there, and they told us to come down 3 flights, said Clara.
"I still think we got an extra flight in there," said Istvhan helpfully.
"Oh, this place is a maze."
"Regardless, you're in the wrong place. Man on the door shouldn't even have let you in," said the guard, rolling his eyes. Go back the way you came.
Isn't there a shorter way?
No.
But if we really have to go down another flight, there should be a set of stairs past you, and then we could—
No.
But—
Go back the way you came, said the guard acidly. Don't make me call a patrol to have you marched back.
Ugh, said Clara. I'm going. Wait, did we come from the right or did we go straight?
The guard made a frustrated noise and took several steps toward them, gesturing. You had to have come from the stairs.
Well, I thought we did.
She took a step backward, which led the man out of sight of the cross corridor, and then, fresh out of ideas, laced her hands together and clubbed him on the back of the neck. He went to his knees. Istvhan stabbed him helpfully.
Don't gloat,
she said, glaring at the paladin. Domina, I would never. Shall I put the body with the other one?
Sure, why not?
There was less blood this time. Clara mopped up as much as she could with the man's tunic, while Istvhan dropped the body with his comrade's corpse. I took their swords out so it'll look like they stabbed each other.
Will they buy that?
Can't hurt. They crept down the corridor again, looking for a place to hide. I'm sorry, said Istvhan a few minutes later, looking at the bodies scattered at their feet. Did you want to try to talk to any of these? Hurroof! Was that sarcasm? Do bears do sarcasm? The look the bear gave him indicated that while bears might not, Clara certainly did. A moment later her body shuddered and became a good deal smaller and less hairy. She stood up, and Istvhan handed her what salvageable clothing he could find. One of the guards had been carrying a loop of rope, which made a serviceable belt for the battered robe. He pulled off his tunic and offered it to her. It left his armor rather distressingly obvious, but it made her look rather less like she had exploded out of her clothes, so that was probably a wash.
They're going to know we're here,
she said, pulling the tunic over her head. I think that ship sailed a while ago. Istvhan nudged one of the bodies. They didn't even bother to ask who we were or where we were going. They just charged us.
You had a bear with you.
I would ask a man with a bear where he was going.
I suppose that's fair.
No, I'm guessing they found the bodies, he grimaced. This is a really dreadfully good design from a security standpoint. Everything funnels into the guard levels, and then through a couple of choke points on those levels. All you need is a handful of patrols to hold the whole thing. A shout went up somewhere behind them. Someone else had found the last set of bodies.
"Intruder on the floor!"
they bellowed.
"Intruder!"
Well, shit, said Istvhan conversationally. A paladin and a bear could take down a remarkable number of people, but he was limited by not being berserk, and Clara was limited by not being able to stand up in the hallway.
"Alcoves around the corner," she said,
breaking into a run. Your ability to memorize a map astounds me, Domina.
I'm a trader.
It's what we do. And here I once asked you if bears could read maps.
Yes, well,
she peered around the corner and presumably saw no one, because she did not slow.
They're not very good at remembering landmarks or cardinal directions, unfortunately. There.
They reached the alcoves. They looked at the alcoves. They looked at each other. They looked at the alcoves again. They looked a lot bigger on the map, said Istvhan.
They're where the privy drains from upstairs cut through the walls, said Clara.
She managed, by turning sideways and inhaling, to wedge herself into one. But Istvhan couldn't see her getting out again in a hurry. Well, damn, I suppose we just keep going. Nearly a dozen men appeared at the end of the hallway. No, said Istvhan very quietly. I'll keep going. You stay here.
What? What are you doing?
Surrendering, he said. Get your sisters out.
What?
Hush, Domina. He raised his sword in salute to the oncoming guards. There's far too many of them. This is where we part ways.
and may all the gods look after you." Clara wedged herself as far back in the alcove as she could, straining her ears to hear what was happening. "No, no, no, don't change," she thought. "Don't. There are too many of them, and if you try to change in this hole, you'll get stuck like a cork in a bottle, and that means you cannot panic, no matter how much you want to." She heard the voices of the guards, Istvhan answering them. She heard a jangle of metal and a crack of fist on flesh. "Calm. I am calm. I am quiet. I have faith that blessed Saint Ursa will set me on the right path." "Gentlemen," said Istvhan louder, sounding both pained and somewhat bemused, "I suggest that you do not continue. I am a paladin of the Saint of Steel. If I go berserk, I will try to kill all of you. Perhaps you will kill me. I imagine neither of us desires that outcome." Clara could picture his face and his expression as he spoke. She shoved her hands in her pockets, and her fingers closed over something small and hard, the acorn of the emperor oak. The one in charge said something else, somewhat muffled. Istvhan said, "Look for the trail of dead men. I did that alone. I would be very good in your gladiatorial pits, I think. That is why I have come." Clara still couldn't make out his captor's voice, but caught the phrase "job interview" in scathing tones. "I enjoy killing," said Istvhan pleasantly. "I enjoy killing men. I would enjoy killing all of you. Nevertheless, if you put me in the pit with a sword in my hand, I will enjoy that even more, and there will not be nearly as many repercussions." His tone was absolutely chilling. Clara was used to paladins being poor liars, but apparently Istvhan had not been informed of that. "Remember how calm he was on the road? How easily he covered for their mission? You always knew." The tiny traitor voice in her head whispered, "You know you can't trust anything he said to you to get you in his bed." That didn't matter now. The only thing that mattered was that Istvhan had come with her into the heart of the enemy's stronghold, and he was sacrificing himself to save her. "He could leave me behind with a kiss and a tickle and a, 'You know it would never work,' after this is all over. But he's here now, and this is the important thing." Another crack of fist on flesh. Istvhan grunted. "No, no." Blessed Saint Ursa. But Saint Ursa seemed very far away. If she protected her chosen so well, why had all the other sisters been taken? Why was it left to Clara? Why was she left listening to a man give himself up to the enemy to save her? A man who had cried out her name in passion and left safety behind to help her. What good was Saint Ursa if he died? What good had Istvhan's God done him in the end? She clenched her fist over the acorn and felt the tiny point on the end dig into her palm. Faith, faith made material. Brant does not know if what he plants will ever grow. He has faith that it will anyway, though he will never see it. Saint Ursa, Saint of Steel, if there is anything left of you that listens, save this man and save my sisters. I will follow this road to the end, even if it means my death, but don't make me watch him die." Another guard ran up. Clara flattened back into the alcove, but he didn't look in her direction, just skidded past. "Sir," he gasped, "sir, the other patrol's dead. All of them, like they've been torn to pieces." Whoever the man in charge was, he let out a growl that would have done the bear proud. "Just you?" he asked. He must have turned to face the new arrival, because his voice was less muffled. "Berserkers," said Istvhan, "are not known for our ability to work well in groups." A bark of amusement. "You'll go in the pits either way. Maybe we'll feed you to a tiger to warm up the crowd." "As you wish." "Bring him," snapped the leader, and then with clanking and grumbling, and Istvhan saying, "Now, now," in a chiding tone, like a teacher to a misbehaving pupil, the group went off down the hall, leaving Clara alone. She sagged back against the alcove wall, wiping at her face, and it was a long few minutes before she could bring herself to move. Chapter 43. They put him in a cell. It was a fairly average cell. Istvhan had not been in a great many of them in his life, but it was neither a hole in the ground filled with rats, nor a luxurious stateroom with armed guards. Distinctly middle of the road. The door was made of metal bars rather than being solid, which let a fair amount of light in, presumably so that prisoners could be assessed at a glance for suitability in the fighting pit. He put a hand through the bars to try and find the locking mechanism, and discovered that it was out of reach for anyone with shorter arms than an orangutan. "Can't say I'm surprised. They have a lot of experience with this, I'm guessing." He tested each of the bars for weakness. There was none. He checked the flagstones in case anyone had politely left a secret door or hidden compartment. No one had been so courteous. The drain for waste was firmly cemented in. Given a sharpened spoon and a couple of months, Istvhan could have chipped his way out, but his captors had not thought to provide the spoon either. There was a rope hammock in the cell, as one might expect in such a nautical city. It was even long enough to accommodate Istvhan, which was impressive. He upgraded his opinion of the cell slightly. And then, since there was nothing he could do and the alternative was to sit up and fret, he climbed into the hammock, prayed to all the living gods, and one particular dead one for Clara's safety, and went to sleep. Clara was impersonating one of the cleaning crew, by the simple expedient of picking up a bucket and walking off with it. She had tied her robe up with a loop of rope and washed the blood off her face. Fortunately, on her nondescript clothing, blood was indistinguishable from any other set of stains. There were cleaners everywhere, once she was inside the main complex. No one looked at them twice, probably because there were simply so many people. The Colosseum complex was a small city unto itself. Clara passed a floor full of gladiators working out, a floor that appeared to be sleeping quarters for workers, and two more full of cells sized to accommodate a human. She tried to calculate how much filth that many prisoners would generate, on top of the blood and dirt from the gladiators, on top of housing for the staff, and came up with an absurdly large amount. No wonder there's people with mops everywhere you look, and we started halfway down the complex. The upper quarters are probably housing for higher-ranked officials, and such people generate an ungodly amount of housework. The floors that had prison cells were guarded. Cleaners were still going in and out, but Clara did not know if they were on a schedule or known to the guards. She wanted very much to go check for Istvhan, but getting herself thrown in a cell would help no one, least of all him. She told herself this 3 or 4 times. "And if you do find him, how will you break him out? This isn't like the beasts, where hardly anyone will be watching. He sacrificed his freedom for your sisters. Don't throw that away." She did not seem to be moving. She was rooted to the spot, washing a section of wall that was probably now clean enough to perform surgery on. "Once you find your sisters, you can come back for him. If you set a bunch of tigers loose, that will be enough distraction for any number of guards." That finally got her moving again. She picked up the bucket and hurried to the next set of stairs, looking for the runs where they kept the beasts. "You, Paladin." Istvhan looked up, startled. The speaker at the bars was so nondescript that he suspected she worked at it. Colorless hair, colorless eyes, shapeless clothes. If she had not been at the door of his cell, which automatically rendered her the most interesting thing in Istvhan's world. He might have overlooked her completely.
"Will you speak with me?" she asked.
"My social calendar is not particularly full," said Istvhan, glancing around the cell. In addition to the lack of sharpened spoons and escape tunnels, no one had included any reading material. He would have given a great deal for a scandalous broadsheet to pass the time.
"You are a paladin, aren't you?" she said. "Saint of Steel?"
"How did you know?" asked Istvhan, not seeing the point of denying it. She shrugged.
"The Sea Lords have eyes and ears," she said, "and there are few enough berserkers about. Word is that a saint came in as part of a caravan a few days ago, and now you are here and claiming to be a berserker, and enough men are dead that I am inclined to believe that claim. It does not take an expert to put two and two together."
"A saint came in as part of a caravan. They must have gotten word of Galen somehow. Someone talked." Istvhan decided not to correct her impression. It might yet work out in his favor. "Then I fear you have the advantage of me, madam." His flirtation earned him a colorless smile.
"The Saints of Steel are said to be the elite."
It was his turn to smile. "We have our moments." She nodded.
"You will fight in the pits, then?"
"It is what I came to do."
"Why?"
The best lies were made of truth. Istvhan licked his lips. "My god is dead," he said. "I am a weapon with no master. Most of my comrades chose to die when the god did, but I choose the manner of my death. And I heard you had a necromancer working here. To die and take such an enemy with me." He gave her his most feral smile. She did not rise to the bait.
"They say that a Saint of Steel cannot be defeated in battle."
"We can, if you throw enough bodies at us."
That was no lie. She nodded. "Tomorrow is the new exhibition," she said. "Antony's Draugos are expected to carry the day again, but the shipbreakers have brought in something new, something strange enough that Antony is nervous."
"Something like a convent full of werebears, I expect."
"It is in the interest of the other Sea Lords that Antony's control of the pits be broken. Whatever shipbreaker McLaren is planning, a little assistance may be useful. You will go to the pits immediately beforehand. The Draugos are meant to warm up on you before they face McLaren's champion. If there are fewer Draugos afterward than Antony expects, that will serve all of us well. Will you do this?"
"Do I have a choice?"
Another fleeting, colorless smile. "Many men fear the Draugos. They are dead men, after all."
"I do not fear the dead," said Istvhan. "In my experience, the living are the ones who cause problems."
She nodded to him. "The roster will be changed then, and you may learn how much trouble the dead can cause after all. And perhaps Antony will learn how much trouble can be caused by the living."
She began to turn away. Istvhan raised a hand. "May I ask a question, madam?"
Colorless eyes met his. "Perhaps."
"When I get to hell, who shall I say was my benefactor?"
She smiled. "Perhaps you'll find out before you get there."
The run stank of urine and fear and the boredom of beasts. The bear did not like it. It was the smell of 1,000 traps, layered all together.
"It's not," she lied to it. "It's not. It's just a foolish human thing. We are free. Hush."
Something roared, practically in her ear, and Clara staggered back to the opposite wall. The bear growled, and Clara locked it down with iron will.
"It's nothing. It's nothing. It can't get to us. Not now. Hush. Hush."
"New here?" asked a sympathetic voice. Clara looked over and saw a wiry older woman. "Sent you to muck out stalls and didn't warn you?"
"They asked if someone wanted to do it, and I like animals," she said weakly.
"So do I," said the woman. "And this is a terrible place for that, if you ask me." She offered Clara a hand up. Her grip had surprising strength in it. "Don't mind him, that's just Crabby."
"Crabby?"
The woman gestured at the tiger who had roared. He was standing full length with his paws on the bars. Stretched out, he was taller even than the bear. "Crabby! He's got a fancy-ass noble name, but we call him Crabby. Don't worry about him attacking you. He mostly hates men." She steered Clara past the tiger's cell, well away from the bars. "Stay away from the bars, though. He likes to spray. They all do, actually. That's your job today, cleaning piss off the walls and the floor. Glamorous, huh?" Clara managed to smile. Now what would a timid cleaner who likes animals say?
"Doesn't sound much different than cleaning the men's privies."
The tiger keeper laughed. "And they're a damn sight better behaved, too. Look, you see the gutter on the floor there? Stay behind it and you're safe from anything but piss and noise. Don't go over that gutter, though. Not your hands, not your head, not any part of you. Otherwise, if they can get a paw through the bars, they might be able to reach you."
Clara's gulp was not entirely feigned.
"Any others I should know about?"
"Stay away from the ape cage," said the woman. "They aren't keeping apes in it right this second, but they've got an amazing reach on them and they'll throw nasty shit. The door's solid, not barred. It's at the far end."
She waved around the curved semicircle of the run.
"Aha!"
Clara consulted the map in her head. The ape cage. That would be where her sisters were being kept.
"Do I just mop, then?"
she asked, hiding her excitement.
"Mop to start. If you somehow manage to finish that before lights out, you can work on emptying the muck buckets at the base of the gutters. But the piss has been piling up."
"When is lights out?"
Clara was beginning to think that this place never slept. She was fairly certain that it was already early morning, and her sense of time passing screamed at her.
"About 2 hours before they start the fights, so the beasts are rested. Though we don't have to send any of them out to get slaughtered tonight, thank the river giant," she sighed. "If you have any questions, just give a yell. I'll be on for a few more hours."
"Do you happen to have a dozen nuns locked in a cage?"
This did not seem particularly safe, no matter how friendly the woman was.
"Thank you,"
said Clara instead.
"You're very kind."
She kept her head down, filled her bucket at the nearby trough, and began to scrub. It was hard work, but not particularly difficult. Most of her attention was spent trying to keep the bear from making trouble. The animals yelled or roared or screamed, according to their natures, and she scrubbed up their leavings and thought calming thoughts and wondered how long until lights out. Her world narrowed to scrubbing, flagstones, and piss. It seemed like an eternity, but eventually a keeper began turning down the oil lamps and said, "You can stop there," as he passed.
"I'll go out the other side,"
she said, and waited to see if he'd protest. But apparently this wasn't unusual or even noteworthy. "Don't get pissed on," was all he said, and went to the next lamp. She went to the far end of the run, stepped out the door and waited, watching through the barred window. A keeper did a quick walk through, then came out the door. Clara busied herself scrubbing the floor at the entrance, and he immediately apologized for tracking dirt through, then went off, whistling. And that was all. She watched for nearly 20 minutes and saw no one else. When the coast outside was clear, she slipped back inside the run. Keys to the cages hung on the wall beside the entrances to the beast's run. Clara had had another moment of doubt when she saw them.
"This is too easy. Why aren't they hidden?"
But practicality overwhelmed it. You wouldn't hide the keys to a tiger's cage. The tiger couldn't very well steal them. And if something did go wrong, and someone locked themselves into a cell, or if an animal injured itself, you'd have only seconds to remedy the matter. You wouldn't keep the keys locked up like you would for human prisoners. You'd keep multiple copies, and you'd keep them in easy reach.
"Blessings on your shaggy head, St. Ursa."
Clara grabbed the key ring. In the dimness, she could not make out any labels on the keys, or perhaps they weren't labeled at all. She sorted through them by touch as she hurried down the darkened run, back toward the ape cage. Beasts watched her as she passed. A cat gave a coughing snarl. She heard something else, too, a distant thundering, though she did not know what throat it might have come from. She was most of the way to the cage, the sound still growing around her, when she realized that the beast that made that cry was human. Above her, through layers of wood and stone, the crowd was beginning to roar. Chapter 44. Istvhan heard the roars of the crowd through the walls. He wondered how long it would take for their initial bloodlust to be sated, how long until someone came for him, if anyone did. I have only the word of a well-informed stranger that the roster has been changed at all, and only luck to protect me, should that captain of the guard see my name and decide to change it back. Assuming the captain had the rank to override the woman he had met, which was an interesting question all on its own, and not one that Istvhan had sufficient information to speculate on. I am caught in the wheels of a vast political machine, and I have only the faintest idea of where the levers are located. The roars went on, occasionally falling, more often rising to a crescendo, killing their way through the warm-up acts. He was just wondering whether to call out for a guard when one came to him. The jailer had a ring of keys in hand. "Your pit fodder tonight," the man said. "Are you going to come quietly?" "Probably," said Istvhan. "I'm bored. A pit fight sounds like an improvement." He put his hands through the bars, and the man manacled them together, then swung the door open. "Do I get a weapon?" asked Istvhan, as he was marched along the run. "Aye, you do. Better show for the crowd that way." His jailer steered him toward a wall covered in weapons. None of it was of particularly high quality, but there was an extraordinary variety. "Pick your poison." "May I handle the bastard sword on the lower left?" The jailer did not uncuff him, but took down the sword. "Elliot's got a bolt on you," he said, jerking his chin to another man, who sat on a chair with a loaded crossbow, pointed very clearly in Istvhan's direction. "Don't get funny, and he won't have to use it." "I should not dream of it." Istvhan hefted the sword as well as he could, given the manacles. It wasn't a good blade, but it had weight, and after the first 2 or 3 assailants you were pretty much using the edge as a club anyway, and he didn't trust any of the shields on the wall to hold up to a direct hit. "This will do." As he walked toward the ramp that led up to the fighting floor, he caught a glimpse of a colorless shadow against the wall. She stepped forward, gesturing for the keys, and his jailer handed them over immediately, obedient to whatever authority she possessed. "When you get to hell," she murmured, "you may tell the Lady of the Waters that the dove keys still keep faith." Istvhan bowed to her, very deeply, and went up the ramp, prepared to sell his life dear. He'd been in a lot of fights in his life, but this was the first one that Istvhan could remember that came with an announcer. "And now, gentlefolk, spectators of the sport, we have a challenger who fought his way into a prison cell.
claimed to be an elite swordsman in his own country. Let's see what the Draugrs think of that."
"I don't know if I hate this, or if I want one to follow me around for all my fights." Istvhan scanned the crowd. The seats rose high overhead, with the very top open to the sky, though it was night time and torches provided all the light. The seats were jammed full, presumably with the wealthiest closest to the bottom, and the rabble stuck high in the nosebleed section. There were 7 boxes studded around the amphitheater in the bottom row, each with a large sigil on the front. 3 represented stylized diving birds, the others a collection of waves, ships, and swords. "One for each sea lord, I suspect. Is that one Antony there?" His suspicions were confirmed a moment later, when the announcer shouted, "Still undefeated, Sea Lord Antony's Draugrs!" And the man in the box stood up, punching a fist at the air. He was a young, rather rat-faced man, with thinning hair and a sailor's wiry muscle. It was the person next to him that caught Istvhan's attention. He wore a dark hooded cloak and sat far too still, but it was more than that. Something screamed at Istvhan to pay attention, that this was bad, this was evil, this was important. Paladins of the Saint of Steel had never been known for their finer sensitivities. Istvhan was no better at spotting a demon than the next person, and far worse if the next person happened to belong to the dreaming god. But every half-buried sense of the uncanny that he possessed was suddenly screaming at him, and the cloaked figure was the locus. "If that's the necromancer, he's a damn fool. He's dressed like a cliché, and he shouldn't be out here anyway, unless he has to maintain a visual link to his dead bodies." 2 doors opened on opposite sides of the arena, and figures filed in. The crowd screamed. Istvhan took a few steps backward, darted a glance behind him to make sure that none had come through the door behind him. They hadn't. Just these, then, at least at first. "Dredged from the bottom of the sea and animated with the desire for battle. They feel no pain and no fear. They do not know the meaning of defeat. Can any man actually kill them? Twice?" He hadn't needed an announcer to tell him that. The Draugrs were most definitely dead. Istvhan had fought far more corpses in the last few days than he ever wanted to fight again, and it did not take an expert to see that these were more of the same. Water dripped from their clothes, smelling of brine. The skin that he could see was greenish-black and had a waxy appearance. All of them seemed to have normal heads, or at least as normal as dead men could get. There were 6 of them, and 3 had shrouds that covered their faces, but the others were eyeless and swollen, with blackened tongues protruding from their mouths. They wore winding sheets and shrouds and ragged clothing. "Well, the longer I last, the longer Clara has to get away. Let's see what I can do." 6, 2 with tridents, the rest with various swords and cutlasses. Not insurmountable, with the battle tide on him. Not great odds, nonetheless. If they fought as a unit, he'd be in deep trouble. Istvhan took a deep breath. The battle tide was rising, a red haze pulling at the edges of his vision. "It is time," he told it. He stopped holding back and let it rise. "Sisters," whispered Clara, peering through the barred window of the ape cage. "Sisters, are you there?" "Oh, please, let them be there. Let me not be in the wrong place. Let them not have moved them before the fight." Rustling, shifting cloth, and then a familiar voice said uncertainly, "Clara?" The hard, knotted space in her chest felt as if it had been struck with a hammer. She clutched the bars.
"Sigrid, is that you? Clara? But you're dead." "No, I'm not. I'm really not."
She choked on something between laughter and tears.
"I didn't die. Some Aro found me. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm here now and we don't have much time. I'll get you out."
She fumbled with the keys and slid one into the lock. They were huge, heavy things, and the locks were massive. The first one didn't turn, and she tried the next. The keys jangled on the ring. One of the tigers gave a coughing snarl at the sound, and another cat roared from farther down the block, until the whole row rang with echoes.
"Blessed Saint Ursa, they've probably learned that the keys mean it's feeding time." "Are you all right?" asked Sigrid through the door. "I've just got to find the right key."
And then she stopped, because something very sharp and very cold was prodding her in the back. Very slowly she turned her head. One of the tiger keepers stood 4 feet away. He had a wicked spear with a cross brace on it, set directly against her kidneys. "I don't know how you got out," he said, "but I'm guessing you're one of them. Do you know what this thing I'm carrying is?"
"Bear spear,"
said Clara, her mouth dry. "Exactly so." He put a touch of pressure on the weapon, and she felt it slice through the cloth of her robe. The sides would be razor-sharp, designed to slide through muscle and shield fat. "There was a fashion for bear-baiting a few years back. Me, I say that's a damn waste of a fine animal, but I haven't forgotten my business." Clara swallowed. A soldier or a guard, she would have been confident in overpowering. They were used to fighting humans. But this man worked with animals every day, and he was doing everything right.
"If you let us go, I'll give you anything you want."
He shook his head. "There's nothing you can give me. Put your hands on the door." She obeyed.
"Please," she said, not taking her eyes off him. "Please, you must know this is wrong. We're nuns. We've been kidnapped. This is not right."
"No, it isn't," he said. He looked as old as she felt. "It's not right when it's tigers either, or bears, or men. But I've got a granddaughter, and I'm all she's got left, and if you escape on my watch, I'll be the next one in the pit." He whistled, not looking away, and another keeper popped out of a tiger cage a few doors down.
Sir, is there a problem?"
"Yeah," he said. He still didn't take his eyes off Clara. "Go round up the rest of the keepers. One of the beasts is loose." The Draugos did not fight as a unit, but as 6 individuals, which was why Istvhan was still alive. He'd already learned that cutting their heads off didn't do anything. It just meant that he was fighting something headless. They were stumbling and not particularly agile, but they were still very much in the fight. He settled for lopping off their sword arms, which seemed to confuse them. The bodies were obviously well decayed, and cutting off their arms felt more like hacking through a block of hard cheese than flesh. "I shall simply have to take off their arms and legs until they can no longer get at me," he thought. And his thoughts were incredibly slow, rolling through his skull like stones, while his body moved with the speed of the tide. Sometimes time skipped sideways, and he would find himself dragging his sword out of something's body, without quite knowing how he got there. He found that he was actually relying on the announcer to tell him how many he had damaged. "And he's gotten the arms off another one. They may not be dead, but they won't be taking a swing at him anymore. I have got to hire one of these guys." There were 3 armless Draugos now, and he was working on the 4th. He had gotten one of its legs off and its hand at the wrist. It did not seem pained, but it fell over and began crawling after him. The battle tide rolled over him again. Everything was so slow. The movements of the enemy were clumsy and took so very long. One of the ones without a sword arm came at him, trying to catch him in a one-armed hug. He danced out of the way, but there was a second one behind him, and it actually got an arm part way around his waist. It was cold and wet, and had the same soft, bloated feel as the leg he'd ripped off the smooth man days earlier. He'd never been violently ill when the tide was upon him. His shred of remaining consciousness was deeply relieved. Istvhan slammed the butt of his sword against the Draugah's chest, not expecting it to do anything but shove the creature back. Instead, he heard a strangely familiar hollow crunch. The Draugah collapsed. Even through the red haze across his vision, Istvhan thought, "What the hell?" It sounded like clay, but that made no sense at all. He got out of the way in case the thing was only stunned, but it lay unmoving on the sand. Another was approaching, carrying a trident, and he backed away, out of range of the downed one, and waited to meet it, still puzzling over the sound. That didn't sound like bone. How is that possible? He had already chopped one's head half off, and it was flesh he cut through, too soft and bloated from drowning, but definitely flesh. None of them had an extra head sticking out of their backs or shoulders. The new Draugah had reach, but it was so slow, no faster than a human. The battle tide was swift and merciless. He had years to step past the thrust of the trident, to grab the shaft in his free hand and yank forward, pulling the Draugah off balance, just so that he could angle it and shove backward. The butt of the trident hit it in the chest, and he heard another crackle of breaking pottery, and it collapsed, lifeless. The crowd howled, a distant roar like the sea striking rocks. Istvhan fought free of the tide. It was probably foolish, but if he was right, it changed everything. He kept hold of the trident, dug the tines into the wrappings over the downed Draugah's chest, and pulled. Under the winding cloth there was a shirt. Under the shirt— Shit, another one was coming. He didn't have time, but he had to know. There was a gaping hole, blackish green at the edges, the inside coated with grave wax. Inside the hole, there were a dozen shards of broken pottery. Clay hearts. Do they have clay hearts? That would make a certain kind of sense, but Stakus never said anything. He uncoiled, leading with the sword stabbing straight into the next one's chest at the approximate level of the hole. A foolish move, one that no smart warrior would have tried on a human opponent. The ribs would knock your blade aside, and if they didn't, you'd have his torso permanently affixed to your sword. And presumably all his friends and maternal cousins would come running while you had a foot on his sternum, trying to pry him off. No ribs. Another crackle of breaking ceramic. Another one down. The one crawling toward him was the obvious target. He took off its other arm and rolled it over with the trident. It snapped and kicked at him. He pinned it down with the trident through the neck and pulled its shroud aside. Oh. It wasn't a heart. The head of a child, cast in clay, snapped its jaws at him and opened its mouth in a soundless snarl. Chapter 45. Clara had hoped to be reunited with her sisters as a liberator. Instead, she was shoved unceremoniously through the door on the point of a bear spear. The door slammed and left her blinking in the gloom. "Clara," said Sister Sigrid, and folded her arms around Clara's shoulders. "I was trying to rescue you," she said, feeling tears coming. "Oh, God, I was so close. It's so stupid to get caught now." Sigrid patted her back as if she were very young. "We're all together again. That's worth something. Then she stepped away, and there was another hug, and another, and even though she'd failed, they were here at last after so long.
"Clara! Late as always, I see. I thought I'd never see you again. I'm so glad you're alive. We all thought you died."
She tried to answer all of them, but St. Ursa only knew how coherent she was. Towards the end she was just nodding and sobbing and unable to form any sentence at all.
Is everyone still alive?"
Clara asked, when she could get control of her voice again. She looked around the cell, her eyes adjusting to the gloom. The ape cage had been hastily converted to a kind of dormitory, with hammocks slung above and below, and a table with food and drink. She tried to count bodies and gave up.
"Where's the abbess?"
"The abbess didn't make it," said Sigrid gruffly. Clara felt her heart clench.
"The wagon was too much for her?" "It wasn't the wagon. But how did you get here?" "What do you mean, it wasn't the wagon?"
One of the two novices began to cry. Sigrid put her hand against the door as if trying to keep the world out.
"We spent 2 weeks at a manor house a little south of here. The man that the raiders handed us over to demanded that we change, to prove that he wasn't being swindled. The abbess refused, said that we were not animals to perform for their amusement. So they hurt her until we complied."
Clara inhaled sharply.
"Hurt? She died of her wounds." "We should have obeyed her wishes," said Sister Amelia. "We lowered ourselves to change, and for what? It didn't save her."
"If we'd done it sooner, it would have," growled the Sister Apothecary.
"It's done," said Sigrid. "It doesn't matter now."
She looked at Clara, and Clara read in her eyes that it mattered very, very much, and Sigrid was holding her temper by the barest shreds.
"Do you know where we are?"
"Moorstone," said Clara, "and we're about to be sent into the fighting pits." Dismay ran through the assembled sisters, but Sigrid only nodded.
"Tell us what you know, then."
Istvhan could hear the crowd screaming, could see another legless Draugr crawling toward him, but he couldn't look away. The sculpture in the dead thing's chest was no larger than his fist, and there was something dreadfully misshapen about it. The forehead bulged over the face. Its eyes were far too widely spaced, and had been sculpted closed like a monstrous fetus. Bizarrely, his first reaction was relief. This wasn't necromancy. This was evil, but it was a simple, straightforward evil that he understood. No one was dragging the dead back from their endless rest. The Draugrs were not undead. They were simply dead flesh being driven forward by a wonder-worker's magic. Stakis told us. He said that he'd been angry when he made the last mold, that it wasn't right, and I thought he meant that it didn't work right, but no. He meant that what he'd created wasn't right. It wasn't something that could pass on the street. Maybe it was his way of trying to stop what his creation was doing. Poor fool. That thing he created just found another way to use it. The crawling thing jerked and twisted on the end of the trident. Istvhan smashed the clay child's face with his boot heel. The Draugr went limp. He yanked the trident free and made his way across the sands, pinning each of the crawling Draugrs and stomping down on its chest. Only one survived. He hauled the wet cloth off it and saw that the hole was in its belly instead, the clay head jammed in upside down, half buried in a tangle of blackened viscera. "Don't puke in front of the enemy. Don't give them the satisfaction." "He's done it!" screamed the announcer. "He's killed them! Through the heart every time! The swordsman's strategy pays off!" He stalked toward Sea Lord Anthony's box and flung the trident down. It landed upright and quivering in the sand. "Well," he shouted,
Have you got any more?"
It was absolutely grandstanding, and the crowd loved it. Antony turned an ugly shade of mottled red and pounded his fist on the edge of the box. The hooded figure next to him turned their head and gazed down at Istvhan from the shadows of their cowl. "You're no necromancer. You're Stakis's great creation, aren't you? You found a way to get bodies supplied for you. I'll bet diamonds to dog shit that you're harvesting the bodies of the people you kill in the arena, maybe soaking these overnight so they swell nicely, and jamming one of your nasty little heads into their guts. Oh, what a fine deal that must be. Every fight humans lose, you win." He wondered how many previous gladiators had figured out that the little clay objects were controlling the corpses. Did you just bury them under a wave of bodies, then put another head on top of them? The Draugrs are undefeated, so no one's lived long enough to pass word, and from the crowd it probably just looks like I'm destroying their hearts. The heads were so small and the walls were so high. As long as the Draugrs left no survivors, and as long as he kept the people who cleaned up the bodies happy, Antony could keep going indefinitely, feeding bodies into the smooth men's mill. The crowd showed no sign of letting up. Istvhan waved to them, thinking what a disgusting group of people they must be, to enjoy watching beasts and men be torn to shreds by the corpses of their countrymen. You know, in some countries, they just have oiled naked men wrestle each other and nobody raises the dead at all.
"Enough, Antony," called another of the Sea Lords, rising to his feet. He was an old man with a pouched, sagging face and thinning hair. His box was decorated with the sigil of a ship caught in a mailed fist. Shipbreaker McLaren? An odd title, but the gods only knew how the Sea Lords named themselves. Impressive that I can hear him so well over the crowd. This place must have been designed for the acoustics. "If your Draugrs cannot handle one solitary swordsman, give someone else a turn. I've champions of my own to put in the ring." Antony's voice was strangled with rage.
"This was barely an opening act. We sent in a handful to give him a fighting chance. My Draugrs will take him and your pitiful champions both, like they've taken all the others."
"Let us see, then," said McLaren, and sat down. He made a casual gesture toward the announcer. "From Sea Lord McLaren, one of the Shipbreaker clan, appearing for the first time in the arena, the Sisterhood of St. Ursa." The crowd cheered, but Istvhan suspected that they would have cheered at anything at this point. And this is where they find out that Clara's broken her sisters out of their cell, I hope. "From the barbaric south, far across the mountains, a tribe of sisters known for their savagery. It is said they capture men for mating, then kill them when they're finished. But how will they fare against Moorstone's own menace from the deep? If I somehow live through this, I'm going to tell Clara so many stories." The tension grew. The announcer fell silent. Istvhan dared to hope, and kept his eyes fixed on McLaren. Any minute now, a runner is going to come in and tell him. Any minute now. He heard the doors creak wide behind him, and he turned. A dozen women were pushed through the entryway, in a tight little knot. They were mostly middle-aged and older, but two teenage novices clutched each other's arms, terror written across their faces. "No. Oh, no. Gods, please." And at the front of them, the person in the world that he least wanted to see at that moment. Clara met his eyes, her expression bleak, and shook her head.
The crowd did not know what to make of a group of frightened women, no matter how the announcer had billed them. There was some scattered cheering and a lot more muttering and confusion. Istvhan did not delude himself that they wouldn't be delighted as soon as there was blood on the sand, though. He walked toward Clara. An older woman, nearly as tall as she was and built along similar lines, moved to get between them, and Clara hastily put out an arm. "You shouldn't be here," he said.
"Neither should you."
"Yeah, well—" He looked around at the entry doors. Any minute now the Draugos would start pouring in. "Listen, this is important. They're smooth men. They've got a clay head inside their chests. Smash those and they go down." Clara's eyes went wide, but she didn't waste time with questions.
"We'll have to fight," she said over her shoulder. "These things aren't alive. There's a clay thing in their chests. Smash it and they die."
The door began to slide open. He gripped the haft of his trident, wondering how many of the nuns had heard that and understood it, wondering how much of a bloodbath he was about to witness. The big woman beside Clara turned to another woman next to her and said,
"What do you do?"
"Smash the clay thing in their chests," said the second woman. Both of them grabbed two more and repeated the question. Draugos began to emerge from the doorways, lining the walls of the pit. The dead men stood arm's length from one another, ringing the Colosseum. The crowd's muttering began to turn to cheers as the pit filled with dead men.
"Must we fight?"
asked a voice at Istvhan's elbow. The woman was old and frail and white-haired.
"We have refused to change for their amusement, and now—"
She raised one hand to the crowd. "Saint of Steel, whatever is left of you, White Rat if you'll hear me, Saint Ursa if you exist, please, please, let them not be determined to be martyrs. I'll die with a glad heart for them, but let it have some meaning. If you do not fight, dead men will tear you to pieces," he said. Clara's voice was flat and eerily uninflected, as if she were distracted by something of great importance.
"I know this man. I will fight beside him."
The big woman said,
"Not alone. Sigrid, the abbess didn't want—" "The abbess is dead," said Sigrid flatly. "Don't ask me to watch the novices go the same way."
The Draugos finished filing in. Doors slammed shut with a hollow ring of metal. Istvhan turned in a circle, seeing dozens of the dead men, evenly spaced in a ring around them. He turned back to Clara. Torchlight woke green fires in her eyes.
"We will not recognize you as beasts," she said.
Her jaw was tight, and he realized at last that she was holding off the change with the very last of her self-control.
"Get as far away from us as you can."
See, Lord Anthony brought his arm down in a slashing motion, and the Draugos charged. Chapter 46. Istvhan knew one of the Draugos was coming up behind him, and so he turned, catching its raised cutlass on his sword, and punching the creature in the chest, hoping to find the hole. His fist struck ribs, but they dipped sharply to the left, and his second blow found the clay head. The Draugos collapsed, and he spun away from it, took off another one's arm. "Oh, God, it's so spongy, I hate this so much." And then he found himself behind the line of Draugos. He looked over their heads and saw the Sisters of St. Ursa. Clara had changed while his back was turned. So had the woman beside her. He watched the transformation move across them, like a fire catching, first one, then another, each of them standing up taller and taller, shapes flowing and changing into beasts, the novices half-grown juveniles, the rest as large as any bear he'd ever imagined. The noise of the crowd changed abruptly. It did not become silent, but the roar became a hiss of indrawn breath, as every spectator saw what was taking place. In that sudden hush, he heard the little old woman standing between two massive she-bears say, "Oh, bollocks!" And then she too was changing. How odd, thought Istvhan, feeling very detached. It doesn't seem to have any relation to how big they are as humans. The old woman was a silver-muzzled giant, a third again as large as Clara. The Draugrs were incapable of astonishment or surprise. They did not slow but waded into combat, striking at the bears with sword and trident. One of the novices was cut down almost immediately. Then Clara and Sigrid hit the wall of Draugrs like a hammer. Bodies flew. The crowd went mad. Telling them to go for the chest may have been overly precise. The bears fought like bears. They smashed Draugrs down and flung them aside. Paws larger than Istvhan's head laid open terrible gashes in the rotted flesh. The problem was that these blows were not particularly fatal unless they hit the right place. Istvhan had his back to the wall and watched as the silver-muzzled bear tore a Draugr's head from its shoulders, whereupon the Draugr stabbed her anyway, or tried. It had much the same effect as Istvhan's initial attempt to stab Clara, but it enraged the bear even further. She reared up and slammed her paws down on the Draugr, which crushed it to the ground and apparently took the clay head with it. If the bears had fought as a unit, they could have made short work of the enemy. But most of the bears wanted to run away instead of fighting, and only turned when they had been pressed up against the wall. Only a few seemed to retain enough human presence of mind to know that they had no choice but to fight. Clara and Sigrid and the silver-muzzled old woman were the best of the lot, scything down the enemy like wheat, but they took blows from their own panicked sisters as well as the Draugrs themselves. To get in the way of the bears was to risk death. To stay out of battle was to let the nuns die. It was not even a choice at all. Istvhan saw a knot of Draugrs descending on the remaining novice and waded into the fray. Time slipped sideways. He lost his sword somewhere. He had a vague memory that one of the bodies had been fresh, not old, and when he hewed into the thing's rib cage, the bone had locked onto the blade. Well, it hadn't been a very good sword anyway. And now the bear was in front of him and two Draugrs, and the bear was trying to climb the wall in a desperate panic to get away. "The Draugrs," he told the tide desperately. "It is the Draugrs we want, not the bear." The tide did not answer. It rarely did, and it had finally seen enough of the bears to begin to understand how to fight them. "The face," it whispered. "The eyes, the nose. The body is armored. Strike the face and blind it first. Grab the trident from this Draugr. Shove it in front to take the blow, then aim for the eyes and it will rear back." "No!" Istvhan did take the trident from the Draugr, by the simple expedient of chopping its arm off, but he fought the tide, hooking the shaft over the monster's neck and hauling it backwards. It squashed unpleasantly against him, but it lost its footing, and he smashed the butt of the trident down into its chest, hammering away until he found the hole and the clay head controlling it. The second Draugr lifted its blade to cut at the bear's legs. Again, he thought. There was already a splatter of blood on the sand, and Istvhan flung himself between them. He caught the thing's cutlass on the trident and slapped at its chest with his free hand, trying to find the hole, not finding it. It had to be somewhere. Come on! The tide wrenched him suddenly to one side, sacrificing his left shoulder as it did. The Draugr's cutlass slammed down, and he felt his collarbone creak with the impact. Not broken, but he was going to have a devil of a time lifting his left arm for a while. And why had the tide pulled him aside when... The Draugr came apart, and a paw larger than his head smashed through the space where he had been standing. Something roared, louder than the crowd, directly in his ear. Up, up, get it on its hind legs. You probably can't go through the belly, there's too much fat and hide there. Try the throat. Hit it in the face with the trident first. He feinted with the trident, and the bear snarled, lashing out. He jerked out of the way just in time to avoid having his head ripped off. Somewhere very far away, Istvhan could hear himself screaming, but the tide was over his head now, his vision red around the edges and the pain in his shoulder like a goad, and he was made to kill and keep on killing until nothing else moved on the sand, and the beast was in his way. A cut opened up on the bear's muzzle, and presumably he'd made it. His left arm was numb. The bear struck again and knocked the trident spinning out of his hands, and he staggered backward, groping for the cutlass the second Draugr had dropped. And if he could get it and get in low, perhaps he could open up the belly after all. He didn't dare go high. The bear would catch him in a hug. He got the cutlass. He was moving too slow, but the bear wasn't striking him again. Why not? What was it waiting for? The tide clawed at him, trying to drive him forward. And then the bear shook its head, as if to dislodge a fly, and took a step back and growled, and the tide wanted him to press the advantage, and he lifted the cutlass, waiting for his moment. They faced each other across the sand, beast and berserker. Istvhan could not tell if the sound he heard was the crowd or the roar of the tide in his ears. The bear shook its head again. Everything was red, red with pain, red with blood. But there was something he was supposed to remember, a word beating in his brain, a name. Domina! The bear's growl was so deep he could feel it through his boots. What was this feeling? Why did he look on a beast with claws like daggers, and think of a body under his, and a voice laughing in his ear? Why was he thinking of peach plums, of all things? There might be Draugr still alive. Certainly there were other bears. He was in mortal danger, and the tide knew it. But he fought his way toward the surface anyway, and suddenly everything clicked back into place. "Clara," he said, and threw the cutlass down. The bear took a step forward and rose up on its hind legs, and Istvhan gazed up at his death and took a step forward to embrace it. She shivered and dwindled, and then she was human, and she walked forward into his arms. The Draugr were dead. Most of the sisters had become human again. Sigrid was the last to change, standing on her hind legs and gazing at the crowd with small, fury-bright eyes. But then she too dropped to the ground and shivered into human skin, and it was only a group of bleeding women picking up the rags of their clothing, while some of them wept. There were 3 dead bears on the sand. Istvhan retrieved a long knife from the sand and stood beside Clara, trying to watch the doors in case more Draugr were coming. The announcer was shouting, but all he could hear over the crowd was, "Defeated at last," and "Victory." The dead bears did not feel like victory. He looked up, and the noble in the shipbreaker box was standing, waving his fists in the air as if he had personally defeated the Draugr. Antony was gone. "Do they let us out now?" asked Sigrid, coming up beside them. One of her arms dangled awkwardly at her side. "I've no idea," said Istvhan. "That arm looks bad." "Broken," she said. "Little bastard got one of their damn pitchforks into my leg and twisted right as my weight came down on it." Istvhan and Clara both winced. Clara bled from a half-dozen cuts, none of which looked particularly serious, even though the sight made Istvhan want to find Sea Lord Antony and carve him up like a ham. I should probably do that anyway, just on principle. He wondered if he could tear off some of his tunic and mop up the worst of it. "Don't fuss," said Clara, watching the crowd. "I wasn't fussing."
You were absolutely about to start. Anyway, what happened to your arm?
A drauga, obviously. I don't think it's broken, but don't ask me to do any heavy lifting for a bit. He shook his head. I take it you didn't get out.
They caught me as I was opening the door, she said. Sheer bad luck. One of the handlers never left the cell block. He was in the pen with the goddamn tiger, if you can believe it.
I'll believe anything. Saint's teeth, are they ever going to let us out of here?
Door's opening, said Sigrid laconically.
Istvhan braced himself for another onslaught, but the only things in the doorway were two men who waved them forward.
Come on, one called. This way.
Do we trust them? Asked Sigrid.
No, but what are we going to do, keep standing here until everyone goes home? Said Clara reasonably.
Istvhan walked forward, sword held down. If they were carrying chains, he'd kill them both, and anyone who came after them. But they were not. In fact, one clapped Istvhan's shoulder and pumped his fist in the air.
That was amazing! I've never seen anything like it.
The sisters followed him, leaning on each other. Istvhan emerged into the beast run, and there were at least a dozen people there with food and water, and what looked like medics with a bowl of water and a stack of cloths, and everyone was beaming at them like you won, like you were gladiators and they expect you to be proud of your victory. They cannot possibly have their heads this far up their own asses. Can they? Do they not understand that we're prisoners? Apparently they did not. A beaming woman pressed a mug of water into his hands. The medics descended on Sigrid, clucking their tongues. Other people brought cloaks and draped them over the sisters' bare shoulders. Clara met his eyes over their heads, and she looked as baffled as he felt.
Sir, are you injured? That arm looks a bit rough. Can you move it?
I'm fine, he growled.
Yes, I'm sure you feel fine, said the medic. But that's just the adrenaline talking. If you can get your chain off, I'll take a look and wrap it up for you.
Give me just a minute, said Istvhan. I need to get some more water first. I'm parched.
Yes, of course, sir.
He began to move toward Clara, but before he had gone more than a few steps, a familiar voice said,
Well done, everyone.
Istvhan froze. It wasn't possible. He can't be that big of a fool. He can't have actually come down here to congratulate people he locked in cages. He can't. He turned very slowly, thinking that he must have mistaken the voice. After all, he'd only heard it shouted above him in the arena. The acoustics surely must have led him astray. It couldn't really be. Shipbreaker McLaren beamed at him. He had 3 bodyguards behind him in a wedge, but he was shaking hands with medics and keepers and smiling with all his teeth.
So impressive! A great victory over Antony's monsters. Well done. This will shake things up, my goodness, yes.
There are 10 werebears here and 1 berserker, and he is shaking hands, and his guards are letting him do it. Have they all taken leave of their senses?
Once you're all done here, we'll see about getting you to better quarters, said McLaren, as befits champions.
This is madness, murmured Clara in his ear. Isn't it? I'm not wrong, am I?
Completely. I almost want to grab someone and remind them we're prisoners. She huffed a laugh.
I suspect they'd remember in a hurry if any of us tried to leave.
Istvhan scanned the crowd. The beast keepers looked far more alert than the guards did. Maybe they aren't quite sure what to do with people rather than animals. Still, if the nuns tried to bolt, they'd undoubtedly get involved. If I cause a distraction, can you get them away?
Depends entirely on the distraction.
He nodded. He wasn't quite sure what the distraction was going to be himself. He could stab McLaren with a cheerful heart, but that might just result in guards going for everyone.
I suppose I will have to improvise. The Sea Lord looked up at him, and his smile faltered. It occurred to Istvhan that he was probably looking incredibly grim, so he tried to soften the expression by bowing to the Sea Lord. Stern but proud. Try to look stern but proud. What the hell does stern but proud look like? Am I supposed to do something with my eyelids? Whatever his eyelids were doing, apparently they satisfied McLaren. When he straightened up, the man was beaming again. "You're the one the Dovekies sent in, aren't you? Good man, good man. Not that my lovely ladies couldn't have handled it on their own, eh, sisters? Eh?" The sisters of St. Ursa were dead silent for a minute, and then someone, he thought it might be Sigrid, said, "Woo?" "Ah, yes, quite." It seemed to occur to McLaren rather suddenly that he was standing in the Beast Run, not congratulating the usual sort of gladiators. A trace of concern crossed his face. "Well, should be going. Just wanted to come down and congratulate you all on a fine victory. Antony is probably crying in his rooms right now." Istvhan sensed his window of opportunity slipping away. Right, he thought. I can't wait to see what I do next. And then he drew his knife and leapt at McLaren. Chapter 47. Apparently what I'm doing next is taking a hostage. Huh. How about that? He wasn't in the habit of taking hostages. Paladins generally frowned on that sort of thing. I suppose this will be a learning experience for everyone. McLaren was skinnier than he looked under the robes, his body all bone and aging sinew. Istvhan got the knife just behind the man's ear, his bad arm wrapped around McLaren's neck. The pain in his shoulder made everything go briefly red, but as long as the Sea Lord didn't struggle, he could present a convincing illusion of strength. Obviously, he had no chance of living through this. He knew he had no chance. Keepers were already grabbing spears and nets off the walls. McLaren gurgled against his arm. "Stop him! Stop him!" "I wouldn't get any closer," Istvhan said, holding the knife in a businesslike fashion. "One nick under the ear here, and he'll bleed out before you get one of those spears in me." Across the crowd he saw Clara's face, mouth hanging open in surprise, and then saw a sudden hardness settle over her features. "That's right, Domina. You know I'm a dead man now, but you'll use this. I know you will." "You can't kill me," gasped McLaren. "If you kill me, they'll kill you, and if you don't kill me, there's nothing stopping them from killing you anyway." He choked a laugh at Istvhan's elbow. "You're a dead man either way. Guards!" Tough old bird, I'll give him that, even if he's a damn fool. One of the keepers stepped forward, lifting the spear. "Poke me with that thing, and I'll cut off his ear," said Istvhan, setting the knife against McLaren's ear. He did not approve of torture in either a moral or practical sense, but he approved even less of being stabbed with spears. "Don't listen," McLaren ordered. The keeper moved forward. Istvhan pushed the blade down a quarter-inch. The man's voice suddenly went up an octave, and blood squirted against Istvhan's chin. "Stop! Stop!" The keeper froze. They formed a horrible tableau. The keeper, the white-faced crowd, most of them jostling for position, trying to see what was going on. At the back of the crowd, Clara and Sigrid were ushering the other sisters into a group, and everyone was looking at him, and no one was looking at the far door. And Saint's blood, it was working. He just had to hold their attention a little longer. What would hold their attention, though? Inspiration struck. "I have demands," Istvhan cried. One of the medics stepped forward, holding up his hands in a peaceful gesture. "Everyone calm down. This doesn't have to end badly. We can resolve this." "Blessed are the peacemakers," thought Istvhan, "for they will buy us time." Several of the sisters seemed to be arguing. From Clara's expression, Istvhan could tell that she was about to start swearing. McLaren's breath rattled in his chest, blood pouring down the side of his head. Could a man bleed out from having his ear cut off? Istvhan had no idea. Hopefully not, or at least not quickly. Not unless he's a hemophiliac or something. Somehow it did not seem appropriate to ask.
"You'll never—"
gasped the Sea Lord. "Maybe not. But do you really want to convince me of that while I'm holding this knife?" The Sea Lord gurgled something. There was so much blood. God, he hated head wounds. Apparently Clara had won the argument, whatever it was. Most of the sisters had vanished around the curve of the beast run. Sigrid had her good arm around the novice, who was clearly overwhelmed and was herding her away from the crowd.
"Now, what are your demands?"
asked the medic. "That's a damn good question, actually. What's the easiest way off this miserable rock?" he asked. The medic's eyes flicked to one side. Istvhan set his back more firmly against the wall. "Don't think I don't see you over there," he said to the keeper, who had been trying to angle into his blind spot. "He loses a little more ear for that." He barely twitched the knife, but McLaren screamed again. Istvhan felt ill. Sigrid and the novice were out of sight now, thank all the gods.
"We can get you a ship," said the medic.
"Which I have no way to crew," said Istvhan. "No, you'll get me 2 fast horses and a sack of coin, and an escort across the bridge and to the north wall." He yanked the knife free. McLaren moaned, and pressed it against the man's throat. "Anybody tries anything, I'll start taking off more bits."
2 horses, said the medic. "Yes, of course."
"Good horses, no nags."
"No, of course not." The man took a step back. "If I give you my word, will you allow some of these people to leave? It's very crowded in here, I think you'll agree."
Istvhan mentally called down 1,000 blessings on the man's head. "All the women can go. Healers too. Through that door," he said, jerking his chin toward the near door, farthest from the way the sisters had gone. "You lot, find rooms and shut yourself in. I start seeing too many people in the halls when I leave, and I'm going to get nervous, you understand?"
"Please do as he says," said the medic over his shoulder. "Murine, Lai, get the others out of here."
2 of the women began herding their fellows toward the door, in almost exactly the same brisk fashion that Sigrid and Clara had used. Istvhan felt a pang of amusement at the sight. When they were out and the hall had fallen silent, the medic turned back.
"Now,"
Istvhan wondered how long he could possibly draw this out. McLaren's breath was rattling, and his own arm was in so much pain that if the Sea Lord had tried to break free, he might have succeeded. "Sooner or later he's going to pass out, or one of the guards is going to get brave. Clara, I hope you're moving fast." "And no one's coming after me once I leave," said Istvhan. "Might as well wish for 1,000 dancing girls and a kingdom while I'm at it."
"Of course not," said the medic,
who probably also knew that this was an impossibly silly request, but was determined to keep him talking. "And a letter of safe passage through the—" A roar sounded from around the corner, shockingly loud, and then another. A cat screamed high and dangerous, and above the cries he heard Clara's voice shouting, "The beasts are loose!" Throwing the doors to the beast cages open was a good way to get yourself killed, and Clara was anticipating it with every instant. The bear was not happy at all, but the bear was also very tired and completely done with fighting, and that was the only reason that she was able to bring herself close enough to the cages to unlock the doors. She wished them no ill. She thought it was a great crime that they were locked in these cages and made to fight. But letting them out was the only distraction she had available, and at least this way They'd be killing people complicit in their captivity, not prisoners. As it turned out, though, the biggest problem was that the beasts just didn't want to come out. They had their familiar cages. Most of them had been fed recently, and there was a lot of noise and yelling outside the bars. One of the leopards snored at her. "This is not a distraction," she thought grimly. "How the hell do we rescue Istvhan like this?" She sure as hell wasn't leaving him behind. He'd saved all their lives by suddenly snatching McLaren. All the other sisters were in the hall already, with Sigrid ready to slam the door shut if the beasts turned toward it. But none of the animals were moving. For that matter, she didn't even know what the things in the slimy water pit were, or if there was anything living in there at all. For all Clara knew, she had just tried to summon the bathing area to the attack. "Blessed Saint Ursa," she thought, "do something, please." She saw a bucket of fish and dumped it out on the ground in a splash, hoping that the smell would entice someone out, and turned toward the last cage. Crabby hit the bars with a snarl that shook her to her bones. "Good tiger," she said hoarsely. "Good boy?" He dropped to all fours, turned his back, and sprayed extravagantly all over the floor she'd spent so long cleaning. Clara dodged out of the way, but felt her bare foot splash in something warm. "Thanks, Saint Ursa. No distraction, and now I get to make a death or glory charge to save Istvhan, with one foot soaked in tiger piss. Unless... Nice tiger, she said, slammed the key in the lock, and turned. She yanked the door open so hard that it hit the wall and bounced with a rattle of bars, but she was already bolting at top speed for Sigrid. Crabby understood doors. Doors were either closed, and thus unbreakable, or open. If they were open, you went through them very fast before a human stopped you. He understood doors so well that he didn't even bother testing the one that slammed closed after Clara. Instead, he turned away and saw that all the other cage doors were open. The tiger's roar filled the beast run, and suddenly none of the animals were sleeping. Clara peered through the barred window, saw Crabby loping down the run, saw that a leopard had come out to investigate the fish. The leopard saw the tiger, and then Crabby had something to chase. She cupped her hands over her mouth and shouted a warning to the other end of the beast run. "It's suicide to go in there," said Sigrid, as she yanked the door back open. "Probably." "Right," Sigrid stepped inside with her. "Let's see how big a mess we can make." Istvhan cast an eye over the remaining crowd. Keepers, guards, and a couple of men who apparently were just there to serve drinks and bring clothing. When the leopard came around the corner, the servitor screamed. The keepers immediately decided that nothing involving humans was nearly as important as the animal coming toward them. And then the tiger came into view, and a collective groan went up among them. "Get out!" shouted one over his shoulder. "Crabby's loose! Get out, but for the love of God, don't run!" It was too late. The servitors broke and ran. So did one of McLaren's bodyguards. Another tiger poked his head around the corner, apparently to see what all the commotion was, and saw humans running away. Every one of the beasts in the cages knew that you were supposed to chase humans when they ran away. They'd been whipped and harassed until they learned. Humans were prey. Admittedly, they were mostly prey when you were out on the sand in the loud room full of more humans. But even though this was the wrong room, the humans were running, and there was a blood smell. And most big cats were not known for their fine handling of nuance. Istvhan had his back to the wall, and the tiger passed so close to him that he felt the wind ruffle his hair. A wave of smell hit him, meat and urine and predator, and then the tiger had the running guard down and casually bounced his head off the ground with one giant paw.
"Who all is out?"
shouted a keeper.
"All of them,"
cried a voice from farther down the run. It sounded like Clara. 4 wild boars, with massive foreheads and underslung tusks, rounded the corner.
"Oh, fuck,"
said one of the keepers. Istvhan decided that it was probably time to leave for healthier climes. He flung McLaren into the arms of the 2 remaining guards, shoving them backward toward— well, it was big and had spots, and Istvhan was not going to try to work out the finer points of species identification at the moment, and began moving along the wall, looking for an empty cage to hide in. The spotted cat of unknown provenance did not appreciate having a person land on it. It swatted and hissed. One of the guards, braver or more suicidal than his counterpart, tried to stab the cat. It appreciated this even less. Moans and yowls drifted down the run, and then something that sounded like a monstrous yawn. Groan.
"Was that the hippo?"
The boars charged. 3 keepers had spears. There were 4 boars. The math did not work out well for the humans. Istvhan waited until all the tusks were pointed in the opposite direction, and slid past the fray with his heart in his mouth. He saw a cage with the door open, apparently empty, and threw himself inside. Nothing attacked him. He swung the door closed and waited. "Clara, wherever you are, get the hell out of here."
"I told him the boars were a bad idea," said a voice sadly.
Istvhan looked up and saw that there was a man in the cage opposite him, also holding the door closed. He was the oldest-looking keeper Istvhan had seen, and the Paladin guessed that you didn't get to be an old beast keeper without a certain degree of sense.
"I told them and told them. Cats are predictable. Boars aren't."
Another spotted cat sauntered past, in a kind of "I was just going this way for no particular reason" amble. The keeper watched it go, shaking his head. "Does that one eat people?" asked Istvhan.
"They all eat people, son. That's the only reason they're here. In the wild, though, no. But it would eat a boar if it could get it."
"Maybe you can answer a question for me," said Istvhan, fully aware that he was in a cage, holding the door shut, talking to the enemy, who was also in a cage holding the door shut, while wild beasts rampaged outside, and that this was among the more desperately surreal conversations of his recent life.
"Son, I don't seem to be going anywhere."
"What the hell was all that? One minute we're locked in cells, and the next we're conquering heroes, and you just expect us to forget about the cells?"
"What? But you won the fight. Against Antony's Draugos. Those things have been ruling the arena for months.
With nuns kidnapped from a convent.
But they won."
They stared at each other through the bars in mutual non-comprehension.
"You're not from Moorstone, are you, son?"
"No."
"Maybe that's why," said the keeper. "Look, the gladiators start out as prison scum, fodder for the fights. I'd fire any man who treated my beasts the way that those people get treated. But if they live through it and they win, they get treated right. Better than right. At the higher levels you get whatever you want. Wine, sex, adoration. That's why they fight, yeah? You win, you get everything."
"I'm not sure that nuns really care about wine, sex, or adoration."
The keeper sighed. "Neither do the beasts," he admitted. "It ain't right to make them do it, but the fights have gone on longer than you or me, and they'll keep going long after we're dead."
"So McLaren genuinely expected us to just shake hands and be happy we'd won," muttered Istvhan. He'd dealt with some strange cultural blind spots before, but this one was so vast that he didn't know whether to laugh or scream.
"A sea lord coming down to talk to the rabble like us?"
The keeper raised his eyebrows.
He was trying to honor you. Real man of the people. Gets his hands dirty and everything."
There was a note of bitterness in the old man's voice, and Istvhan couldn't tell if he was being sarcastic or not. "I am on the edge of a vast political machine," he thought again, "and this man has seen part of it and has opinions, and if I am lucky, none of what he knows will matter at all, and I will get the hell out of here as soon as the beasts are done rampaging."
"Have you got a smoke?"
the keeper asked finally. "No, and even if I did, how would I get it to you?" The man sighed.
"You wouldn't, but a man can dream."
There did not seem to be much more to say to that. Istvhan was starting to wonder if the beasts had all moved on, or if everyone was simply dead, and considering actually poking his head out of the cage when Clara appeared, hurrying in his direction.
"Istvhan!"
He made frantic gestures at her. "Be careful, they're all loose."
"This side's clear, except for a couple who aren't leaving the cages unless they get dragged out. Come on."
Istvhan let the door swing open and joined her. The change of angle let him see that the keeper was not actually alone.
"There's a really big, snake in there with you." "Yeah, that's Clutch. He's harmless. He ate a goat earlier this week. He won't bother anybody for a while."
The keeper glanced over his shoulder to where the snake lay in a quiet coil.
"You could take a nap in here if you wanted."
"I'll pass." Clara paused as they drew level to the snake's cage.
"Well?"
she said in a colorless voice. The old man shook his head.
"Go on. They can't pin this one on me."
Something flickered across his face, and he added, "I know it was wrong, sister. I know. I didn't do it because I thought I was doing right." She nodded once, grimly, and tugged Istvhan back up the run. Chapter 48. Sigrid was waiting for them. Her eyes were bright, and she had a huge grin, despite her arm being in a makeshift sling that probably hurt like the devil.
"Couple of critters wanted to go out this door. We let them, so long as they went left instead of right."
"Critters?" said Istvhan.
"I'm no expert. Looked like a bunch of red dogs with black tails. I growled at them a little, and they decided left was just fine."
"Doles," said Istvhan. "That's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Actually, I'm not sure of anything. How far away is the dock?"
2 flights down, through a guard level," said Clara promptly. "Then we're in the loading area."
She steered Istvhan out the door and to the right, where the rest of the nuns were pressed against the wall. Sister Amelia was twittering over Jan the novice, and the Sister Cellarer had grabbed a spear at some point and was holding it in a menacing fashion.
"Will we have to fight more of them?" asked Sigrid.
"The guards were not particularly friendly before," said Istvhan, "nor inclined to listen."
"I've got maybe 2 more changes in me," said Sigrid. "I doubt the others have more than 1. "We'll let them save it for the water, then," said Clara. She was already worrying how Sigrid was going to manage the swim with her arm broken, and what to do with Istvhan. "No, focus. You've gotten this far. Do the next thing and worry about it when you get there. There may be a boat, or you may figure something else out."
"Nice work with the old guy," said Sigrid.
"Paladins aren't supposed to take hostages," said Istvhan morosely.
"Yes, but you didn't keep him, so it's probably fine."
The corridors were not empty, but since the sounds of roaring were already echoing through the halls, no one seemed to have any interest in stopping them. In fact, 2 more people in servants' livery joined them.
"Where are we going?"
whispered one.
"Away from the screaming,"
Sister Amelia said, patting the man's hand.
"You stick with us, you'll be fine."
He looked reassured. Clara wondered what he'd think when everyone else turned into a bear. They reached the stairs that funneled down to the guards. Istvhan looked at her. "Any thoughts?"
"Let's try subtlety."
The guard at the foot of the stairs was already looking jumpy, and the appearance of a large group of unauthorized people didn't help. He put his hand on his sword hilt. "No farther."
"Don't be an ass," said Clara, striding toward him. "Haven't you heard what happened?"
"Heard what?"
He clearly didn't want to draw on her, but he also didn't want to let her past, so he ended up skipping backwards in front of her.
"What are you talking about?"
Istvhan shoved his way forward.
"There's been a breach. All the beasts are out."
"What? All of them?" The man blanched. "How is that possible?"
"Damned if I know, but they are. The big tiger, you know."
"Crabby," said Clara helpfully.
"He's out, and a bunch of boars. They're clearing the halls as fast as they can, but we've got to get these people to safety."
"But I—"
He looked at the crowd pouring down the steps.
"I can't let you—"
"Get your ass back on the stairs," said Istvhan, "and watch for tigers. We'll get them clear."
"Watch for tigers?"
They left him standing in the middle of the hall, staring up the steps, his throat working. The actual guard patrol was a little more difficult, but only just. "Who's your superior?" demanded the captain. "Who authorized this?"
"Authorized?
You blithering idiot, there's a pack of wild boars charging around up there. Who authorized them?" The captain set his feet. "That's as may be, but I can't let you past without orders." Clara looked at Istvhan. Istvhan looked at Clara. There were 6 of them, although the 5 behind the captain were staring up at the ceiling, as if boars might fall through at any moment. Could they take 6? Probably, but not without someone getting hurt. She was already tired from the Draugos, and the adrenaline was bound to wear off eventually. And then Sister Amelia pushed her way past Istvhan and planted herself in front of the guard captain. The tiny old woman put her hand on the startled man's chest, that being as high as she could reach, and said, at absolute top volume, "There are tigers loose upstairs, and you want to stand here waving your dick around? We've got wounded." The captain said, Wisps of white hair flew around Amelia's face, animated by her fury. "A tiger grabbed my leg." She yanked up the edge of her robe to reveal a bony shin, marred by a single slash mark. Clara was pretty sure it had been from a Draugos's blade, but it wasn't as if anyone could tell the difference. The captain said, "I got away from it by the grace of the gods, and this brave man here hitting it, and you want to pull a sword on him when he got us all down the stairs and away from those beasts? What is wrong with you?" "Ma'am," said the captain, who was clearly made of stern stuff indeed, "I understand, but my orders—" The novice burst into tears. Jan was 15, and she cried as only a teenage girl on a mission could cry, with hitching sobs that joined into a rising wail. Sigrid steered her alongside Clara and released her arm with a whispered, "Atta girl." The novice stumbled forward alongside Amelia and latched onto the captain like a limpet. "Why are you doing this?" she sobbed against his tabard. "We were attacked, and people are dead, and there's all these animals." The captain said, "Oh, shit," and patted her awkwardly on the back. He looked up with panic in his eyes. "Now you see what I'm dealing with," growled Istvhan. "But if you want to take charge of them, I'll go back and get another load." "No," the captain began trying to disentangle the girl from his tabard. No, if it's, an emergency." He eyed the group crowded into the hall and evidently decided that no one was storming the fortress with old women and servants. "Why don't you just take them down and we'll, guard the rear?" "Good choice," said Clara. She raised her voice. "All right, everyone, orderly fashion, 2 at a time. These nice men are going to see that no beasts come after us. Keep moving." They reached the stairs down. The guard there buckled before Sister Amelia had even finished yelling. "Yes'm, yes. If the captain said it's okay, then yes, of course. Sorry to bother you." "Didn't know you could cry on command," said Clara to Jan, as they went down the stairs. The novice managed to smile.
I don't do it much at the convent. Worked a treat on my dad, but the mistress of novices just says to get it all out and I'll feel better when it's over, she snorted. Given everything today? It wasn't hard, though. No, I imagine not. Clara squeezed her shoulder. I'm sorry about Ari. Jan nodded. Me too. She dredged up another smile, although it trembled at the edges. Your friend there saved me. They were going to get me too. I didn't even think about fighting. I was just trying to climb out. I knew I couldn't climb that wall, but I kept trying anyway. I know, said Clara. It happens to all of us sometimes. They reached the bottom of the stairs. It seemed bizarrely quiet. People were rolling barrels and moving crates, just as if there weren't wild animals loose on the upper levels. Maybe they don't know? Istvhan took the lead, grabbing a woman who looked like a supervisor. Clara caught the words, beasts and escape and don't want to panic. The supervisor stared at him in astonishment for a moment, then swung into action, clapping her hands. Everyone, there's been a problem on the upper levels, so I want you all to go to the cheese cellar and wait there until we get word, understand? Quick, quick now, quick like a fish. Thank you, said Istvhan gravely, as the people unloading responded, mostly with groans about the inconvenience. None of them seemed terribly alarmed, though. Sister Amelia detached the two servants from the group and sent them on after the supervisor. And you? Asked the woman, looking over at the nuns. We've got wounded, said Clara. We'll probably send people along in a few minutes, but we've got to make sure they get treated first. No healers down here? We can't very well go back up. We'll work something out. The supervisor nodded. Clara recognized the look. A problem had been identified as not her problem, and therefore she could move on. How long should this take? I wouldn't think more than an hour or two, said Istvhan. I'll go check with the guards upstairs once we're done and bring word. Thank you. We can't afford to get too far behind, you know. She nodded, then began herding the stragglers towards a door, and presumably the cheese cellar. Now what? Asked Sigrid in an undertone. Do we have to fight even more people? Only a few, I think. She sniffed the air. The smell of seawater was coming strongly from a double-wide hall ahead, which squared with her memory of the map. This way to the docks. There were 3 guards on the docks. Clara started trying to think of a cover story, and then Sigrid simply turned into a bear, roared once and smacked the nearest one over the side with her good paw. Subtle, said Istvhan, and stabbed the second one, then kicked him into the water for good measure. Oh, hush, said Clara. The third man was gaping at them in pure astonishment. Sigrid advanced. He tried to shout an alarm, but only managed to kind of limp squawk, then jumped into the water himself, which was possibly the most intelligent thing he could have done. Right, Clara clapped her hands, aware that she sounded not unlike the supervisor. Bear form, everyone. This is where we swim. One of the older women, Istvhan didn't know her name, was the first one in. The water level was a few feet below the docks, but apparently bears did not fear diving. She hit the water with a great splash. A moment later her head popped up, fur soaked against her skull, and she began swimming south without looking back. That's simple, then, said the young novice. She turned to look up at Istvhan. Thank you for saving me. Of course, he said, which was probably an inadequate response. She smiled at him, and then she was a young bear, scrabbling over the edge and into the water behind her sister. Right, said Clara. I was hoping for a boat. She looked around the dock, her hands on her hips. I'm going back, said Istvhan. What? I can't go with you. I'd drown or freeze, and I'd rather die here with a sword in my hand. She stared at him. Okay, but you don't have to go back. Go hide in the cellar, talk your way out.
He shook his head. "You don't understand. Stakis's creature is here. He is working for Antony." Clara inhaled sharply. "Oh," she said after a moment. "Oh, that makes sense. You saw him?" Istvhan nodded. "If I have a chance to cut the head off the snake—" Clara looked toward the water, obviously torn. The old woman was herding the remaining sisters to the edge of the dock. "Go with your sisters," he said. Even the slap of water against the dock and the cold wind off the water of the bay was making him queasy. "Get them out. Your part is done." Her eyes were full of anguish. He heard a splash as a bear hit the water, then another. "Istvhan." "Go. They won't keep the beacon lit once your sisters start to arrive. You don't have any time." She looked behind her again. "You belong with them, not me," said Istvhan desperately. "You know you do." For a moment he thought she was listening. She half turned away, and then— "Well, that's a load of horse shit if I ever heard one," said Sister Sigrid, and slapped him upside the head. "Ow," said Istvhan. Said Clara. The two of them drew together, gaping at the nun. Sister Sigrid put her good fist on her hip and glared at the both of them. "You belong with them, not me," she mimicked, in a high-pitched voice that somehow sounded both nothing like and uncannily like Istvhan. "Horse shit. If the two of you get any more in love, I'll puke on the floor right here. Clara, did I raise a damn fool?" Clara's lips twitched. "I think you must have," she admitted. "Well, then I suppose it's up to me to fix it. Come on, then, let's find this Draugr master. My arm's broken, I can't swim out of here, and I want a pound of flesh for what those bastards did to poor Ari." "The others?" Sister Amelia cleared her throat. The tiny old woman was the only one still on the dock. "They're in," she said. "I'll go last." "Don't wait for us," said Clara. "The people at the bonfire are with the Temple of the Rat. They'll help you." "Follow us when you can, then," Amelia said. "And may blessed Saint Ursa watch and keep you." Her form flickered, and then a great gray-muzzled bear rose up, twice Istvhan's height, turned and lumbered off the dock and into the water. "Do you know where we're going?" asked Sigrid. "Haven't the foggiest," said Istvhan. He did not know whether to shove Clara off the dock or crush her to him and kiss her senseless. "Then let's get moving, shall we?" Chapter 49. They hurried back down the corridors they had just passed through, which were by now completely empty. The guards were gone. Istvhan guessed that they had gone upstairs to help with the escaped beasts, rather than risk another encounter with weeping girls. The beast level was eerily silent. That seemed like a bad sign. "We'll take the nearest stairs up," said Clara. "But I'll be a little lost once we get there. I didn't memorize all the levels." At one cross corridor they saw bodies. Something dark and shaggy was gnawing on one. The trio moved on quickly. "Can they really have killed them all?" whispered Istvhan. "Maybe, but the animals are valuable. I can't imagine they just kill them when there's a chance they might be contained." Clara shrugged helplessly. "More likely they've just gotten all the humans out of the way or behind doors, and now the beasts are wandering around and seeing what's interesting." "I almost don't know whether to hope for them to be recaptured or not," Istvhan admitted. "Neither do I." When they came up to the gladiator level, a man in servant's livery was standing at the head of the steps, staring at a bloodstain on the floor. Istvhan didn't think it was one of their stains, but it was hard to tell these days. "Can you help us?" Istvhan said. "We're looking for where they keep the Draugr." The servant narrowed his eyes, and Istvhan waved forward. "There's been an escape. Animals got out, and they've blocked off the beast runs." "I heard the shouting, aye. The captain told me to stand here,
But he didn't say what to do if something showed up. What got out?" "A tiger and some bears," said Clara. "They're trying to round them up, I heard."
Istvhan nodded to her. "I was over that way and ran to help, but... bears." He looked down at his sword and gave a self-deprecating shrug. "Might as well stab the things with a toothpick."
"Anybody hurt?"
Clara shook her head grimly.
"From what I've heard, there's been a lot of injuries. They got out of the run." "Did one of 'em get you?" the man asked, gaping at Sigrid's arm. "Nothing so dignified," said Sigrid. "Fell on the damn stairs trying to run away. The keepers told us to go find the Draugos because,
"They're hoping to use them to herd the beasts," said Istvhan, stepping smoothly into the gap. "Animals don't like the smell, I guess. But I don't know where I'm going. I only ever saw the gladiator side and not for long. Can you help us?"
The man relaxed. "Oh, aye, certainly. It gets confusing if you're only ever on one side or the other." He pointed down the hall and rattled off a list of turns, ending with, "And you can't miss it."
"You're a lifesaver," said Istvhan, saluting with his sword.
The trio hurried around the corner. "Good plan," Clara nodded to him. "Subtle, even."
"I had a most excellent teacher."
The teacher had a most attentive student. "If you two don't stop flirting, I'm going to be ill."
"Sorry, Domina."
"Humph."
The door looked like all the others, but there was a familiar scent in the air, a stench of burning hair and rotten milk. Istvhan halted. "This is the place," he muttered.
"Saint Ursa have mercy," said Clara. "Sigrid, you know how to kill them?" "I got the gist. Go for the clay bits."
"Right." Istvhan pushed the door open. His hunch paid off. Almost he wished it hadn't. It was the mirror of the beast run, a semicircle, though this one had no cages. There were dozens of Draugos laid out on the floor, in long lines, like bodies laid out after a battle. Hooded figures stood among them. When the door opened, the figures all turned, in eerie unison, to look at the intruders. Istvhan recognized the tallest among them at once. He had seen that one before, at Antony's side. They stared at each other, the trio of living humans and the ranks of the dead. Smooth men moved to the tall one's side, spreading out behind him like an honor guard. But that was not all. Slumped in a corner, shivering and sick, flanked by two smooth men, was Stakis.
"Well, well, well," said the hooded figure. "Look who came to join us."
His voice was terrible, the voice of something that should not have ever been given the ability to speak. It was guttural and lungless, and it made the hair stand up on Istvhan's arms. But it was also smooth and cultured, all the accents landing precisely where they should. The combination made Istvhan feel as if his ears were going to start bleeding. The hooded figure pushed back his cloak. He was a smooth man. Istvhan had expected that. Not merely a head. This was a sculpted bust, with skin sewn up over the edges, drawn tight with thick black thread. His skin was waxy and desiccated, and he smelled strongly of spices.
"You're not rotting," said Clara.
The clay head smiled.
"No," he said. "It was so inconvenient, always having to find new bodies. But they have so much salt in this city, do they not?"
He spread his arms, and Istvhan saw the long line of stitching down a narrow, sunken chest. His pectoral muscles were flat and sunken, and also had that strange, waxy shine.
"Saint's breath," said Clara. "You've salt-cured yourself."
Sigrid swore softly behind them.
"A crude form of mummification,
but an effective one, and it keeps me from relying on anyone else to stitch me into a new body more than once a year or so." He tilted his head. "Now, why are you here? You killed many of my kin in the arena, did you not? Did you think that you might finish the job?" "I have been hunting you across half the continent," growled Istvhan. "You murdered dozens of people in Arkenhold." "I did nothing of the sort. Others of my kind did that." He shrugged, the clay moving like flesh, the black threaded skin at the edges stretching against the waxy muscle of his chest. "Many of us went out in the world. We were looking for a place where we might live. Do not your own people do that as well, and sometimes kill those you find there?" "Sometimes," said Istvhan. "We don't ride their corpses around later, though." "We are, by nature, parasitic on your kind," the bust said pleasantly, in that hollow, horrible voice. "We require your dead. In the end, this local arrangement is the best one we have yet found. Your people were always going to die in the pits. I am merely making sure that those deaths do not go to waste." "You're a monster," said Clara. "As are you. I saw what you did in the pit. You and your kinswomen." He smiled. He had a beautiful smile, a young god sewn onto the shoulders of a monster. Stakis, at the height of his powers, had been a genius. There was no denying it. If the gods had been kind, they would have dropped a rock on the man's head before he unleashed his genius on the world. "I suppose you will try to kill me now, after chasing me across the continent?" "That's the plan," said Istvhan, who really saw no point in lying about it. "And when you die, your bodies will be used by my kin." His smile grew, and it had teeth in it, and there was something not quite right about the teeth. Maybe Stakis hadn't sculpted them quite perfectly, or perhaps he had never sculpted them at all. "Perhaps as a bear, I had not thought of putting my kin in animals. The goat was so unsatisfactory. But a kin tiger, or a kin bear, my, what a swath they'd cut in the arena."
"Love,"
said a weak voice from the corner.
"Love, that's not right. It's one thing if people are dead, but the animals didn't do anything."
"Be quiet," said Stakis's creature to his creator. "No one asked your opinion."
"It's not right,"
mumbled the sculptor, staring at his clay hands. He looked half dead already. "God help me. It might have been the kinder thing if we had killed him. At least he'd have died at home and not dragged here to be abused by this monster." "You're not wrong," said Istvhan to Stakis, very gently. "It isn't right." The sculptor frowned up at him. One of his cloudy eyes had gone nearly white, and Istvhan wondered what had happened to him.
"Do I know you?"
"We've met before," said Istvhan, giving Stakis his full attention, and hoping that Clara was keeping an eye on the bust in his terrible salt-cured body. "You told me all about how you made him. You said it was out of love."
"Yes," breathed Stakis. "Yes, I remember. Love is what makes it work."
"Oh, so you were the ones who killed my kin guarding him." Stakis's creation applauded sardonically. "Well done. It was sloppy of me to leave him out there, I suppose. But he is such a useless thing to lug about."
"And yet you don't kill him," said Clara thoughtfully. "I wonder why not."
"Sentimentality," said the creature sharply.
"I doubt that." She flexed her hands, as if imagining that they were a bear's paws. "I doubt that very much. I think even you don't know what happens if he dies. I think you know there's a chance that all his magic will die with him, including you."
Stakis looked from Clara to his creation, then back to Istvhan.
"Is that true?"
"Don't be ridiculous," said the creature.
"I think it might be," said Istvhan, in the kindest voice he could manage.
"Oh,"
said Stakis, and seemed to lapse back into himself, as if he had exhausted his store of words. The two smooth men behind him did not shift, but their flat ceramic eyes stared into Istvhan, unblinking.
"You bore me," said the creature. "Kin, kill them."
The smooth men started forward. Clara held up a hand.
"Before I try to kill you," she said, "I have one question."
"Ask quickly," said the creature,
as the smooth men advanced. He stepped back, placing them between himself and the three warriors.
"If it's interesting, maybe I'll answer it before you die."
"Why did your kin eat that clear goo from inside the clay head?"
A smooth man swung at her. Clara ducked. An instant later, Sigrid was erupting into bear form, and its head exploded into pottery shards as she struck it with her good paw.
"Clay," said Stakis's creation, stepping back further, "is far more efficient than flesh. I can know all that my kin know at a taste. It doesn't work on your brains. You may be interested to know."
Istvhan rushed the smooth men standing over Stakis. One's head popped as his knife hilt met it, but the other swept its blade at him, and he took the cut on the bad shoulder. Hot white pain ran down his arm, and then it went limp, not merely numb, but nearly useless. The smooth man lifted its sword, and then a bear's mouth engulfed its entire head and crunched down. Shards of pottery flew, and the beast dropped the clay, making a gagging noise of disgust.
"You probably don't want to bite them,"
said Clara, far too late. Blood and clear goo dripped from the bear's mouth. It gave Clara a look. Istvhan still did not know bears well, but he had once had a dog give him a very similar look after it bit a porcupine. Clara shook her head sadly, and then there was a visual sizzle, and suddenly a great deal less free space on Istvhan's side of the room. The second bear waded into the fray. Istvhan did not see a great deal of available space, so hung back, holding his injured arm. He tried to curl his hand into a fist, and immediately wished that he hadn't. The pain was so sharp and electric that it almost stopped being pain and became something else entirely. Still, if you were going to fight smooth men, intelligent bears were better than two good arms. It had been hard to know where to aim on the Draugos. The smooth men required no such precision. Smash the head and they died. Stakis's creation skipped backward as the last of the smooth men shattered against the wall.
My,
he said, sounding amused.
"You've killed my guards. Oh dear, whatever shall I do?"
The bears either did not understand or did not appreciate sarcasm. Istvhan narrowed his eyes. He knew what it meant when a human enemy gloated, but the living statue did not look quite like a human, and did not move quite like a human, and Istvhan had serious doubts that he behaved quite the same either.
"Oh, wait. That's right. I have an entire army right here."
The creature grinned then, and there was an emptiness in his mouth, as if his throat opened onto a vast pit.
"Up, Draugos! Up!"
One of the bears made a nervous clicking sound in its throat, and then, all around them, the Draugos began to rise. "Pity you didn't arrive about an hour earlier," said Stakis's creation, as his army shambled to its feet. "Before I finished putting the new kin into these bodies. It takes a bit longer on these, because the flesh is so rotten that it doesn't form the connection readily. Still, they should be ready now. Ah, there we go." And then he laughed. "We killed them once," said Istvhan, with bravado he didn't feel. He fell back toward the bears, watching the corpses sway on their feet. "We can do it again." He tried to do the mental math. They had rendered a number of them completely useless for battle, surely, limbless or torn in half. That left perhaps 20 here, and 2 bears and 1 paladin, except one of the bears only had 3 working legs, and the paladin only had 1 good arm. The resulting equation was not coming out in Istvhan's favor, so he ignored it. "There were a great many more of you then," said the creature, echoing his thoughts. "Of course, you did make more than a few of my Draugos useless. Fortunately, I found some lovely replacements." 3 more figures rounded the curve of the run. One of the bears made a sound that Istvhan had never heard from an animal's throat before. Their heads replaced by the unblinking stare of the smooth men. Clara's 3 dead sisters stumbled forward into the fray. Chapter 50.
"Oh, no," said Clara softly behind him. "Oh, no, no, no. Not you. Not this."
"Decided to join us in humanity?" asked the creature. "Or what passes for it, for such as you and I?"
Clara ignored him. Istvhan darted a glance back and saw that she had her arm around the remaining bear's neck. The bear moaned and tried to back up, running into the wall and starting like a frightened dog. Istvhan stepped forward in between the dead women and the living. 1 good arm, 1 knife, 20 Draugos, and 3 former nuns. No bears to back him up. He did not blame them. The 2 werebears were stronger than any human, but strength was useless in the face of love. Very well. He would be strong in their stead. It was what paladins were for, after all.
"No," said Stakis. The potter's voice was very quiet, but the smooth men made no sound, and it fell into that soundlessness like a stone in a pond.
"No, love. This is wrong."
"Be quiet," said his creation.
"You can't do this."
The statue rolled its carved white eyes.
"And how do you plan to stop me? You've never stopped me before. You just whine and snivel and collapse in a heap, and I do whatever I wish anyway."
Each word struck the man like a blow. He flinched repeatedly, lifting his clouded eyes to Istvhan.
"You 3 first," said the sculpture,
waving the 3 dead nuns forward. The trio advanced. Behind Istvhan, the bear moaned again.
"No,"
said Stakis again, with a little more conviction this time. He stood up, shaking violently, and staggered forward, as if to place himself between Istvhan and the smooth men.
"No!"
His creation broke into the same sardonic applause that he had used before.
"Oh, very impressive. That will certainly work. You, in the middle, hold him and make sure he doesn't hurt himself."
The sculptor lunged. Istvhan realized too late what was happening and tried to push the man away, but his useless arm refused to obey. The pain was breathtaking, but he still tried to turn, pulling his knife hand away. He was too slow. Since his god died, the tide had not been concerned with saving lives, only with taking them. The knife entered Stakis's belly. The sculptor blinked a few times and said,
"Oh, that's not so bad, is it?"
and clutched Istvhan's wrist, pinning the blade in place with his own body weight. Istvhan dropped the knife and tried to catch the man as he fell, but Stakis collapsed straight down, dragging the blade upward through his flesh until it struck bone. His creation screamed. It was a scream that was not right, the same way that his voice was not right. A scream that should not have existed from a throat that should never have been born. Istvhan's hearing vanished in a high-pitched ringing, and the bear screamed. He could no longer hear, so he did not know what Stakis's last words were. The man's lips moved, something that might have been a word or a name, and then he died. The smooth men crumpled. The Draugos went first, collapsing where they stood. The three women went more slowly, first to their knees, then down into huddled piles on the floor. Stakis's first and finest creation, in his stolen body of flesh and salt, swayed on his feet. He, too, tried to speak, but Istvhan could not hear those words either. He did not say very many in any event. His clay lips moved slow and stiff, and then stopped moving entirely, frozen in a snarl, and then he fell forward. The ceramic bust struck the floor and smashed into 1,000 shards, and none of the bodies in the room moved, not now, or ever again. Clara felt as if her head might explode from the scream and hardly cared. Her chest already felt as if it had exploded. She had shoved everything down, over and over, so that she could function. But seeing her sisters coming toward her like that, she couldn't. She had dropped the beast's form because she could feel her control slipping. Sister Sarah, who took care of the bees and harvested the honey every year. Sister Mel, apprenticed to the apothecary, who sat with Clara when she'd caught the summer fever 2 years ago. Ari the novice, barely 14, never to grow any older at all. She'd known they were dead, and she'd told herself that she would grieve later, when everyone was safely away. Seeing them walk forward, with those obscenely sculpted heads atop their bodies, was worse than death. "I couldn't save you in life, and now I can't save you again. Blessed Saint Ursa, why would you let this happen to them? Why?" And then they died, and the scream rang in her ears, and Istvhan turned and pulled her out of the room so she didn't have to look. He was saying something to her, she thought, but she couldn't hear him. Sigrid turned human again, and had the presence of mind to grab their clothes. Sigrid was practical. Clara had to be practical too. Everyone on this accursed island will have heard that scream. Half of Moorstone probably heard it. I can't fall apart. I can't dwell. Mourn later. We have to get away. The feelings did not want to be shoved away. Istvhan was still holding her upper arms and sang something, and the ringing was slowly subsiding, but all she could make out was, "Right? Is he asking which way to go? Is he asking if I'm all right?" She shook her head helplessly at him, touching her ears, and he nodded and held up her robe in that familiar gesture, which threatened to make her start sobbing again for no particular reason. "Not now. Not now. Now we have to get away." The question of which way to go was answered when gladiators spilled around the corner, holding their heads. Istvhan pointed to the open door and said something, gesturing with broad arm movements, and tugged Clara and Sigrid away. They followed his lead, still clutching their heads. "Up or down?" Clara heard, although the ringing in her ears tried to distort it. "Down," she said, hoping that he could hear her. Down had been clear, thanks to the beasts. St. Ursa alone knew what it looked like up above. Apparently the scream had done more to cow the animals than any number of men with spears. Even the scavengers had fled from the bodies. Clara led the way toward the docks, not sure what they would do when they got there, but lacking any better ideas. Sigrid stretched her jaw and grimaced, apparently trying to pop her ears. "Is that it, then? Are we done?"
"God, I hope so," groaned Istvhan. They reached the provisioning area, and Clara saw the bins on the side of the wall, and fell on them, ravenous. Raw potato was perhaps a bit much, but there were apples packed in layers of straw. Sigrid joined her, nearly eating the cores in her haste. Istvhan looked up the stair worriedly. "I think more are coming."
"Damn and blast,"
muttered Sigrid, grabbing as many apples as she could hold.
"If I change again, I'm not coming out in this life."
Clara felt pretty much the same way. She tightened the rope belt at her waist and shoveled apples frantically down the neck of the torn robe.
"If I can get a couple more in me—"
"You should probably get those lumps looked at," said Istvhan, as they fled for a more sheltered spot behind a wall of barrels.
"Apple pox,"
she said, fishing another one out of her cleavage and biting into it.
"What did I—"
crunch, crunch.
"Say about—"
crunch.
"Flirting?"
Clara was about to answer when they heard a door creak and then the footsteps of multiple people on the stairs. She wasn't sure if the metallic noises were from armor or if her hearing was still playing tricks on her, but she didn't like it.
"We need to go to the docks. Now." "What was that horrible sound?"
someone asked behind them. It sounded like the supervisor who had taken her people to the cheese cellar.
"Is it safe now? Can we come out?"
"Not sure yet," the man replied. "Someone's broken a group of prisoners out. Has a group of women come this way? And a big man with a knife." "Shit," whispered Istvhan. "I think they finally did a head count."
"Why, yes. There was a whole group of them earlier. They said they needed medical attention. They went that way?"
The footsteps grew louder, and Clara picked up the pace. The steps to the dock were in sight.
"We're nearly there,"
she whispered.
"Right,"
said Sigrid. She turned and planted herself in the doorway.
"Get going. I'll hold them." "What?"
It took a moment for Clara to understand, and when she did, she didn't want to.
"Sigrid, no. You'll be killed."
"Don't be a fool," said Sigrid. "I still can't swim. I'll hold the corridor as long as I can." Her vision blurred. On some level, she knew that Sigrid was right, but when she tried to find calm, it wouldn't come.
"I can't lose you two. Not on top of everyone else."
"Go!" Istvhan saved her. He caught her arm, shook his head. "Let her choose," he whispered. And then, "Domina Sigrid," he said, bowing his head. "It has been the honor of a lifetime to fight beside you."
"You're damn right it has,"
said the nun, who had been like an older sister to her.
"Now take her out of here and go."
Clara's face was the color of bone, and there were tears streaming down her face. He didn't think she knew they were there, but she kept pace with him, step by step, as they pelted down the stairs, and her expression held the chilling tranquility that frightened him whenever he saw it. Cold air struck their faces as they reached the docks. Istvhan looked into the churning water and felt his stomach lurch. "I can't swim in that. I can barely look at that." "You go," he said, pushing her toward the edge. "I'll go back and help Sigrid."
"The hell you will. I'm not losing you both in one night."
She shucked off her robe and stood shivering on the dock.
Apples bounced on the boards and fell into the water with a splash. "Clara, I can't swim in this. Even if I could, I won't know where to go. They'll have put the bonfire out by now," said Istvhan. "They can't afford to wait."
"Probably. Do you trust me?"
asked Clara. Istvhan looked at her, then at the dark water, then at her again. The waves slapped against the piling, black as tar. Cold spray soaked his feet.
"Do you trust me?"
she asked again. He opened his mouth, and what came out was, "I believe I am madly in love with you." "Oh, did not expect to say that. It's true, though. It's true, and if I die, I want her to know that I loved her, that she was more than worthy of it, that all those times I never fell in love, it was because I hadn't met a woman as strong as she is." He tore his eyes away from the water to meet hers, and waited for her answer.
"That's very nice,"
said Clara, sounding a touch exasperated.
"But do you trust me?"
Trust is faith plus predictability. He had faith in her, and his only prediction was that she was stronger than he was when it came to this. "I was strong for you. Now maybe it's your turn to be strong for me." "I trust you," he said, still looking at her and not the water. "But I can't make myself jump."
"You won't have to."
She yanked the rope belt out of her tattered robe and looped it around her neck.
"Grab on. Wrap it around your wrists."
"I'll choke you to death."
"Do it!"
Someone shouted from the top of the stairs. It did not sound like Sigrid. Istvhan grabbed the cord, tied it around his bad wrist, looped it around the other one, and gripped it tightly. Clara turned her back to him.
"Don't fall off,"
she said,
"and don't let go."
Istvhan would have said something clever, but suddenly she was changing and the cord snapped taut against the bear's neck, and God! He was an arrogant fool to have even worried. What man could possibly choke something with a neck that size? And there was another shout, and the world lurched, and Istvhan and the bear were falling into the dark water. Chapter 51. The water was so cold that at first he barely registered the impact. It drove the breath from his lungs and went up his nose, and his first instinct was to kick free and get to the surface. He lost his grip on the rope, and if it had not been looped around his wrists, he'd likely have fallen off and never found her again. But then the bear was at the surface, and somehow the air was even colder than the water, and he was choking and coughing up water, and trying desperately to breathe, but he couldn't let go of the rope. The rope was the only thing that would save him. Oh gods, oh saints, this was it. This was the end. He should have stayed on shore. At least he would have died warm. The bear swam with her head out of the water, and her back mostly submerged. Clara could feel Istvhan's weight and hear him sputtering. How long could he survive in the water? The bear could swim for miles, even encumbered, but he could not possibly last that long. Even the miles south to the headland where the rat had lit the bonfire would be difficult. And now that the fire was no longer lit, the gods only knew if she'd see it at all. "Don't die," she thought. "Don't die. Hold on. I've got you. Just hold on." It got worse. It couldn't get worse, and it got worse anyway. They were parallel to the shore, and the waves hit them from the side in a queasy up-and-down motion. Istvhan retched until there was nothing left in his stomach, then retched some more. The water slapped at his mouth, and sometimes sea-water got in, and then he had something else to puke back up. He was so cold. His teeth chattered when he tried to close his mouth. He knew he had to hold on to the rope, but he couldn't feel his fingers. Maybe they were still on the rope. Maybe he'd let go hours ago. Had it been hours? Surely it had been. At least he couldn't feel his bad arm anymore. That was worth something. He wasn't even scared by the terrible numbness, because everything was going numb now. Maybe it hadn't been so bad. certainly not as bad as the cold and the seasickness. He retched again, helplessly. He could still see the bear's ears in front of him, so he hadn't let go. That was good. He couldn't let go. That was the only thing he could remember anymore, that he absolutely couldn't let go. The bear had swum for what seemed like ages. It hated the sideways slap of the waves, but whenever it tried to turn toward shore or out to sea, the annoying voice in its head started telling it no and pushing it back. It was annoying. Bears didn't get seasick easily, but it was definitely thinking about it. The voice said that there was a headland, and maybe that was true, but the bear didn't know why it couldn't just turn and go up on shore here. The voice was yelling about people who would be angry, but that was absurd. People were tiny. The bear was large. If the bear wanted to be on the shore, what could the tiny people do to stop it? Still, the voice understood things that the bear didn't, like fire and how to get out of cages. It would keep swimming and trust the voice, at least for now. Istvhan was hanging on to the rock in the ford. He hadn't let go. If he held on long enough, his brothers would find him once the battle was over. He just had to keep holding on. The water was getting in his mouth and his nose, and things were so dark, but at least he wasn't cold anymore. He was starting to warm up. That was good. His brothers would surely find him, even in the dark. He had faith. His last thought, as the darkness closed over him, was to wonder where his God was, and why he could no longer feel him. The bear came up on shore, dragging its burden behind it, and shook. Water flew in all directions. Clara came forward, convincing the bear that its work was done, and it retreated, grumbling. She realized her mistake immediately, as Istvhan's full weight landed on her back and she went to her knees. The wet rope seared across her throat, and she gagged. Once she'd gotten the rope over her head, she rolled over, reaching for Istvhan. Tiny pebbles crunched painfully under her knees. "Istvhan! Istvhan, are you—" "Alive?" she wanted to say, but didn't quite dare. He was ominously silent. She did not see in the dark as well as the bear, but his skin looked terribly pale, pale like one of the Draugos. When her fingers closed over his wrist, he felt as cold as the sea. "Oh, no," Clara said, and rolled him over, hammering on his back. "Breathe, you bastard! Breathe! Don't you dare die!" Dear God, he'd told her he loved her, and she'd said, "That's very nice." How was she supposed to live with that? Calm, she thought. Calm down and do something practical. You have to be calm. She reached for calm and found nothing. Only panic and despair, and mourning for Sigrid and her sisters. Only shock and horror at how they died. And under that, long months of holding on and coping and waiting, and now it was over, and there was no calm left in her, and Istvhan was cold, so horribly cold, and if she lost him now she might as well just walk into the sea. "Breathe, damn it!" she screamed. "Breathe or I'll kill you." "Motivation, that's the ticket," said a familiar voice from the dark. "I've always said you can never underestimate the value of motivation. Nevertheless, my dear, I would stop punching him in the back like that. There's not likely to be any water left in him, and his kidneys will thank you." Clara lifted her head and blinked toward the voice. Was she hallucinating? "Doc Mason?" she whispered. "The one, the only, accept no counterfeits or imitations." The traveling salesman went down on his knees beside her. "You might have saved us all a good deal of trouble if you had simply mentioned that you were working with the rat, my dear." She gaped at him. He set his ear against Istvhan's chest, listened for a moment, then cackled. "Yes, there we go. Heart still beating. He's just as cold as a miser's heart, that's all." "The fire," she said, looking around. There had been a dull orange glow on the headland, and she found it again, the remains of the bonfire after it had been smothered. "Not enough to warm a minnow, I fear. I was tasked with seeing it extinguished and keeping watch for any stragglers. Now, don't despair. The best thing for hypothermia is body heat. Carry him to the wagon, and we will wrap you both in blankets, and you can lend him some of yours." He was working as he spoke, getting a knife under the rope around Istvhan's wrists and cutting the soaking cord free. Clara got her arms under Istvhan and staggered to her feet. The man was dead weight, and she was exhausted, but damned if she was going to give up when he needed her. The wagon seemed an eternity away. Mason kept up a constant stream of chatter the entire time, and she was grateful. It was so dark, or perhaps the despair in her chest was growing to cloud her vision. Her vision was graying out around the edges, and she navigated by following the sound of his voice. "Your more ursine qualities, Domina, were a surprise, I confess. No, I'm not scolding. I don't know that I'd have told me either. Still quite a surprise. And of course, once Halishai mentioned your names, well, you could have knocked me over with a feather." By the time that Clara heard Tolly saying, "Clara, is that you?" she could barely see anything but sparks. She managed the steps by memory alone, banging Istvhan's knees on the doorway. "If he lives through this, a few more bruises probably won't matter much," and set him down on the floor. "Blankets," she gasped, swaying. Tolly slid past her and unleashed an avalanche of quilts. It took the last of her waning strength to get Istvhan stripped and bundled into them, and then she simply collapsed on top of him. "There you go," said Doc Mason. "Just, lie there and think warm thoughts, yes?" "He's so cold," she mumbled. "You don't swim your way out of Moorstone without losing a bit of body heat. Now lie still and keep quiet. I'm sure someone will be along soon to ask why there was a bonfire here, and I shall have to bemuse and bemaze them." He patted the blankets. "All will be well, my dear. You'll see." Clara hoped he was right. She was certain that she would not rest until she knew Istvhan was going to pull through. She remained certain of this as the wagon door slammed, and then exhaustion crept up and hit her over the head. "Really?" said Istvhan, his voice somewhat muffled by female flesh. "I fear I have gotten used to waking like this. You may be stuck with me." Clara shot bolt upright, spilling him onto the floor. "Istvhan, you're alive!" He squinted up at her. "Did you think I was dead? Were you doing something strange with my corpse?" "No, you were so cold. Doc Mason said, I was afraid." She knew that she was babbling and didn't care. She wrapped her arms around him, which meant that he had his face planted in her breasts again. He didn't seem to mind, and at least that way he couldn't see that she was crying. "How do you feel?" she asked, when she had wiped the tears away and freed him from her cleavage. "Terrible," he said cheerfully. "My head's pounding and my wrists feel like they've been flayed. Did we get away, though?" "I think so. And Doc Mason showed up and told me that we should have just said we were working for the rat." Istvhan's laugh turned into a groan as he put a hand to his head. "I might have known." "Indeed you might have," said Doc Mason, opening the wagon door. "The rat and I have been old friends for many years. A traveling salesman sees everything and goes everywhere." He peered at Istvhan. "You know, I have a tonic that will fix that headache right up." It took a few hours to treat everyone's injuries. Istvhan's wrists really had been flayed, and his shoulder was a massive bruise, cut in places where the chain links had been dug into the skin. Clara had gotten off lightly by comparison, with only a few cuts from the Draugos's blades, already thoroughly washed in seawater. The worst was a rope burn across her throat that made her look as if she had only just escaped a hanging. She was also, once again, without clothes. But eventually she and Istvhan were both wrapped in blankets and propped up with cups of tonic-laced tea, and Tolly had finished fussing over them both.
"We shall drive south a little way," announced Doc Mason. "Your sisters are waiting there, and Phazon is watching over them."
"Did they all arrive?" asked Clara.
"All but one named Sigrid," said Doc Mason,
looking at her anxiously. Clara had to pinch the bridge of her nose and take a deep breath. Istvhan gripped her free hand in his. "She stayed behind so we could get away."
"Ah!"
Doc Mason removed his hat and held it over his heart.
"May her courage be remembered as long as the stars."
"Did anyone come looking for escapees?" asked Istvhan.
He didn't let go of her fingers.
"Not as such, no. I suspect they will eventually, but it will be some time before they remember how well bears swim, and by then, hopefully, we shall have you well on your way."
He beamed at them both.
"Now sit and drink tea and warm up. I shall get you salve in due time, and possibly sell a little tonic in the process, eh?"
He shut the door. Clara slumped against Istvan's shoulder, and he leaned against her in return. "We did it," she said. It made almost no sense to her. She couldn't seem to get her head around it. "We actually did it."
"We did."
She started to cry then. She hadn't meant to, but it was all still there, and now that she did not have to do anything, it welled up. Joy that Istvhan was alive was mixed with grief, and both of them were almost too much to bear. He put his good arm around her and did not ask foolish questions. Eventually she ran out of tears, if not of grief, and could pull away, saying, "Well, now I look terrible and your blanket is soggy."
"You are beautiful. More beautiful than I am at the moment, when I looked like a drowned rat."
She managed to laugh, scrubbing at her face. "You look very handsome."
"Ah, Domina, I see your eyesight has suffered as well."
Istvhan laced their fingers together.
"I had been thinking, you know."
"Oh?"
"If you're going back to your convent, Domina, you could maybe use a couple of mercenaries on the trip, perhaps even to help you figure out how to raid-proof your convent once you get there. No one wants a repeat of the last few weeks."
She felt a smile tugging at her lips. "Mercenaries? Or paladins?"
"I suspect that I could arrange both."
"Are you sure you want to? I've already dragged you all over the countryside, into pit fights, nearly drowned you."
He shuddered. "Fortunately, I don't remember a good deal of that last one, just being cold and holding on."
"You must have been terrified. I know you hate water."
"Do you know I wasn't?"
His dark eyes held hers. "I knew if I held on long enough, someone would come for me. And it was you." Clara looked down at their interlocking fingers. "You know, you said something to me right before we went into the water."
"Did I really?"
She peered into his face. "Do you not remember?"
I do seem to recall bearing my soul to a woman who said, what was it now?"
"Oh, God." Clara untangled her fingers so that she could put her face in her hands.
"That's very nice," I believe she said.
"I wasn't expecting it, and I was a little distracted." Istvhan began laughing.
"Well, there were a few things going on. Would you like to try again?"
"Can we?"
"Domina," he said, his voice serious but his eyes dancing. "I am quite hopelessly in love with you."
"Oh, good," she said. "I'm in love with you, too. Very much so." He kissed her then, and she kissed back. And eventually Doc Mason thumped on the roof to yell that they had better not be canoodling in his wagon. But neither of them minded at all. This concludes Paladin's Strength by T. Kingfisher.
Narrated by Joel Richards. Copyright 2020 by T.Kingfisher. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with T.Kingfisher, care of Cornerstone Literary Incorporated, and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.